Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Last time, we saved Terral from an evil AI overlord who was planning to take over everything and, using the power of the cloud. But now that that's been settled, we are now able to enter a totally above board and definitely not illegal fight club. Because apparently that's what people do around here, is they fight each other for fun. So, I mean, that's kind of weird. I don't know why anyone would want to do violence as a sport. Definitely wouldn't know anyone like that. But we're going to check it out today. That's going to be the plan for the first half of the stream. And then once we're done checking that out, we will continue with Phoenix Wright a little later tonight. But why don't we get started on this? I got, last week, I got everything prepared and ready to go, as you can see. So we should be able to enter this place no problem and get through this, this set of trials. I will say I don't really care for the gear set of this, set of tomes I had to put on, but, I mean, we can fix that later if we want to at some point. I'm sure for now it'll be serviceable. Let me turn up my volume just a little bit here. There we go. Now I can actually hear things. Ah, I found you at last. So we got fucking Dimmadome here of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. You, my good sir, were born to be a star. That's a little shorter here, but that's okay. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Tim, Head of Strategic Management at Ascension Arcadia, premier enterprise for entertainment in Switzerland 9. Our flagship facility is Arcadion, combat arena, and it's there that we host our Ascension Arcadia Championship. It's a pinnacle for fighters in Alexandria, and I want you to be among them. As you may have heard, circumstances forced us to close the arena's doors for a time, but that time is right to reopen them. Her Majesty's tragic past has left our citizens disconsolate, but providing them with gripping entertainment is our hope to help them forget their cares for a while. If we are to accomplish that, however, it will not be due to show them what they have seen countless times before. No, they need something new. Someone new. And who better than he who not only protected our citizens from the King's army, but struck down the King himself? That was you, yes? So it was. So it was. And so for your strength and valor, the President of the Federation has marked you to be the Arcadian's next great star. Just imagine it. An upstart, the people's protector, arrives on the scene and challenges the Arcadian's mightiest to rise up as the grand champion. What could be more gripping, I ask you? For your part, you'll naturally be well compensated. Finest equipment Solution 9 has to offer awaits you after each and every victory. I was hoping for a payment, but sure, I guess clothing works too. I dare say this has you enticed, but you need to make up your mind right away. If you're keen to test your strength and win rich rewards, then come to the Arcadian at the end of the avenue. Tina will show you in. With it, I bid you farewell for now. I shall look forward to a favorable response. This is definitely suspicious. I've seen suspicious, and this takes the cake. His reasonings may seem sound on the surface, but we all know that there's more to this. There has to be. There always is. Alright, let's go to the Arcadion. I do kind of like that for once we have a raid series that takes place inside a city. We don't have to like go a million miles away. It's all right here. There's even like an aetheryte that takes you right here if you want to go. I don't know how usable that will be in the future once these are done. Yo, look at this guy. Is he like the former champ or something? Oh no, he's just the attendant. Ah, I've been. Master Matem has been expecting you. If you would follow me, I'll take you to him. Yeah, let's go. Let's enter the Arcadion. Do we get like a dressing room or something? See, I told you this was a scam. We're the only ones here. It's all a trap.
You came. By this, I take it you'll find the Arcadion. Allow me to be the first to welcome you to the fold. Now then, I shall explain to you.
Are these my opponents? They don't look like much. You sure they're worthy to fight me? They don't even have combat gear on.
You look like you got some fight in you, I suppose. Still, you can only be so strong without being a soul shifter. You wouldn't last long against any of us.
What, are they gonna cheat by using extra lives? No one would ever do that.
Well, aren't you just a treat? I look forward to meeting you on stage. You're a puny candle before my roaring flame. Make it to me, and I'll blast you out of the ring.
I can't tell if that guy is a monk, a warrior, or someone who uses a gun. Looks like he's prepared for all three. I mean, if this is the competition, then I think we're fine.
Those are some of the fighters you'll face. They're all, characters, as you can see. But I hope you do not take offense to their words. Consider it a way of welcoming you. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. As I have mentioned, the Ascension Arcadia Championship is a fighting competition. The realm's mightiest duke is out in a bid to become the grand champion. I have no doubt that all Alexandrians be captivated by your journey as a challenger, and cheer you on as you fight your way up the ranks.
This is like just straight up the glitz pit. I love it.
And speaking of ranks, the fighters of the Arcadion are divided into 3 tiers: light heavyweight, cruiserweight, and heavyweight. The ultimate objective is to become the undisputed champion in all the tiers, and thereby rise up as the grand champion. As a rookie, your campaign begins in the light heavyweight tier, where you must defeat your 3 rivals ranked therein. Goodness gracious me, I almost forgot to mention the most important thing. The Arcadion has its own repository of feral souls, which our fighters utilize in battle. So potent are these souls, they alter the fighter's very forms. Lest you wonder, it is the potency of the souls deployed that separates the championship's 3 tiers.
I see. That's the trick.
Now, I'm given to understand you do not use a regulator. Even when you are faced with the king, you do not rely on souls of any kind. That is most impressive indeed.
I guess he doesn't know that I have a different kind of regulator. I have the cheaty kind that was granted by the planet.
Be that as it may, it would be egregiously unfair for you to compete with not to balance the scales.
Now, are you saying that because I'm too powerful, or are you thinking that I'm too weak? Answer carefully.
Fortunately, here at the Arcadion, we also have the souls of former champions in storage. We'll use them to create allies to fight alongside you.
Ah, we're going to make it an uneven fight. Classic.
And to make sure they work with you like a well-oiled machine, we'll draw upon your memories to fine-tune their appearance and abilities to your liking.
But I can just do that anyways. Why do I need the soul machine? I've got one of those in my pocket. I can create my own fighters.
Endless. I'm not familiar with that term, but I assure you there's nothing untoward in the technique that we employ. It simply brings forth a temporary simulacrum. And for the purposes of evening the odds, I believe 7 of these simulacra should suffice. What do you think?
Oh, we're going for that, are we? See, the problem is that eventually they're gonna run out of souls. So I guess they would be set free at some point, but yeah, I don't know. Might need to speed it along.
I'd expect that you might harbor reservations about the use of souls. Those who hail from outside the barrier often do. And so I have a proposal. An additional incentive, if you will. For every victory you claim, I shall release the souls of those who fought beside you. You, my friend, will be the star who brings fresh change to the Arcadia. So what say you? Are you willing to fight under those terms?
What about all the souls you guys have locked up in the regulators, or do we not care about those?
Excellent. Now I will tell you more about the Arcadian, but let us save it for after your first bout. After all, it's pointless if you end up losing straight away.
Alright, I'm ready to fight then.
With it, I officially welcome you as a fighter of the Arcadian. When you're ready to take the arena, you need but say the word.
Fleeing matches in Ascension Arcadia Championship may earn valuable artifacts. Exchange for equipment. Okay, classic. I'm ready for my first round.
You're ready then? Excellent. Rest assured I'll be here to guide you in the beginning.
I'm surprised there's not more people in here. I know that this place sometimes gets instants, but usually there's like there's a chance that you can get multiple people, like that one time we did in Eden.
Now, I shall introduce you to your first opponent. Pray look at the monitor.
Oh, we're fighting her first. Oh, cool. They get like intro screens and everything. That's sick.
This here's Black Cat, feared as the claw in the dark. That's right, she's the one who took your measure earlier. While she's still a rookie herself, you'd be wise not to underestimate her. She has real talent and is expected to go far. Her feral soul is the Cat Plug, a terrible feline said to have pushed a legendary hero to his limits. With its power, she becomes unimaginably nimble, and her very claws can rend steel. You'll need to keep your wits about you. Now, you should know that the ring is uniquely configured to complement the fighting styles of your foes. This is in order to provide the audience with a spectacle. After all, we're first and foremost in the business of entertaining.
Am I gonna have to like taunt 3 times in battle or something?
On a simpler note, I should mention that I'm also the commentator for matches. Leave it to me to squeeze every drop of excitement out of your fight. Now then, you had best see to your preparations. May you emerge victorious in your debut.
So we're gonna fight a giant cat, eh? Alright. AAC Light Heavyweight M1 now accessible. Let's queue up here. God, I hope this doesn't take forever. Have a Thames invitation. You have entered the Ascension Arcadia Championship, a competition in which the greatest fighters of Alexandria face off in a bid to become Grand Champion. Yet your opponents wield feral souls to augment their strength, so you in turn must use the simulacra of past warriors to balance the scales. Your debut match is set against Black Cat, fellow rookie harnessing the power of Kath Palug, and if you are to seize victory against this feline foe, you shall need to be agile indeed. 24 minutes, my god. Alright, well, we can figure out something to do in the meantime. Hopefully it doesn't take actually 24 minutes. I had a feeling queues would be fairly long, though. Hence why we're starting this so early. My hope is that we can get through all of this before, in like the next 3 or 4 hours, and then be able to stream some Phoenix Wright after that. Is the plan anyways. I don't know if there's like anything specific that I was planning to do. I did the 2 extra dungeons. I've already gone through those before. They're pretty good. I like the there's like one that's like a theme park, and then another one that's like a desert. Which is like probably the most boring way to describe it, but both had some really cool boss fights in them. I think I kind of like the theme park one more. It did a little more with its environment compared to the desert one. But it's good to see that they're starting to bring back some dungeon design, in the sense of like there's actually obstacles outside of the boss arenas, which is something that hasn't really been done since oh man, I want to say like Heavensward maybe. Probably the last time, maybe Stormblood. Definitely not Shadowbringers. See, I wasn't sure how long this would be because it's either going to be really long because it's busy or really short because it's busy. And I guess we ended up with really long because busy. What I could do, so we might just go to like break between matches, and then when it pops I'll come back out. That might actually be the best way to do this, because like I really only had this plan today and Phoenix Wright, so that I think will be the plan, because like with a 24-minute queue we might be here for a bit. But I do want to stream these because I've streamed every other raid series, so it's only appropriate that we do this. So we will go for a quick little break. We had a nice little introduction. Okay, it's down to 20 minutes, so it might not even be that long of a break, but we'll take a little break here, and then once the queue actually pops, whenever that is, either 2 minutes from now or 20 minutes from now, I will return. Let me just get this set up here. All right, well actually that was a lot faster than I thought it was going to be. Good. No, I think this is a good way to do it. Don't have to worry about trying to fill time for something crazy like this. Yeah, I don't remember how Pandemonium didn't seem like the queues were that long either, to be fair, so this might not actually be that bad. And I did a number of the Pandemonium things during when they were content. This is such a weird idea for a raid series, but it's kind of appropriate considering like most Final Fantasies have like some sort of fight arena like this, actually. Alright, let's see his transformation. We've only ever seen one of these. I'm surprised this didn't come up more in the story. Yo, we get voice acting in fucking Trials? Damn. What an upgrade. I think this is the first time we've had... Okay, well, we had a raid series character get voice acting in MSQ. But this is the first time that voice acting has been in the raid series, which is insane. Hopefully they do that more often. Alright, I wonder if these people know how to do this, or if they're all new to this. I would imagine most people are. This came out like a few hours ago. So I'm not expecting a lot of experienced players on these fights. The arms music is certainly a choice. What are we doing? Oh, okay, we're doing the righty lefty. Yeah, classic. Come on, do something new. I've seen it all before. Wait, like even reacts to like how you do things? Like, holy shit. This is clearly where all the budget went into programming these fights. What are we dodging? Oh, is it angles? It's probably angles. Yeah, it's angles. Yeah, okay. And then over here, right to where it was before. Perfect. Oh, you don't even need to have done this fight before. She's too predictable. Oh, okay. Here you guys go. Enjoy. Get my hammer ready again. Hopefully I have a chance to do that. Excellent. Get a little more burst in here. Whoa, okay. Alright, we're fine then. Just wait for that first one to go off, I think. Maybe I'll just follow them just to be safe. I think I kind of knew what we're doing. Oh wait, are they gonna fall? Oh, they're falling. Oh, okay. I thought it was just like memorize the things, avoid attack, but no, this is beyond that. Holy, okay. What are we doing? Are you gonna chuck someone into the fucking cracked area? Oh my god. They're dead! Wait, what? Oh, I see. I gotta aim myself so I survive. Oh, that's clever. I like this one. Holy shit. Oh, get off, get off. Oh my god. Okay, this is like way better than Pandemonium. I don't know, I didn't really enjoy Pandemonium. I like the plot of it because it was to do with the ancients, but the fights were just kind of whatever. Half the time I feel like the enemy design more so. This is way cooler though. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Where do we want to go for this? Okay, this is actually kind of sick because, like... Oh, okay. Oh, no. He's dead. That can actually, like, where you stand would change depending on how the fight's been going. Is this getting repaired? Oh, okay. I thought that was, like, breaking, but that's them repairing the floor. Much appreciated. What is the pause? Okay, I see. How are we doing this? Yeah, that was a great spot to stand. Cool. Not sure why I decided to stand there. I knew that was gonna be bad. I wasn't sure where to stand for that. Probably just needed to like stand where I was already. I'll take that for myself. Okay, we got another. Charge everything up here, then we can burst again. Okay, she cleaving that? Do we want to stand? What is she gonna do with that? Oh, I see. Oh, that's new. All right, all right. Ah, fuck. Oh. Okay, we're good that time. Oh, I don't have my shield. That's fine. We're okay. We don't need a shield. We can do it without it. This really reminds me of the fight ring in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Constant commentary. It was very similar setup to this, actually. Okay. So we'll stand here, and then I guess... I don't know what we're doing here. Standing here, and then this one's like safe? I'm guessing people saw better angles since they were standing over here in the first place. I only saw like half the arena, so... Man, I would hate to be a melee player on this fight. Stand here for a second. We got a bit of downtime on this part. Aim yourself. Another one? We just had one. Yes, but what about second stack? A third. Okay. That could really catch you off guard, because like you'd be doing the heals and stuff, and then waste all of your cooldowns for this. Oh my god. Does make it a little different than like a multi-stack when they're spaced out like this. We're fine. Oh, we're not fine. I don't know where's like the longest, like here maybe? Yeah, okay, we're good. Oh no, that's a tank. Oh, get away from that. Okay. Alright, that's... I keep thinking that's like the floor gonna crack. It's not. Copycat? Sorry, what? Is there gonna be two of them now? Oh, great. Okay, what are we doing here? So it's going to be there and there and there. This is probably a good safe spot to be in. Okay, I'm gonna go for the burst. Hopefully we don't regret this decision. 1-2 paw. We should be almost done here. Yeah, we're getting there. Oh, fuck. She's gonna move over here to do it. Okay, get away for the stacks. Oh, no. There you go. Ah! Thank you. Wouldn't want any accidents. Wait, which way is she going? Is it this side first? Oh, it's like that. Okay. Right, because she wasn't doing the other animation. Oh, fuck. Ah! No! I don't know if I got in there in time. We're okay. We're okay. Okay, one more hammer burst and we should be good. That'll probably be the last thing I do. No one's gonna limit break for the ending here? You know, finish this off? Was this one safe? I'm guessing the healer knows where to stand. They probably saw something I didn't. Okay, so they only break. So I think she has to hit them twice. So some of them she hits twice, and those are the ones that actually break. The rest just crack. Yeah, I like that one, because it makes the arena so dynamic.
The match is decided! Victory goes to the challenger.
That was sick. Can't wait for the other three. Let's see what we got for loot. Oh, I need like all of these, right? It's gonna need on all of them. You get, there's limits on how much you can get, but I'll just take away anything at this point. Hey, healer was doing very well. I could follow them for everything, because they saw everything and I wasn't looking at everything. I guess I need to stick around for the rolls, right? I'm not used to doing that. Usually I just leave, and I've definitely lost out on things as a result. Cool. I think I need more than one to go get the thing, but we'll check while we wait for the next one. I can't remember what the amounts are. I think it's like 2 or 3.
Bravo! Bravo! You are simply magnificent out there. The President's eye for talent is keen as ever. So, now that you have your first victory under your belt, I should tell you more about the Arcadion. Championship traces its roots to a time in Alexandria long before the coming of the Terali people. It was very different in the beginning, though, with matches pitting recreated simulacra against each other.
So it was a cockfight ring.
That's right, the very same that fought at your side. But with the advent of soul-derived resuscitation, battles to the death between living combatants became the norm, and all without any actual deaths. The contest evolved once more after Zaralja was made king. It was he who proposed the use of feral souls to enhance one's flesh, leading to the technology for it being devised. So as the combatants took on the power and likeness of beasts, and the audience experienced newfound heights of excitement. However, when Zaralja raised the banners of war to embark on his conquest, all feral souls were reserved for the army's use. We had no choice but to suspend operations at the Arcadion. What happened afterwards? I believe you know. Having gone mad, the king was vanquished and by your hands, and shortly thereafter, our beloved queen was taken from us. Though we are thankfully safe now, sadness and uncertainty darken our hearts. Some may think in poor taste to resume the championship now of all times, but it is now most of all the people need cheering up, and as I mentioned when we first spoke, we wish to help them forget their cares. Did you see how the audience roared when you, the upstart challenger, triumphed over our rising rookie? You have captured their imaginations, and I hope you will continue to do so.
I
can't believe I lost to someone who isn't even using a feral soul. What are you? Damn it all. I can't leave things like this. Say, would you mind if I watched you for a while? Don't worry. I don't have any hard feelings. I'm just curious, that's all, about what you can do. Are her eyes like half green, half orange? I could definitely use more people in this locker room. It's kind of empty here. As fickle as a feline, that one, but I do hope you won't hold it against her. Deep down, she has a good heart. Oh, what kind of materia do we want? We want critical hits, right? That's like considered the best stuff. I will take me some savage aim. What the fuck is this? I didn't know that the arena's design would change. How are they doing that? They got more than one arena up there?
Although unexpected company has appeared, let's focus on the match ahead. Allow me to introduce your next opponent.
Oh, of course it's gonna be her. She's gonna turn herself into a wasp. Oh, if she has fucking final sting, I'm gonna be livid.
This is Honeybee, Lovely, the darling of Arcadion.
Honeybee Lovely. We doing an FF7 thing?
As you can doubtless guess, she utilizes the soul of a bee, and is an extremely venomous one at that. But rather than her poison, you should be aware of her ability to charm all before her.
So we're gonna lose control a lot, probably.
For in addition to her winsome charm, which serves her well as a songstress, she can produce the pheromones of a queen bee to enthrall her, even her foes. Those who fall under her spell delight in the torment she unleashes upon them. Which is why the audience will be spectating via special contraptions cloaked in holograms. It wouldn't do to have hundreds of people be enthralled.
In short, there's nothing lovely about her, despite what she may claim you're in for a bad time.
That may be so, but I have faith that you will prevail. Now, sally forth and show us your mettle.
I feel like we haven't had production value this high for a raid series since... well, maybe Shadowbringers, but I was gonna say Stormblood with a Mega. Alright, let's queue up here. M2 with a party of other players.
Having bested Black Cat, you prepare to face your second opponent, Honeybee Lovely. With the pheromones of a queen bee and the charm of a songstress, she enthralls her foes before finishing them with a deadly venom. If you are to resist their charms, you must steel yourself for a captivating confrontation. Perfect. Oh, only 7 minutes for this one. Okay. Because this one seems like it might be short, I want to find where we go for given our spoils. Is that going to be around here, or is that going to be somewhere else? Is it back in, like, the arcade? Or maybe it's over by this place, because this is where we started. Unless he was just out here scouting. Not actually sure where we go for this. Oh, unless it's all the way... Would it be all the way back? Oh, no, it'd be in Solution 9. No, it'd probably be in the Nexon arcade. Yeah, it's probably going to be there. Okay. Let's go and take a look, because I can't remember how much we need for new gear. Pretty sure it's more than one, though. I can't remember how much it was for Pandemonium. I think it was like 2. Nexus Arcade. Somewhere in here, I think. Maybe. Collectibles, scripts. Maybe on this side, then? Oh, Arcadian relics. Perfect. We want magic. Yeah, we need... How much do we have? Do I have any of these? Which ones did I get? I don't even know which one I got. Oh, we got the gauntlets. Okay.
So we'll get the casting gauntlets at some point, but we need 2 of those. So we need 2 heads, we need 4 chest pieces, 2 gauntlets, 4 pants, 2 boots, and this is just earrings, right? Oh yeah, but then we need like a lot of them. Universal tombstone. Researchers of a long-gone age supposedly constructed this peculiar variety of tombstone with a focus on versatility. Oh, maybe that's for Savage? Oh no, that's going to be for the, is that for the weapon then? Yeah, it might be for weapon. Okay, I haven't seen the weapon drop yet. So a lot of pieces. It's usually gated by week, but I'll make sure to have all of that ready to go for the next patch, which will be the next thing that we will be streaming, but that won't be for quite a while from now. Okay, well, we will go to another intermission, I guess, while we wait for Q. Let me just head back to Arcadion, and we can wait in there. I have lots of inventory space, right? I have enough inventory space. What is all this? Level 60. Oh, because I was doing other dungeons, getting my tomes. You have anything to say? Oh, okay. You're just upset because I beat you without drugs. Got it. Alright, I'll be back once this queue pops. Probably not going to be a long one, but we'll see. Alright, that was actually really fast. It's only a couple minutes. See, this also gives me the opportunity to like just pause the recording so there's less downtime. This is certainly an arena. We went back to the classic circle, but hey, you know, maybe it'll be something unique. It'll change too, just like the other one. Maybe these sections will like drop out or something. Get some really weird shapes in here. This really does remind me of like some of the music in FF7 Remake. Are we waiting for someone? Did someone leave? Or are we just... Okay, we're just getting ready. Everyone's psyching themselves up. Because this music is just so good, they want to listen to it. That was a big first hit. What the fuck? What the fuck are we doing? I haven't seen spinning like this since the Dark World. Oh boy. Where are we going? I don't... Where? Oh, okay, cool. I just picked the one that I shouldn't have picked because I wasn't paying enough attention. Okay, we got 2 tank busters over there. Don't go into those. So what is the point of the arrow? I'm trying to figure that out because she ended up doing like a donut. Okay, so probably possession of some sort. Don't stand on the circles, or what is this? I don't know what this is gonna be. Okay, so we're gonna get a heart from this. Try not to give other people multiple hearts. You're growing infatuated with Honeybee Lovely. Do we want to stand on these? Wait, do we want to stand on these? This seems like a bad thing to be doing. Should I have been standing on that? I mean, we have to. That's the mechanic. If you don't, we're all gonna die. Oh no, I don't like where this is going. Maybe I should have stood on it. I think I probably should have avoided it. I think the idea is to try and like reduce the amount that you get so the fewest people get infatuated. That's what's going on here. Okay, so we see what happens here when people get 3. Also, we have to avoid the hearts too. This is certainly an interesting fight. So far, these have been 2 for 2, amazing. That's just gonna attack in front, right? Yeah, okay. Nothing weird there. Love me tender. What is that gonna do? Oh, okay. I'll do my best not to get hit a third time. Oh man. Can we go the whole fight without getting hit, or is it just going to be inevitable at some point?
Is everyone having a good time?
Finale? Oh, this might just be like guaranteed hearts. Yep. I think so. Or unless it'll... No, did it reset? Oh, maybe it reset. Maybe we're fine. Maybe we're okay? Okay, because I only got head over heels too, which tells me it's probably like a damage buff. Or, yeah, so it's the more hearts you get, the more damage you'll take from that. Coach of Stinger with poison. Oh, is this final sting? We're fine over here, right? Yes, okay. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, there's a vulnerability. I had to go way over here because everyone was so crowded around. Poison resistance down. That's cool. Okay, it's gone. Oh, okay, I get it now. The arrows just mean that's her range. It's just a funny way to like to dictate her attack.
What? Are you kidding me? It didn't work? B is for brilliant.
Swarm of groupies are attracted to Honeybee Lovely's pheromones. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, we just gotta run in circles. No problem. Wish I had a hammer for this. Oh, they're still going. Yeah, I really wish I had a hammer for this. I got nothing. Okay, we're good. Rip healer. Did they get, like, stuck on the outside? Okay, let me get some stuff charged up here since we're gonna be doing... Oh, okay! Fuck! Oh my god! I thought that was on repeat. Nope. Yep. I didn't see that attack. I was too busy trying to avoid the first one.
We're just getting started.
Okay, hearts round 2. I guess I'll get to be able to miss the first batch of them, which is good. Should we? Okay, the stacks aren't being stacked. That's good. Yeah, you know what? No, leave me dead. That's fine, because that means I don't get the hearts. See, I'm dodging damage. I'm doing the mechanics. This is big brain play. There we go. Oh no! What happened? Everyone's dead. Are we all resetting? I guess we're resetting. Well, rip. I'm just gonna kill myself then. What happened? Did everyone get blasted by like 10 hearts? I looked over at my monitor for like a split second and I look back and everyone's fucking dead. What the hell happened? Alright, attempt number 2. Let's go! Round 2. I'm down for a rematch. Now, can I maybe get off the rest of my opening phase here? That would be pretty sick, if I could. This is another... I think this is inner, right? Yeah, it's inner. Okay, clearly we got like a group that doesn't necessarily know how to do this fight, so... I gotta actually pay attention. Can't rely on others. Oh, that's a tank. Don't stand in that. Beeline. Is Beeline the bees? No, that's Beeline, right. Beeline is just the big attack that I should have avoided. That's okay. We're okay. Okay, hearts again. I was expecting this to be like more lose control, like about face marching and all that stuff. Okay, we're forced to take one. Nothing we can do about that. Okay, someone has to take it. No, no, yeah, there you go. There you go. Maybe the people with more health should be taking those. Like, I feel like since it's not everyone has to do it, I feel like the healers should probably stay out of that. Because they're gonna be squishier than anyone else, statistically speaking. Oh, did I make it? Yes, I made it. Oh! Nice, good. We're fine. Okay, I can do another burst here. Just gotta charge everything up again. And then I'm ready. Okay, love me tender. I think that's the big attack that procs everything. Oh no, that's this thing. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, and you get a vulnerability stack just to make things worse. Of course. I'm screwed then. Okay, I'm gonna just wait until we get out of this phase. Although I think the bees are gonna be next. But you know what? I think I have an idea for that. I have an idea how to do that. Once the bees start, I'm going to do my burst. Because I can put it right in the middle and then just move around it while doing everything. Flash of Venom. What was that one? Goat Sting with poison. Yeah, that's an inner. I'm just going to hold off on the burst for a second. Just waiting for it. Oh, fuck. Wasn't sure how much time we would have had between the drops and... Oh, okay, yep. Well, there we go. Guess I didn't get healed enough because I had the debuffs. Okay, we're still ready to go. Try and... Oh my god, that's precise! I'm not moving. You guys come here. I'm not chasing you around. I was expecting more bee puns during this. There's a severe lack of bee puns during this fight. Okay, groupies are here. Time to burst. Ow. Oh, fuck. Okay, well that did not work out. They started on the one side I was hoping they wouldn't. Oh, that was unfortunate. See, what I was hoping I would do is if I put my circle right in the middle, I could have just like chased everything because I got so many good mobility spells. Like I can run and gun all day if I have everything ready to go. Oh my god. Okay, I need to like figure out what her tell is and not pay attention to the ground because the ground is not going to help with that regard. Okay, round 2 of hearts. Hey, at least everyone's not dead yet. Although that tank is insane for having 5 stacks of vulnerability. Okay, take one of them. I don't have my shield, but that's okay. I wonder if like one of the tanks should be taking those. Because I mean, like if the tanks get hit with the head over heels attack at the end, that'd be like the least amount of damage, right? I feel like that'd be, you know, logically speaking, that feels like the best thing to do. Maybe not the main tank since they got a controller, but the off tank for sure. Ready for another burst. Now seems like a good time for a burst phase, I think. I say as it's probably the worst time for a burst phase. Okay, now see, that's what we need more of. Do more of that. We need more jokes like that. Oh, fuck. What is this? Okay. I'm looking. I'm watching. I'm watching. Oh, we can go out here. Yeah, no, never mind. We're good. We're good. Oh, no, we're not good. Oh, run. Oh, no, don't run. We good? We're good. Okay. Survived it. That healer did not survive it, but we still have a healer, so that we're fine. Oh my god, every fucking time. I need to watch where that is.
What a clash! Neither side is willing to yield.
I guess it's just like in front of her, but like,
And they're done. Is it over already?
I don't know. Like, it's in front of her and behind her, obviously. It's like, but it's like figuring out what it is. I guess watching the attack name is probably my best bet, but I feel like if you're right in the middle and that attack name pops up, you're not moving out of the way.
They're back on their feet.
Unless you can dash.
They're still in it, but for how long?
Okay, we're almost in like limit break era here. Yeah, we won't need to worry about this phase too much, I think. I think we can make it through this phase. Oh, don't stand inside the circle. Okay, I guess we're fine. I'm not saying that. Sorry. You guys take the hearts. I got enough trouble as this. Alright, fine, I'll take this one. Oh, don't. Okay, you stay out. Yes, thank you. I'm staying in. We don't both need to be taking them, just in case. But really, I feel like we can probably beat this. It might be worth the LB3 this. I will be doing it very shortly if no one else does. Sorry, what? I'm power. Oh, I got 3 early. Oh, that's what that means. Okay, well, cool. There you go. It is a stun if you're not careful. I don't know how I got nicked on a 3rd. I swear I dodged it. Okay, I'm gonna wait for some healing before I get rid of my invincibility. Thank you. There we go. Finally. Oh.
Someone isn't holding back.
I feel like her transformation wasn't as drastic as Cat Lady's.
The match is decided. Victory goes to the challenger.
See, it's unfortunate because I really like this outfit as like a mage outfit, but I don't like it as a Pictomancer outfit.
It's all over. Until next time.
Alright, which one we rolling for this time? I think we can still get these. 'Cause if I remember correctly, it's like 1 per fight. Oh, I got the armor. Cool. Once per week. Gonna take a while to get this stuff up.
What a performance that was! I knew you could do it, my friend.
To think you actually managed to take Honeybee down. You're the real deal.
With this victory, you're now eligible to challenge the reigning champion of the light heavyweight division. And as eager as I am to see you claim the crown, it will take some time to make arrangements for the match. While you wait, why not find yourself a second? That is, someone who supports you by gathering information on your opponents and giving advice on your training.
What, coaching is allowed here?
But wait, if he needs a second, then please, let me do it. Those who lose aren't allowed to fight for a while, so I'm free. But above all, I'd like to see the person who defeated me defeat everyone else too.
As an active fighter, I suppose you would know your opponents better than most. If Abin is willing, then I certainly won't object.
You won't regret this. Now, if I'm to be your second, you ought to know my real name. I'm Yana. I look forward to working together. Let's head to my gym. It's a bit messy, but it's far more comfortable than in this dreary old place.
As you seem to have everything well in hand, I will excuse myself. I shall see you again when it is time for the match.
Alright, we got some savage aim. We got 6 of those. I think direct hit was the other one that's good, so I'll take some of those.
Right then, follow me. The gym isn't too far from here.
We met like 5 minutes ago and she's already taking me to her place.
Hey, aren't you Abin? The fighter who doesn't use a regulator?
So is this how we become famous in Terrell? Fucking fighting in a fight pit? Like not saving the world, not like stopping a war, just being the coolest fighter they've ever seen.
To only fight but win without using a feral soul. You're absolutely amazing. I'll be cheering you on from now on.
I was so surprised when I saw you in the ring. You're the hero who protected us from the soldiers. I've been your biggest fan ever since. You'll win your next match too, I just know it. You heartless fiend. How dare you embarrass a sweet honeybee like that? I hate you.
Ah, good. Already got my first hater. Excellent.
Enjoy this feeling while you can, new blood. You'll be begging for mercy come your next match.
I wonder who he likes.
My, the fans are quite riled up today. I understand the need to let out their frustration, but I wish they could find more productive ways to use that energy. Ah, but do excuse me. I'm something of a storyteller, and I have a keen interest in seeing how this championship unfolds. When you have a moment, I would love to ask you a few questions.
Wait, you're Black Cat. What are you doing keeping company with the bloke who just beat you? That's probably why you lost. You don't have any pride. I'd much rather watch your sister fight. Nobody put on a show like Wicked Thunder.
When do we fight Wicked Thunder? Maybe she's like round 2.
This is never ending. Let's get out of here.
Is this Dawn Trail stuff? It is. We made it to the Glitz Pit chapter of Dawn Trail. Alright, where's your gym?
Looks like we managed to slip away. Come on, the gym's just over here.
You're looking like a medieval wizard in Cyberpunk world. Made me laugh for a second. I wish I had good Cyberpunk gear, but it would require like hours and hours of grinding one dungeon again and again to get all the gear for it. Unless I can craft something, but I haven't leveled up my crafting yet. And here it is. Tri-Tails Training, home of the Alexandria's finest fighters. That being said, I'm the only one here at the moment. It's also my actual home. The first floor is where I live and the basement is where I train. And don't be shy, go on in and make yourself comfortable. Now, why is the basement where you train if this is supposed to be a gym? How are normal people supposed to get to this gym?
It's a pleasure to meet you, mister. My name is Naomi. Thank you very much for looking after my sister.
Wait, are you Wicked Thunder?
Thanking him for knocking me out, are you? Anyway, as you may have pieced together, I have two sisters. And though they're gone now, our parents were originally from Tara. They happened to be in Yassilani when the dome appeared and ended up trapped. They took up work as hunters, but they were always opposed to regulators and never wore them. And one day they went out and never came back. Truth be told, I came interested in you because you reminded me of our parents. Like them, you're averse to using souls. We, on the other hand, don't see much problem with the practice. So, at our sister's urging, we started wearing regulators after Mother and Father died. It's only because they weren't wearing regulators when they passed that we can still remember them. Whether we're better or worse off for it, I can't say. I was too little to understand when it happened, but I've heard the story from my sisters. So when I see you fight, I can't help but feel anxious. I say this knowing your stance, but won't you consider wearing a regulator in matches? If only to revive yourself should the worst come to pass.
Don't worry, I can't die. I've got another power for that.
I'm afraid you can't change people's minds when it comes to soul use, Naomi. It's a question of culture and upbringing. But rather than talk about such things, we should celebrate. You've won 2 championship matches now, Abin. This calls for drinks. We've only got energy tonics, but it's a gesture that counts, right?
Yeah, crack open a couple of Red Bulls. That's what we need right now.
You're celebrating even though you lost?
You've not cared about crafting at all. Should I care about it? I mean, crafting has its uses at high level for when you want to, like, make money. Otherwise, it's not super important. The only thing you get out of crafting, really, I would say where you are, is the ability to repair your own gear. That's it. That's like really the only benefit. There's a couple of cool collectibles that you can make with crafting at some levels. Like there's some minions and mounts that you can craft. But otherwise, crafting only has its like actual uses at max level. And anything beyond that, it's just for fun. Like the only reason you would level up crafting is just because you want to get it leveled up. Because unless you're here at Dawn Trail, like there's gonna be no point. Is that power called plot armor? Sort of, but basically, back when Heidelin was still alive, that's why we were granted the ability to, as part of the Echo that was unleashed, that was unlocked in us, that you get the power to revive yourself. Basically, Heidelin just gave you immortality because you were her chosen champion, and that power just stays with you even after you killed her.
So after what that delightful fan said outside earlier, I imagine you're curious about my sister. Her name's Eutrope, and she rose to be a top contender in the heavyweight division. She became a fighter to look after me and the uni first and foremost, but it turned out she was great at it. Hardly surprising, I suppose. She always excelled at anything she set her mind on. She was a natural at combat, and on top of that, she mastered how to wield Electrope. Hold on, I've just a thing.
She's not dead, right?
Wicked Thunder was her ring name. She harnessed the Evansteed's soul in conjunction with Electrope and could shapeshift to adapt her enemies in battle. I'm confident enough in what I can do. Eutrope herself taught me how to fight, but I could never emulate her fighting style. The thing is, she just disappeared one day without saying a word to us. You're so close to being immortalized too.
Is that the grand prize? Become an endless?
Right, you wouldn't know. All Arcadian fighters retire young. Burial soul transfiguration is just too much of a burden on the body. Those who fight to the age of 20 are immortalized in the Ascension Arcadia Hall of Fame. This comes with the privilege of moving into the luxury residences on Everkeep's upper level, where they can live out their days in comfort. Eutrope threw all of that away when she vanished. I just can't wrap my head around why. But that's enough reminiscing for now. It can't be long now before your next match, so let's head back to the Arcadion. Good luck, Abin, and please be careful.
Like, for me, the only reason I ever leveled up crafting was because I wanted to level up all jobs, so that naturally would include crafting. But yeah, like, functionally speaking... Oh, we have to go around, I see. Functionally speaking, until you get to endgame, like actual level cap, it doesn't really have a use. Unless you're really annoyed at the fact you have to go and find a repair person whenever your gear gets broken. The only other thing that you're really locked out of if you don't craft is there's like certain quests and storylines that are related to crafting. But, I mean, that's just the same could be said of all jobs at that point. There is also, I mean, I guess side content wise, if you wanted to work on, I forget what it is, but at level 80, once you beat Shadowbringers, actually no, it starts at 60, I think, you do get access to the Firmament, and that's like a whole other like side quest minigame thing that's all crafting related. And there's supposed to be a new one in Dawn Trail as well, but again, that's like level cap, so that doesn't matter.
Here we go, Abin. I'll do my best to support you as your second.
Alright, which of these do we want this time? I can't remember which one's the best. It's not Tenacity. Tenacity's apparently useless. Termination, critical hit, direct hit. Let's go for more crit. That sounds like a good one. Actually, you know what? Crit might be the best for Pictomancer because my hammer is guaranteed crit. That's like the whole point of it. Oh, that's an interesting arena. It's like an actual fight ring. We're really doing Fight Club now.
If you win this next fight, you'll become the champion of the light heavyweight division. Let's give it everything we've got. Right. Let's take a look at your opponent.
It's gonna transform into a bomb.
That there, I regret to say, is the reigning light heavyweight champion, Brute Bomber. He uses the might of the Bomb King to ignite all that he touches, but that'll be the least of your worries. He's a dirty fighter who'll do anything and everything to win. The rules be damned. Countless of his opponents have had to be carried to the infirmary. But you'll be fine, I'm sure of it. If you bested me, you can best the Brute Bomber too.
But you're not the reigning champion, so that doesn't really say anything.
Now go and blast that loathsome lout out of his own ring. Come back here to the new champion.
But this is only fight 3. What's fight 4 then? There's always 4. Alright, queue up for M3.
Or is it this way? The time has come for your title match against the Brute Bomber, who wields the explosive power of a Bomb King. Yet he did not become champion by playing by the rules, and if you're to bring this despised heel low, you must be prepared to face all that he may bring to bear. Oh shit. Yeah, my gear's noticeably low. See, that's the convenience of having leveled crafters, of course. I can just do that. And if you don't have that, well, yeah. I definitely would miss having that ability if I didn't have crafting. I ran into that situation where I neglected crafting for a bit and I had to actually go and find someone to repair things with. But everything's at 90, so I'm able to do level 100 gear. What are we looking at? 8 minutes for this. Alright, well, I guess we'll go on another short break and then come back. Why is my CPU usage up so high? That's interesting. I don't know if I like that. Why is my... Oh, you know why? Because I think I put my computer to sleep and I didn't reset OBS. That's great. Well, as long as it's not affecting stream, I guess it's fine. Okay, anyways, I will be back once we're ready for the next fight. Alright, well, these are becoming a lot faster. It only seems like the first one is actually slow. Maybe everyone's doing the fourth. Everyone's like already at the fourth. I mean, I'm the one that's late to the party here, you know, streaming this at 3 in the afternoon. Everyone was probably streaming and playing through this stuff at like 7 a.m. when the servers turned back on. Actually 5 a.m. when the servers turned back on. I thought about it. I didn't really want to do it. I figured it'd be fine if I waited. Those circles on the arena are certainly interesting. I wonder how that's going to pertain to the match.
Tonight he explodes in the ring once more. The man you love.
Oh my god. I hate it. Thanks. Oh, that's not even his face. He still has a normal face. This makes the arena look kind of small. Yeah, this arena looks kind of small. I'm a little scared of whatever this could be. Alright, I'm ready. Let's see what this guy can do. Brutal impact incoming. Is that just an attack? That's just an attack. A multi-hit attack even. Oh, that's a tank buster. Get out of there.
Even I felt that one. Oh, but the challenger's still standing.
This guy seems like he has a little more defense than the last couple fights. Oh, he's doing a repeat of the cat. Oh, it's okay. It's a little more. I see. It's not both sides. It's a single cleave. 2/3 arena. Get way over there. Yeah, if you're not way over, you're gonna get fucked. Murderous mist. This is just poison. Oh, that's ooh, oh. Well, you're a bomb. Why are you giving poison? You can Asuna that poison. Oh, okay. Maybe they just don't have Asuna. I'll take this. I'm full enough, I think. Imagine not Asunaing poison. Oh, that does... Wow. Okay. I didn't see the arrows. That's interesting. Fuses of fury. What are we doing?
Fuses are ignited. Oh, okay. I see. Find the long fuse. And then, yep, nope, do that. Yep, I don't know why I did that. I was trying to dash out of the way and I aimed incorrectly. That was great. Good. Big mistake. Okay, there we go. I figured we'll wait for the fuses and then they'd have a chance to revive. What does this mean? Banned compound detected. Is this guy using steroids?
My word, he just assaulted the referee! The scoundrel!
We're just gonna let him get away with that? Okay, get over. Oh, we did twice in a row?
A vicious blow!
I was not expecting that. Not you, I'll get over here, please. How do you even dodge two in a row like that? Like, that's crazy. You have to go from one side of the arena to the other in like a second. Okay, well, we're gonna have to do it again, aren't we? Yeah, it's a combo. Oh, he did it! Oh, fuck you! He did it on the same side! How can, you can't even, like, predict where it's gonna be because it could be anything. Oh god. What is this gonna be? Oh, I see. Oh my god! Ah! Oh my god, I can't run! Run! Oh no 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 no! Oh! I made it! Is he doing it again? He's doing it again! Holy shit! Okay, so you really just have to be on top of things, watch him, and you can't predict at all. There's no way. You just gotta be on top of things and watch him. Okay, I need to start building up my resources here again. Fuses are ignited. There we go. He's doing it again. He's doing it again. Good, I dodged it. Yeah, this is not a fight for people who have to sit around and cast things constantly. Imagine being Black Mage on this. Like, I have a ley lines, but my ley lines is way more forgiving. Oh fuck, get out of that. Alright, I'm just gonna do it now because I can. It's something. Okay, bombs. That's gonna blow us in multiple directions. Okay, they got it figured out. I don't need to do that. Oh, okay, I need to figure out where the good one is. Hope this is close enough. I am not inside my circle, so that's cool. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's the triple. Oh, yeah. Ah, I forgot that the mist is in front and a cone, or reverse cone.
They're back on their feet! What crit?
Knuckle Sandwich. It's like the most boring attack name based on everything we've seen.
They're still in it, but for how long?
I'm waiting for another cleave. I'm sure it's coming. Oh, whoops, no, no, don't do that. There we go. Oh, I hit it? Fuck. Oh, it did. Okay, well, I'm not dead apparently. Oh, I'm dead now because I had dot. My god. Okay, fuses the parade, that's more bombs, so we have a second here to charge. I took a thing, I did not hit shit. Fuck you, I'm dead. Yep. Man, I'm not touching any of those. That one I touched, obviously, but the first one I didn't. I was outside of that. That was stupid. The barrage. Okay, this is the meteors, right? Yeah, okay. So we want to go inside. Am I gonna get shoved to a good spot here? Probably. Basically. Okay, we're getting our cleave. No, we're getting the reverse. Okay, good. That's easy to dodge. Oh, okay. Y'all want to get in there? Come on, let me at least do one thing correctly. Oh, it might be... Nah, it's not time for LB3. I think we'll be okay. Well, we'll be okay. Wait for him to do anything. I'm scared of like all his attacks because they're so big. This arena is so small. I hit. Oh my god! You all see it. I'm not touching it. I must have been too far away, so I was touching it. I probably should have moved behind it. Like, I had a lot of time and I decided to cast instead of getting prepared for it. If I dashed, I probably would have been okay and I could have outsped it. Oh, there we go. Now it's time for LB3. Come on. Alright, I'm just gonna stay on the long fuse. Get over here. Oh yeah, stand right in that fuse. Good job, me. And get hit, that's good. Okay, we're done. I honestly, the last couple of fights I've been forgetting I had Holy. I've been using that when needing to move around. So what kind of weird substance was this guy using?
Victory goes to the
Because the ref was like, okay, first he punched the ref, so regardless of whatever drugs he's on, that's not cool. Second of all, is that drug thing gonna be an important plot point coming up here?
It's all over. Until next time.
Alright, we need that. We don't have any doubles, right? Yeah, so we can just need everything and hope we get something. Well, the good news is there's enough pieces to go around. Oh wait, there's only 7. Oh, there's the chance someone just doesn't get anything. I never noticed that.
You did it. You really did. Even though you beat me, I'm absolutely over the moon for you. It's truly astonishing what you can do without a feral soul. With this, you're now the light heavyweight champion. Congratulations, Abin. Now there's going to be a ceremony to officially crown you champion. All and sundry will be watching, so make sure you wear something you won't regret.
Oh shit, do I need to change? Something I won't regret, you say? Okay. Oh, I mean, I have many things that I could regret. That's the, yeah, something I won't regret. Nah, no, this is good. This is what the people recognize me, you know, it's a brand image. Gotta keep it up.
Ready, are you? Let's get you on stage for your big moment.
Piety materia, I don't need that. I just might go for more crit rate, honestly. Well, this is all level 9, so I don't even know if I'll use any of this. Termination. Maybe we'll get some more Heaven's Eye. I think that's the other good one. It's like, I think crit rate, determination, and direct hit. And I think direct hit and crit rate are critical hit are both like really important as Picto, because the hammer is like guaranteed both.
My fellow citizens, we are gathered to recognize the new champion in the Arcadion, a rising star who shot to the top of the light heavyweight division at breakneck speed. Without further ado, please give a warm welcome to the man of the hour. The unstoppable upstart, the unenhanced but unbeatable, the one and only Abinoma.
Now see, he says unenhanced, but yeah, we won't tell him. We don't need to explain. I think it's for the best. Makes us look cooler. And I think there's more people in this stadium that know who I am now than like the entirety of Eorzea.
Hold it right there.
Oh? Are you not pleased with the results of the previous match, sir?
Your victory was a farce, and I refuse to accept it.
Oh, you're saying I'm cheating? Huh, how rich.
Oh my, it appears Brute Bomber is unsatisfied with the outcome of his match. You fought with 8 of you. How is that fair? Let's settle this one-on-one, just you and me.
You want to talk about fair? It's supposed to be a one-on-one fight without your bloody Bomb King.
Shut your mouths. I make the rules here.
Whoa!
What in the world just happened?
You joke.
I don't believe it. Wicked Thunder, the heavyweight fighter who suddenly vanished, has returned.
Wait, heavyweight, as in not this round? I'll have your soul. Prepare yourself. That's a little dramatic.
What's this? Wicked Thunder has just challenged the unstoppable upstart. Alas, as much as I wish to bear witness to their clash, Wicked Thunder's license was revoked upon her disappearance. I am unable to sanction such a match.
Intriguing. Most intriguing.
This voice! It's the president!
I will allow a special exhibition match. Prepare Wicked Thunder's ring, and prepare yourself, upstart.
You heard it, folks! By permission of the president, a match will be held. Who will emerge the victor? Neoteric Witch or the Unenhanced Warrior? This is an event you can't afford to miss!
Eutrope, where have you been? Why have you come back now? I'm sorry, it's just I wasn't prepared to see my sister like that. It's a shame your big moment was spoiled, but now that the match has been decided, there's nothing for it but to prepare. As a former heavyweight fighter, Eutrope's more than a cut above everyone you've faced thus far. Even so, having seen how quickly you've climbed up the ranks to become champion, I reckon you're far from overmatched. As Nayuni mentioned, Eutrope, or rather, Wicked Thunder, harnesses the Levensteed's soul and employs Electrope in battle. Her ring's a recreation of an imaginary city designed to allow her the full use of her powers. Her bouts are notoriously so dangerous that there isn't even seating for spectators. And, while she's my sister, I'm your second. So, you go out there, Bin, and you win this. Really do be like wrestling. People coming out of nowhere and be like, you didn't win. I challenge you to a duel. In the midst of your crowning ceremony, you are challenged by none other than the electrifying Wicked Thunder, sister of Yana and former heavyweight fighter of fame. The Ascension Arcadia president has authorized a special exhibition match for this thunderous clash, and now the realm waits with bated breath, wondering who will emerge victorious. The unstoppable upstart or Neotoric Witch? I wonder if we get to fight the president at some point. Wow, that was instant. Holy, I love it. I feel like the president is probably also a fighter. I mean, how many times does that happen in wrestling? Like, they're supposed to be like the final boss of the story. I don't watch wrestling, but I mean, I know a thing or two. But don't tell me this is gonna make it take forever. Watch it like, okay. I was gonna say if it failed to matchmake, that would have been stupid. It's quite the arena. Oh, Machina. You know, with a hard CH. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, that's right. Good. Just further reaffirming that I know how to pronounce the word. First FF10, now 14 confirms it. This is a summon. Well, it's a mount in this game, but it's also a summon in FF10, actually, speaking of which.
Oh, this is quite the music.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
What you mean have my soul? Is this why you left? Stealing people's souls? You can't do that. That's not fair. We already dealt with someone who did that. I'm sure you've heard what happened to them. Sideways spark. Is that gonna be on that side? Yep. Alright. Is it gonna be on this side too? Nope. Okay, we're good.
There is no limit to Electro's potential.
What is this? Oh, it's creating things. Oh, it's making their own cleave clones. I see. Oh, another one? Okay. Standing here, waiting for it. This way. The theme of this raid series is cleaves.
Electro has many uses. Watch and learn.
What is this?
Look at that massive cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
Should I be standing in that? No, I probably shouldn't. Okay, well at least it's not a... Oh, that's probably the thing that would give you a debuff. Okay. Let's stand over here, maybe. Behind the giant cannon. It's gonna be like once that way and then like the other way, right? Yeah. Oh, it was... Okay. I thought it was two on the behind. I swear I saw it twice behind. So once in front, okay. So actually, if anything, I should be keeping the camera like this so I can see it. I hope I can avoid this phase because I wasn't paying attention to it since I was dead.
Take this.
Maybe we want more people alive to help soak up damage? No?
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! How wickedly divine.
What's this gonna be? I'm just like watching the attack so I understand how things are gonna work. Ah, okay. Yeah, you gotta stand in between them. Although the lines are still there, which makes me think it's gonna explode. Yep, there it is. And they spread the whole distance. So they should probably spread it to the sides, if possible.
And they're done. Is it over already?
Yeah, we're starting to run out of DPS here. This fight's not gonna end anytime soon. If everyone's dead. I guess they're all trying to get everyone up. Oh, okay. It's probably just a big global attack.
They're back on their feet. What great.
How's this?
Oh, thank you. Oh, that's a lot of cleaves. I might just, you know, wait this one out for a second. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now I will revive. Oh, it's still going. It's still going. That's cool. You want to heal me? Okay, cool. No, that's fine. I have a shield. I don't have healing. Yeah, this isn't going too well here. I almost say, like, wait until OB3 and then revive everyone, but...
I'll erase you.
Oh, what's this cannon? Oh, I see. That's the cannon she uses to blast the ground and destroy it. Yep, bye. Okay, I wasn't paying attention to this round. I will wait a second here till this is done. It was like, how many? Like 5 or 6? Okay, there we go. Now let's see if they are able to heal me.
But for how long?
I mean, I have to be here to soak up. I'm stealing everything. Sorry. Okay, wings again. That's an easy one to dodge. Oh. Oh, it's multiple wings now. Oh, wow, that's a good way to mix it up. Yep, okay, we're fine. Except now I gotta figure out how to dodge the rest of this. So that's gonna be cool. Oh, okay. Okay, we're fine. Oh, I can't wait to see what Savage looks like for this. I can imagine like all 4. Oh, there's a hole there. Excellent. I can imagine all 4 sides being taken up. Oh, a sandbag here maybe. There we go. Spiral in and out. I got the vulnerability somehow. Not sure how that worked.
But the challenge is still standing.
I wonder if the she's gonna have 2 cannons at some point. I would really hope not. Is this just gonna be cleave? This might just be cleaves. Cleave there, cleave there, cleave there, and cleave over here. Which some people did not. Oh, there was a 5th. There was a 5th cleave. Okay. I guess that was her own cleave. I'm dead again, yep. I mean, yeah, I'm not dodging all these attacks because I feel like I'm dodging them, but I'm actually not. But, damn. There's been a couple moments where the healers have been a little slow. But I get it, you know, they're trying to do this stuff too. It's probably a lot harder for them. Okay, behind. So left, right, left, right, right. Left, right, left, right, right. Now I'll revive. Okay, fine. Keep that on me for now. Gonna charge all my stuff up, go for a burst. Probably the worst time to do it in the world, but it's fine by me. We're just doing... She cloning herself? Possibly. Yep. I dodged it. Excellent. We're good. Oh, okay. Gotta move. Oh, it's faster than before. Oh, okay. I really got trapped on that side. Oh, the healers are down, gone. This is it. This is it. Oh, and I got this. Okay. I'll do my best to shield, but it's not gonna be a whole lot. This may require a rematch. There's a possibility this could be it. Cannon again. Okay, which side? Oh, okay, over here. Okay, I gotta make sure we watch the cannon here. Oh, we're doing stack first. Shit. Well, that's it for me. I'm a dead. Oh no, I'm not dead. Okay, we got enough oaking. Oh, that's huh. Yeah. No, that's wow. That's just a big old fuck you attack.
I cannot. I must not lose.
How the fuck would you even... You need the healers. If your healer's dead, you might as well just suicide. Just kill yourself and start over, because I don't see how you can survive this without him. Well, yeah, even the warrior died. And the warrior's like basically a healer in disguise. They're just a very selfish healer because they only heal themselves. Oh, he's done. He is so done. There is no way. There is no way. No. Man, that would have been sick. If he pulled that off, that would have been amazing. That was an insane attack. Alright, I'm ready for round 2.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Maybe she just wants her soul so she can transform. Can she even do that? Just take all the souls and transform with them all? Wasn't that like one of the things that would happen, is like you become the other person? Not just with feral souls, but I think it was like normal souls too. Okay. Keeping it nice and simple at the start here. See, I feel like we wouldn't have reached that point if there was more uptime and people weren't dying, especially me. Alright. Which side are we looking at here? Oh, this side.
Electro has many uses.
What's this one? Is this cannon time? Cannon time. Oh, it's this side. Oh, what? I didn't face that way. Why did I do that? I was facing left. Oh my god, I faced left so I could go to the left. Is it always the same side? Is it always to our left? Because I swear we were on the other side one time. I don't know how I dodged forward. I was pushing left, I was facing left. Right, left, left, right. Right, left, left. Yeah, no, right! Ah, oh, fuck, see. Okay, I think that was actually me. That one was actually me. That was not the game. Oh, the healer's already dead. Should we just, like, restart again? Oh my god. Surely these people aren't actually trying to
One needs wings.
do this. Like, there is no way. We already confirmed that there is an attack that is impossible to dodge without healers. Yeah, see that the DPS has the right idea. There you go. Even the paladin had to admit defeat, and he held out the longest.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
What side are we doing? I'm waiting. I'm watching. Left or right, place your bets. It's to the right. Then you're gonna spawn your clone
There is no limit to electro.
somewhere. Watching for it, waiting for it. There it is. Okay, which side? To the right. Probably got another one coming here. Oh, good. Oh, I was on the right side too. I could have kept casting.
Electro has many uses.
Okay, cannon time. Probably over here again. Oh, okay. Well, the healer seemed to know, so there must be like some tell to it. Was it the name of the attack? I wasn't paying attention to the name at all. Okay, right, left, right. That's it? Just 3? Okay. Okay, look at that. I was not even close when they went off. What do you mean I got hit? I was so far away from it. I moved at the same time as everyone else. I was with the group. But apparently only I got hit by it. I don't understand it.
A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
I mean, I guess it must be lag, but that's like the amount of times that happens, it's like... Tell me I'm lagging 24/7?
If one needs wings, one needs simply liquid.
Oh, wickedly divine!
Okay, it's like right here. You can't really... I don't think you can really... No, you can't really use the lines to guy in their offset. Be okay here for a few seconds. Oh, where are you guys going? You guys are going the wrong way.
Challenger went down hard.
Did I dodge it? Yes. Okay, good. See, that one I dodged. I felt like I was really late on that one. Wrath of Zeus, that is just an attack. Shadow Sabbath, okay, that's cloning. More cleave clones. Go this way. Go this way. Go this way. Go that way. And that way. Perfect. Okay, just a nice circle. Really easy when you think about it. Does Wicked Jolt the wings, or is that something else? Oh, the Wicked Jolt, I guess, was the Tank Buster. Okay, cannon again. See, that healer knows where to go, so there has to be a tell. I was looking at the name and everything. I thought it was maybe like the hand that she holds it in, the way it's aiming. I don't know. Okay. Standing right here. Left, right, left, right. And then right twice. Left, right, left, right, right. Left, right, left, and then right twice. Oh, and then move. And then move. Wait, guys, please. Spread out. For your sake.
Are they done? Is it over already?
Okay, I'm gonna charge up for a burst again. Oh, the healer's not doing too great. Okay, we're good. Okay, I'm checking to see what they're doing. Okay, wings. Probably 2 wings now. Most likely. Where are we going? Right here. Okay, going for it. That's fine. We're okay over here. Go back here for a second. Excellent. Oh, I got... Oh, I was almost banned. Abandoned my circle. Nope, going back to my circle. Oh, yeah, that was... I don't know. I was in a bad situation there.
But the challenger's still standing.
Okay, make sure it's all healed up. I think we have it finally this time. Like, we're past the point, unless like everyone dies instantly at the same time. I think we might be okay. Okay, what's this? Cleave? Yeah. Alright, so we gotta stand here for the first 2. Oh, did I do it in the wrong order? Fuck, I did do it in the wrong order. That's okay. There's only 3 of them. We're fine. Got lucky. We didn't get lucky. I didn't get lucky. Oh. Oh, here it comes. Here's the big one. We got healers this time, so we're probably fine. Jesus. Everyone's complaining about healers not doing anything. Here's your fun. Round 2 coming up soon. I'll even help out. I can pitch in. Just do as much damage as I can. Burst with everything you got. Now's the time. Finish this off. Oh, round 3. Oh my god. Holy shit. Why? What if I use Addle? Is that gonna help at all? Okay, we're still alive. Is it over? Did we make it? Oh, move! Oh my god, round 4! Holy fuck. Do the healers even have anything left? Yeah, now use the limit break. Good shit. Oh my god, finally. Only took like 4 tries.
No choice but to withdraw.
All 4 of these fights are like major furry bait.
Thunder has fled the ring. Our unstoppable upstart is victorious.
Like, you know someone was on the team that was like, yeah, I'm gonna make my OCs for this fight. They volunteered to be in charge of this fight. Like, hell yeah. Time to add all my OCs. Hey Crafter, how's it going? Alright. Oh, those healers did an amazing job. You know, once we actually got around to it. Ooh! Oh, at 86, it's pretty good! No! Damn it, I'm going to have to do this fight again. I'm going to do all these fights again, to be fair. Come on, give me something. Anything. Yeah, okay. Oh, we can get gauntlets. Perfect. Oh my god. You're safe, thank goodness. But for you to actually triumph, seems you have the stuff to succeed even in the upper divisions. I was hoping to have a word with Yucho, but she's disappeared again. There's nothing else to do for now, so let's head back to the gym. So we became the light heavyweight champions, and now we got people coming for our ass. Typical. Where's her gym? It's like way up there, right? Oh, okay, you know, I can teleport. That's what that teleport's for. They had this planned all along. You teleport up here and then you walk this way, yeah. Alright, so we're pretty much done. We got a couple more cutscenes to get through, but then we'll switch over to Phoenix Wright. The Uni will have watched the fight at home. Wonder what she thought of, well, everything. Come on, let's head in. I'm relieved you're unharmed again, but what a shock it was to see you chip again. And in that manner. Oh, there's no mystery here. She came home. Well. What are you doing here? Well, no matter. I'm not here to fight you, but to talk to my sisters. This is a public gym, lady. I'm allowed to be here. Good, because we have a mountain of questions for you. Why did you disappear without a word? What exactly have you been doing this whole time? I'll explain everything in due course. But if you want to live, Yana, you need to give up fighting right now. Why? Because if you repeatedly transfigure your flesh with a feral soul, you'll eventually develop psychocorosis, an irreversible disease which your own soul degrades. Once it's begun, it's too late. All you can do is await death, like me. So she found out that she had cancer, and then gave up fighting and ran away. This can't be true. I knew there are risks, but isn't that why the fighters are immortalized? So we can get out before it's too late? Yana, have you even met one of the immortalized? A life of comfort promised every time is just a lie woven to exploit us and cover up our deaths. But I remember them all. How can that be if they're dead? Another lie. They don't erase the memories. Rather than to new homes, the fighters are taken to a secret facility. There, the regulars are removed and they're kept in confinement until they die. Without the regulars fitted, Everkeep systems have no way of detecting their death, nor of preserving their memory. I had noticed changes to my body, so I decided to seek the counsel of the immortalized. And when I snuck into the president's office to ascertain their whereabouts, I discovered a sordid truth. This really is Glitzbit. I feared I would become another victim if I remained, and so I disappeared, began searching for a cure to the illness. Did you find one? In theory, the remedy is another person's soul, but an ordinary one won't do. No, it has to be surpassingly dense. Oh, that's why you want my soul, because my soul is actually literally denser than literally every other person's soul in the world.
Like yours, I bear no ill will, but you're my only hope of survival.
All comes back to Shadowbringers. We're literally 9/14ths of a person. Everyone else is only 8/14ths of a person.
Rather than ambush you in the city and cause a disturbance, I challenge you in the ring. Soon I would claim my prize. I knew the president wouldn't pass by the opportunity for a thrilling match. I'd become weaker than I'd realized. That's the only reason we're having this conversation now. Next time I will have your soul.
Isn't that a little selfish? Like, you take the soul and then what? What about your sisters?
Wait, Yucho, even if it's to save yourself, you can't just take the soul of another. It isn't right.
Oh. Okay, you know what? I'll just chalk that up to ignorance.
That's easy for you to say. You don't live with the knowledge that every single moment your soul is being eaten away.
Well, she does now. You just told her. Unless you forgot that she fights too. Why, is it the cops? Why are you running? Oh, it's you. Same thing.
Forgive my intrusion. I'd come to see how you were faring after your sister's sudden appearance. But I fear I've overheard something most distressing.
So you didn't know either, despite your position in Ascension Arcadia.
Had I known, I assure you I would not commentate with such enthusiasm. It was in the belief that our fighters were safe that I enjoyed my work.
There's only one thing to do. We make the truth public and stop the fights. I don't want anyone else to suffer.
Oh no, that's the worst thing we could possibly do. The President shows no mercy to those who get in his way. Should we go public with this secret, no one would be safe. Not you or me or any of the fighters. That Eutrope has kept silent, I suspect, is because she understood this.
I suppose you're right.
In hindsight, it's because he's such a ruthless man that he could cover up the disease. I believe we have but one recourse. Evan, you must rise to the very summit of the Arcadion and become the Grand Champion. You see, the Grand Champion is granted access to all the souls in our repository. While it wouldn't be the intended purpose of this privilege, you would be at liberty to release them. By thus getting rid of all the feral souls left, the fighters would no longer be at risk. With the skill you've displayed thus far, I have faith that you can do it.
We gotta prove to them that they don't need steroids to fight fair.
Good, good. Now, it would garner suspicion if I lingered too long, so I shall take my leave. If you'll excuse me.
As you'll recall, I can't fight in any matches for a while, and given what I know now, it's just as well. But I'll of course continue to support you as best I can. At the same time, the Uni and I will undertake our own search for a cure of psychocorosis. There has to be a way to save our sister without sacrificing you, or anyone else, for that matter. To be honest, I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything. I put on a brave face for it in the Uni's sake, but the truth is I'm terrified. Really glad to have you with us in this. This has become more than just a fighting competition, but for the sake of our goal, we'll have to go along with it. So, come and find me here when it's time to begin your Cruiserweight campaign.
Alright, I'll be back in like 6 months then.
Ah, there's our new light heavyweight champion. I've been most eager to talk to you, my friend. I believe a proper introduction is in order. My name is Gabbro, and I am a cartoonist, that is, a storyteller in the medium of art. Most of my works are inspired by the battles of the Arcadion, and I'd love nothing more than to chronicle the journey of the unstoppable upstart. Now, I still have a few preparations to attend to, but as soon as that is finished, I shall be most obliged to hear your tales.
Oh, he's gonna be the savage guy.
We're gonna play up all our battles and make them sound more epic than they were. Cabos works are tremendously popular in Solution 9, and the fact that he wants to make a story about you is proof of your own popularity. You could do worse than have a chat with him. What we got here? Quick Arm, Quick Tongue, Battle Dance, Piety. I guess Quick Tongue. Pick on someone your own size. Yeah, he's not even available for talking to because Savage doesn't come out for another 2 weeks. Cool. Well, I wasn't sure what kind of story they could possibly do for something like this. Figured it'd be pretty low-key, and it sounds like it still will be pretty low-key, but definitely an interesting plot. It reminds me a little bit of the Glitz Pit, and for that, I'm very excited to see more of it. But unfortunately, part 2 won't, of course, be for I don't know, that won't be till 7.2, which I think is like 8 months away or something like that, so probably, yeah, it's gonna be a while. But I mean, in the meantime, we'll get many other things. We still have the Alliance raids coming up in 7.1 at some point, which I think is like 3 months from now, or a little less maybe. And that's going to be the FF11 crossover, which is really exciting. And then, of course, all the other stuff, we'll probably play through whatever Baja equivalent we have of this expansion, whenever that starts, which probably is 7.2. So, probably no more Final Fantasy streams for a while. But, I mean, if something comes up that's cool, then, you know, there will be another stream, of course. But in the meantime, that'll be it for Final Fantasy, so we'll go on a little bit of a break here, and I will get Phoenix Wright and set up for streams, so stay tuned. Ah, I see. Good. Glad my mic was muted during that whole thing. Well, that's okay. Basically, we left off. We got to Labyrinthios. A witch is now going to attack us, according to this storyteller person who thinks he's God. And now we gotta stop said witch attack. And I mean, you know, ultimately find out what the storyteller's all about. But we don't care about that right now. We got more pressing matters to deal with. Oh, and also apparently we met some Phoenix Wright guy who's an ace baker, or so he calls himself. Right, this game also gives you a nice recap, so you know, we'll just let the game do the talking for a more detailed story here. But I'm hoping we'll be able to do this until the usual time. Figured a little longer stream was a good idea. We'll get a little more of this in, because it's a longer Phoenix Wright game than most. How's it going, Schwartz? Welcome. This fellow's able to tell us quite a bit about this mysterious town. It seemed Carmine was conducting an investigation of his own in this great archive. But what? We followed Carmine's trail and eventually found ourselves at the Great Archive. It was merely a hunch, but we believed there could be perhaps clues there that would help us solve the mystery of Labyrinthia. So now we're going to the Great Archive to do some reading. Some light reading. Let's head on over. We'll just ignore these two weird-looking bakers that have definitely lived here for a very long time.
It looks like the knights have given up searching for us. Thank goodness.
Yes, it seems you're right, Luke. From the look of things, we should be safe to explore a little more before making our way to the Great Archive. Well, I think we should just head to the Great Archive, eh? Unless you've got some puzzles for us. Oh, you don't have any puzzles.
Fox, you two. You're causing quite a bit of commotion earlier.
Causing a commotion?
Storyteller's story is always right. But I cannot abide anyone saying otherwise.
And you believe that a witch will appear and commit some foul crimes?
Of course I do. The storyteller decides everything that happens in this town. Whether folk meet with good fortune or ill, all that comes to pass is already decided in the storyteller. Whoever the victims are, they're probably up to no good on a regular basis. I spend every day as an upstanding citizen, so even if a witch does appear, I have absolutely nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. It's no use pretending I'm afraid of the witch. It's over for me.
Maybe you ought to go home as soon as you can.
Do you have any puzzles? I like puzzles. No, you have no puzzles.
Did you two see the latest story?
When you say latest, am I to assume that these parades are held on a regular basis?
You mean you don't know that? People these days, no one knows a thing. Never mind, I'm a forgiving sort. I suppose I should fill the gaps in your knowledge.
That's not very polite.
The storyteller appears in the parade before the common people whenever he writes a news story. It would be no overstatement to say that I spend every waking moment looking forward to the stories that he provides.
So you look forward to stories in which witches burn people?
What are you saying? That only happens to be the story this time. Usually the storyteller writes the most wonderful stories. That's why I thought he would give us a wonderful chapter today too. Instead, I found myself caught up in the crowd. My glasses were broken. I was bitten by a dog.
Don't feel down. Every cloud has a silver lining, so they say.
Don't feel down? Don't feel down, you say? Do I look like I'm feeling down? Bah! No way am I feeling down. If my unhappiness is to be recorded in the storyteller's pages, then so be it. Oh, sorrow. Part of me is such sweet of sorrow.
I don't think that's quite how that saying goes, but sure. Seems that not all stories are born equal.
Why do I get the feeling that a person's character might have something to do with it?
You think that the storyteller is watching everyone? Oh, it's just the birds. I thought it was like the kid.
Here we are. This is the Great Archive. Wow. It looked impressive even from a distance, but now that we're here up close, it's huge. Just looking up at it makes my neck ache.
It must have taken considerable time and manpower to erect a building of this size.
Yes, it did. This building has become something of a symbol for the town. Huh? Hey, look at that roof over there. It looks like it suffered considerable fire damage at some point. Was there a major fire or something? Huh, that was...
I've been listening for a while and I must say you two really are strange.
Oh, it's you. That roof has been like that for some time. It's certainly nothing new. Really?
If it's alright with you, could you tell us a little about it? You never cease to amaze me with your incredible lack of knowledge. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt to tell you. That damage is from the legendary fire.
The legendary fire?
Yes. Long, long ago, there was a huge fire that engulfed almost this entire town. The damage that there occurred at the time. You can see other traces of the fire around the town too, here and there. The entire town was engulfed in a huge fire? All of the townsfolk knew about it. You're probably the only ones that don't.
If the entire town got engulfed in a fire, why is there just, like, random fire damage still around? Like, did they fix, like if it's a huge fire of that size, you'd think more of the archive would have gotten burned. So why did they just not fix this one tiny roof spot? That's a little weird.
Thank you for filling us in. That certainly cleared up a few things. No problem. It so happens I had nothing better to do. It wasn't such a bad way to kill time. Anyway, I'll see you around. To think that even a building of this size could be affected by fire. A fire that spread through the town really must have been legendary.
You're certainly right about that, Luke.
Spella,
is something the matter?
Oh, no. Nothing at all.
Hey, Wings, how's it going?
Shall we make our way inside?
Alright, let's go check out this library.
Wow! There are books crammed in here from floor to ceiling.
Truly remarkable. All of these books stories?
Yes, they are. All of them. It said that these were all written by the storyteller. All of these books? But there are so many.
Excuse me, beg your pardon. Look out, gangway! I've got him. Don't worry. Piece of cake.
Phew.
Told you. No problem. Sorry to startle you, folk. I don't think there was anyone here. That's all right. It's lucky that you didn't drop any books.
I don't think I've seen anyone carry so many books at once. Aren't they heavy?
I love books, so I feel like a mother carrying her baby. If you love books too, why not carry a few with me?
I do love books, but I don't think I could carry that many.
You obviously don't understand the true enjoyment of books. Embracing books, being buried in books, the feel of books, the smell of books. Listening to the sound of the pages turning, gazing up on books piled high. Being surrounded by books and playing with them. That's how to enjoy books.
I'm not sure I totally agree. Dewey?
That voice! That's a speller, isn't it? Oh! Here we go again. Please, remain calm. You wouldn't want to drop those books.
Just leave it to me. See? All under control. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you like that. Dewey, we've come here to find a book about magic.
Magic?
I should have known. That is, never mind.
Well, if it's magic that you're interested in, then might I suggest the Grand Grimoire? The Grand Grimoire, you say? We'd like to borrow that book if we may.
Well, you'll need Miss Mystia's permission. Are you sure you want to borrow it? Absolutely! We're very interested in magic. It's of his spellers interested in magic. So these two must also be.
Uh-oh! Whoops! No!
I'm losing them! Silence! Silence in the library! The Great Archive was founded for those in the noble pursuit of knowledge. I must ask you to be a little quieter, please. Dewey, as a budding librarian, I would have you thought that you would have known better. I'm sorry, Miss Mystere, but these people say they want to borrow the Grand Grimoire. Did you say the Grand Grimoire? You're... Spella Cantabella. You of all people must know the significance of the Grand Grimoire. It is an important piece of literature which can only be viewed by learned persons of significant status. It's not like I could just give my permission to whoever asks for it, you know? I understand that, but this man... I'm sorry, but rules cannot be changed. The request is all mine. The book could prove indispensable for my investigations into magic. And you are... Excuse me, but may I ask your name? I'm Herschel Layton. I'm investigating this town. You could say I'm a traveler, so to speak. A traveler? I'm afraid I've never come across such a profession. I suppose we can return to that later. My name is Riddell Mister. I'm a librarian, as well as curator of the Great Archive. And I am therefore responsible for all pieces of work here, including the Grand Grimoire. I'm afraid that no matter what your profession or who you are, it is beyond my authority to lend you the Grand Grimoire. It is simply against the rules. The rules? Could you make an exception for us?
Luke, please, leave this to me. Early Phoenix Wright. Yeah, I was streaming Final Fantasy XIV, and I thought it was going to take longer. So I started Final Fantasy, like, really early, because, like, new content came out today, so I wanted to get that done. But I didn't want to, like, shaft Phoenix Wright or anything. So I thought, well, if I stream 14 early, then, you know, maybe I can finish in time for the usual Phoenix Wright start. But it turns out, didn't take anywhere near as long to do the 14 stuff as I thought it would. I mean, it's not that early. I think I would have been more shocked if I finished it even earlier. This is like kind of sort of on the earlier side of my estimations for how long it would have taken. I can understand you're unable to show this book to just anyone. However, as you yourself just said a moment ago, the Great Archive was founded for those in the noble pursuit of knowledge. And I am currently very much in the pursuit of knowledge regarding magic. Perhaps you would consider letting me at least peruse the Grand Grimoire? Only learned persons of significant status, and in particular, Inquisitors, are permitted to refer to the Grand Grimoire. Inquisitors? Those who administer justices in this town, Knights of Wisdom as they are known. Only somebody with equal status to that of an Inquisitor, or with the same level of wisdom, would qualify. So if I could demonstrate the required level of wisdom, then I would qualify. You certainly are a persistent gentleman. Very well. Let's see what you make of a trial. This trial has been used in the past to test the ability of aspiring Inquisitors. If you are able to clear this trial, then I will acknowledge that your wisdom matches that of an Inquisitor. If you cannot achieve this, then as curator of the Grand Archive, I will lend you that book. Splendid. Then by all means, do begin.
You certainly have some confidence. Let's see if you can live up to it. Do you think you can pass this trial, at which so many hopefuls have stumbled? See what you can do with this.
Alright, what kind of puzzle are we doing? Make your way through the maze of strange clocks and to the goal. You can only move in the direction of the clock hands. With each step you take, the clock hands will rotate 90 degrees, so take care. Okay. So let's see. Okay. I'm gonna say we want to go to... Well, no, wait. If we go right, and then down... No, actually that'll work, because it'll be... Yeah. Then if we go that way, that's gonna let us go straight. And then down. But then we're gonna have to go... No, this should work. Okay, no, that won't work. Can we undo? Yes, we can undo. Okay. There we go. That's all I need to do. One mistake. Almost had it first try.
Allow me to show you my puzzle-solving skills. That was indeed an intriguing puzzle.
Success! You've proven that time truly doesn't stop for anyone.
How can this be? That hardly seemed a challenge for you. Who are you? And how did you do that so effortlessly?
More importantly than who I am, there's one thing of which I am certain.
And that is every puzzle has an answer. So do I qualify? Not so fast. Do you really believe that my permission can be obtained as easily as that? Yeah, because you said it could. That was no more than a preliminary trial. To separate the wheat from the chaff. Now, for the real trial, even a man of your caliber should find this challenging. This trial will have your eyes rolling and your head spinning. Miss Mystere, I've never seen you get this excited. Silence! Be quiet, Dewey. Sorry. I assume it's safe to predict that this will not be quite so simple. This will put an end to that overconfidence. Prepare to lose your mind in this mind-bending puzzle. It's the same puzzle. Okay. Oh. What are we doing now? Make your way through the maze of strange clocks to get to the goal. Everything rotates. However, note that the clock hands on the purple clocks appear to rotate 3 times the speed of regular clocks. Better watch your step. Before I forget, I must warn you, you no longer have the luxury of undoing the move. One teeny tiny miscalculation, and it's game over. I hope you don't mind. Alright, no more undo. That's fine. I don't need it. Okay, so we're forced to go to the right twice no matter what. That's good to know. Now, if we go down, we're going to be forced to go to the left, and then we'll get stuck. So we can't go down. Because if we go down, that clock on below us is going to rotate to 9 o'clock. But by that point, these hands will be facing the wrong way. Oh no! They'll be facing the right way, so we could go down. But then the other hands... I'm just trying to like plan ahead here. These hands down here are going to be going vertical to here, horizontal to here, vertical again. We could go down, actually. But then we're going to get stuck. Because these are going to be left, up, right. No, actually, we're not going to get stuck. There we go. We can get through this. Go that way. Then if we do this again, it's going to go there, there, there. We can still go to the right as a result. Then we're going to be forced to go up if we go right. Or if we go up now, then we're stuck to go left, and that's not going to be good. So let's go up. That's fine. Because then we can go back down. And there we go. Now that was first try.
I've already seen
I don't need no
answer.
undo button.
You should expect no less from a gentleman.
You made it! The last minute change to the rules of the maze was clearly not enough to catch you out. How? My mind-bending puzzle! You didn't lose your mind, or on the contrary, you found a solution. That's just impossible! Oh, my glasses! My book! Don't look at me! My glasses, let me put them on! Just a moment! That's better. I apologize for a moment there, I lost my composure. But to see my trial cleared like that, it seems I underestimated you, sir. It was a fascinating puzzle. No more than I expect from the curator of the Grand Archive. I find your confidence rather disconcerting. I hope someday to have the pleasure of showing you a puzzle that will make those little round eyes of yours spin in your head. But nevertheless, a promise is a promise. I hereby grant you permission. The special viewing room containing the Grand Grimoire is located on the first floor. As I'm sure you're already aware, that book is of unparalleled importance. By no means may it be treated with anything but the utmost care.
Of course, Miss Mystere. Thank you for granting me permission.
Well then, shall we proceed to the special viewing room? I shall have to accompany you since the room is locked. You did it, Professor! You cleared both trials in one fell swoop! That was especially amazing, Mr. Layton. It's well known that Miss Mystere is an avid collector of puzzles. And I've heard that the puzzles she presents are always very difficult to solve.
I see. So there are collectors of puzzles in this place, too.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Nothing important. Right then. No use waiting around. Let's go and take a look at the Grand Grimoire.
Right you are, Professor.
Let's go see a special book. Must be very special indeed. If it has to be locked in a room.
This is the special viewing room. I'm sure gentlemen such as yourself will understand. But seeing as this is a special room not open to the general public, I must insist that you all be on your best behavior. Wow, this room feels so grand and elegant. It's my first time in here too. I must admit I feel a little nervous.
It certainly does give some indication of the importance of the book being kept here. That book in the center must be the Grand Grimoire.
This is incredible. It's crammed with information about magic. People say it's the magic used by the witches. If that's so, then the magic we saw in London must be here somewhere too.
That may well be true, Luke. A tome as thick as this must surely contain such information.
Finding it is a bit daunting though. Huh? What's this? Professor, this page is different from the others.
What is this?
This page isn't about magic at all. Something about it makes me feel uneasy.
Luke, this page. It appears to be addressed to someone, don't you think?
Oh, you mean like a message? Let's read it, Professor.
From a time long ago, the ancient flame has been locked in an infinite vault of books, waiting for the awakening. When the sun and moon watching over the sage swap places to show their true form, the door to the past will open. Once a person of perspicacity has fulfilled the challenge, the door will be open. Until then, I will wait for the time of the awakening. Is that from the author of the grimoire? Or just some scoundrel vandalizing the poor books of this library? That fiend.
What is this? How can this be? Why is this in here? How did someone think like this get into the Grand Grimoire? It's just not possible. I can't understand it. No one entered the special viewing room before you came here. And whenever someone enters this room, I always accompany them in this way. So, that means that page must have changed at some point, doesn't it? Could that really be possible? Perhaps with some kind of device.
Or magic, you know, I mean, magic exists after all. Could just be that.
Unthinkable. There's only one key to this room, so no one can enter without being granted my permission. I assure you it's true, on my honor as a curator. But then, how can anyone have done this?
Luke, I believe we both know who might be capable of such an act.
Eh? You mean witches, don't you? Witches?
We don't know yet who changed that page, but the more important matter is what's written here. The infinite vault of books mentioned here presumably refers to the Great Archive, which implies that there is a secret of some sort hidden within the library.
Professor, what about this part? A person of perspicacity. Well, I believe that could be referring to Carmine. Came here regularly to investigate. So it's certainly somewhat likely, which means our next objective is to find the answer that he was looking for. It's a bit of a spooky message. But if we can open this door to the past, then we'll surely be one step closer to solving this mystery. Just a moment, please. I'm the curator here, and I won't be allowing you to investigate anything without my permission. So you mean we can't investigate? Not at all. I'm simply insisting that you allow me to accompany you. There should be no doors in this library that I don't know about. And even if there is something hidden somewhere suggested by this message, it's my duty as curator to know what that is.
I completely understand, Miss Mystère. We can only benefit from your presence. Now then, how about we all make our way back to the entrance? Let's think about where this door could be from there.
Mystery is afoot.
This reminds me of that scene in, what was it, Indiana Jones 3, when they were in the library. We're gonna find like a giant X on the floor that we have to smash open.
But Professor, supposing there is a door, that message is such a puzzle in itself. Did you think it'd be difficult to find? You may be right, and this library is so large. Finding anything will surely take a great deal of our time.
No, I think not. You're both missing something here. I believe we may well know what is meant by the words in this message.
Eh? Really, Professor?
Yes, if you'll just remember the wording. From a time long ago, the ancient flame has been locked in an infinite vault of books, waiting for the awakening. When the sun and moon watching over the sage swap places to show their true form, the door to the past will open. Once a person of perspicacity has fulfilled the challenge, the door will be open. Until then, I will wait for the time of the awakening. If you'll both take a look around this room, you'll notice we're surrounded by books. There's probably nowhere else in the library with more books than there are right here.
There are books all extending all the way up. We're completely surrounded by them.
And the key to opening the door is the sun and moon watching over the sage.
But what could that mean? There are no windows, so no light can come in from the sun or the moon.
Precisely, which means it is not the real sun and moon that are being referred to here. And they are located where they can watch over the sage. In other words, behind. Perhaps you have already realized to whom the sage is referring. Right then, let's find this sun and moon watching over the sage and open the door. Maybe these statues? No? Okay. Wait. What about back here?
What's that? It's a sun and moon construction. Oh! So the sage must be...
That's right. The sage of this library refers to the curator. And this sun and moon construction is located right behind her seat. So that's what the sun and moon watching over the sage was referring to.
And when the sun and moon swap places, the true form will be shown. And the door to the past will open. So all we need to do is work out what that means. But what does it mean by their true form?
Well, if we interpret it at face value, it would suggest that we are currently seeing their untrue form. Have a look at this. There seems to be some sort of mechanism in place.
Professor, if you look closely, there seems to be a puzzle hidden here.
God damn it, of course there is. No one's bothered to solve this? Sun and the moon. There are two tiles on each side with an image of the sun and the moon. Maneuver the tiles so that the sun and the moon swap sides. Yellow devil in puzzle form. Okay. Slide them around. Try and rearrange the pieces.
Huh. Actually, no, this is gonna work. Let's do this here. Let's put that one over there. Get another one of those in there. Wait, no, we'll do this first, I think. Okay, so we got pretty much, well, there we go. Now we got everything over. Well, kind of. No, I need to do this first. There we go. Okay, now we have everything over. It's just a matter of rotating everything as we see fit. Like so. And same with this side. Wait, yeah, like that. And then like... Nope, not like that. Wait, no, okay, there we go. That's what I was trying to do. I was like, how is this gonna work? Oh, I did it wrong, because I want to put this one on first, because we need to finish that side first. And done. 92 moves. I'm sure that could have been done in less.
Myself. That was indeed an intriguing puzzle.
The mysterious library puzzle is solved, but just what will happen next? Okay, well, it's no X on the ground that we smashed through, but it's basically the same thing.
Professor, there's a stairway. Who would have thought that there could be anything like this hidden here?
The ancient flame has been locked in an infinite vault of books. I just wonder what we'll find down there.
An entrance to a basement below the Great Archive.
Am I right in thinking that you knew nothing of this stairway's existence?
That's right. And if I, as curator, knew nothing of it, then surely no one else could. It's hard to believe that a secret such as this could have been hidden here all this time. Who could have possibly left such a message?
It might be wise not to let anyone see what has been revealed here.
I agree. I'll be back as soon as I've asked the other visitors to leave the building.
Shouldn't we have done that beforehand? What were we expecting would happen? Well then, are you both ready?
You betcha. Let's go, Professor. You too, Espella. Okay then, Luke.
This place appears to be some sort of historic site.
It's amazing to think that a place like this could exist under the library. I wonder when it dates from. Huh. That mural. It can't be. This wall painting is a bit scary, isn't it? A monster attacking a burning town.
There's also a woman hurling fire. I suppose she must be a witch?
That woman is the Great Witch.
Miss there.
This certainly doesn't bode well. A painting of the Great Witch here.
Do you know anything about the witch in this painting?
You don't know of the Great Witch? Can that be possible for a man of your learning?
Well, that's...
Never mind. I'm sure you must have your reasons. I don't wish to pry.
I appreciate that. Would you mind perhaps telling us a bit about this witch?
The woman in this painting is the Great Witch Bezella. And this painting depicts the infamous legendary fire that she caused.
The legendary fire?
She is the witch in charge of all witches, whose very existence poses the greatest threat known to Labyrinthia. The Great Witch, Bezella, cannot be considered the same as the other witches. she is the root of all Labyrinthia's woes.
But I thought the storyteller wrote everything, so wouldn't he be the root of all Labyrinthia's woes? The Great Witch Bezella. What do you mean by the root of all of Labyrinthia's woes?
The reason for all of Labyrinthia's suffering at the hands of witches lies in the very existence of the Great Witch Bezella.
Would you mind elaborating?
The Great Witch Bezella is the source of all of the other witches. As long as she exists, there will be no end to other witches. While the Great Witch Bezella is with us, townspeople will forever live in fear under the shadow of witches.
Why doesn't the storyteller just, like, write, all witches suddenly die, including the Great Witch Bezella? The end. I guess he likes a little drama in his stories.
So you mean that if there was no Great Witch, there would be peace? No Great Witch. That's easy enough to say. But while all of the knights have been searching for Bezella, nobody has ever been able to find her. There are very few clues, and no one has ever seen her in person. Nevertheless, the Great Witch Bezella is undoubtedly present in Labyrinthia.
How can you be so certain?
Because her deep claw marks can still be seen throughout the town. Claw marks? You must have all seen them too. The traces of that fire when you entered this library.
Ah, yes. There was a part of this building that had suffered noticeable damage.
Bezella is a fearful witch who has all other witches doing her bidding. Long ago, this town was reduced to ashes as a result of her fiery magic. Reduced to ashes? Must have been, let me see, 100 or so years ago. It was on the very evening of the Fire Festival, held every year in honor of the Great Witch Bezella. The Great Witch's fury was unleashed without warning, as the entire town burned.
What, she want, like, everyone to pay tribute to her? They had a festival in her honor? That's terrible.
That was the legendary fire. Every person in this town knows about it.
The legendary fire.
The rebuilding of the town was a long and arduous process, and all the while, Bezella must have been watching and laughing from the shadows. That's awful! Even now the legend of long ago continues to cause real suffering amongst the townsfolk. To think that a painting of that fearful witch could be right here in the basement of my beloved library! What is it doing here of all places? There's nothing for it. I'll just have to have this room sealed shut. Please, let's keep the existence of this room strictly between ourselves, for the good of the people. As for me, I shall do my best to forget all about this hidden room. I'm afraid I'd rather not remain in here a minute longer. It's time I start closing up the library for the day. Well, I can't help but feel we've done something wrong.
Luke, do you recall the words towards the end of that message?
Do you mean until then I will wait?
That's right. When we opened this door, or rather, when we were guided towards opening this door, I could sense someone else's will at work. It's almost as if our following Carmine and coming to this library. It all had been planned out in advance.
Surely you don't mean that we were beckoned here by the Great Witch Bezella? Bezella.
Huh? Is something the matter? Are you feeling all right, Espella?
Yes, I'm fine, really.
Espella?
Yes? What is it?
It's just that, well, you've been so quiet.
Oh, it's nothing. It's just that this room... It's a little chilly, don't you think?
The atmosphere is a bit sinister, not to mention that scary picture. Maybe it's about time we made a move from here?
Yes, indeed.
I mean, we wouldn't want to get sealed down here anyway, right? Those words at the end of the message. I will wait. What if we weren't meant to be the ones being called here? But then who would be called here? Carmine had been visiting the Great Archive to investigate one of Labyrinthia's secrets, that secret being the ancient remains found hidden in a room beneath the library. Who could have thought that the secret Carmine was after was the mirror of the great witch Bezella and her library? Hidden beneath the Great Archive were ancient remains in which was enshrined an ominous wall painting depicting the town being consumed by fire. When was this painting created, and by whom? Was it by chance that we found this wall painting, or were we in fact led to it by someone? Well, I imagine we were led here by whoever wrote in that book. But that seems like a whole nother mystery.
Phew. It's much more relaxing here, isn't it? It felt so intense and claustrophobic down there. Yes, it certainly did. Today's been full of surprises. Not only did I meet up with you two again, but we also found that mirror in the library. It seems that this town really does hold a mysterious secret, doesn't it? What shall we do now?
I'd certainly like to learn more about this magic. We've been in here for quite some time. Must be getting late. It's probably best if we wind up our investigating for today and take a rest. You must both be feeling tired.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I'd be happy to do a little more investigating with you two. But I have an errand to run before it gets too late. I'm still up for investigating further. Whatever the puzzle, I'm ready to solve it. Luke, I could hear your tummy rumbling from here just now. Well, I can't pretend I'm not a little hungry. You haven't arranged accommodation yet. Why don't you both stay at the bakery? There's room for free. There's a room free, so I'm sure it'd be alright. And Mrs. Eclair would love to have you. What do you say?
Well, if you put it like that, we'd be delighted to stay. Thank you, Espella.
Oh, there's all that delicious bread, too. I'm looking forward to it already. Professor Layton, do you have to be going?
Yes. Sorry for all the trouble we put you to.
Not at all. Although I still can't get used to there being a secret room under the library. It's been a while since I last met someone capable of solving my puzzles. And as I promised, you have my permission to borrow the Grand Grimoire. If you have any need for it in the future, please do drop by and let me know.
Thank you very much, Miss Mister. It's been a pleasure.
Oh, there's just one more thing. I have all of Labyrinthia's puzzles stored here in this library. As you continue with your investigations here in Labyrinthia, there will likely be puzzles that you cannot solve or which you do not find. Such puzzles will come to me. Anytime you wish to solve such puzzles, just visit me and I will show them to you.
Puzzles that we cannot solve or do not find, you say? Very well. I look forward to seeing you again.
I'll be waiting. Please take care on your way home. It's already become dark out there. And if I remember rightly, the storyteller's latest story did mention the evening.
You take care too. Till we meet again, Miss Mister. And we got the Grand Grimoire. So that's the lady you go to if you miss any puzzles, because Layton games often have missable puzzles that are in areas that you can't go back to, or things change and puzzles are no longer being offered. So you can't truly miss every puzzle in the game, fortunately. But if you're trying to like find them all right off the bat, then yeah, sometimes that can happen.
Wow, it's already this dark out here. I didn't realize we were in there so long.
Looks as if it must have been raining up until a moment ago. The ground is still wet.
Yes, and that reminds me of what Mrs. Eclair was saying before we left. She said you might want to hurry. Looks like it might rain at any time. Let's get a move on. You too, Isabella. Hey, where is she?
Well, she had to run an errand. That's strange. She's not here. I wonder where she could have gone.
Perhaps she's still in the Great Archive. Slowly does it, step by step. Oh, are you two still here? Can you let me through? I have to lock up. Hello, Dewey. Have you seen Isabella? If you're looking for Isabella, she left while you were still talking to Miss Mystere. Eh? I wonder why. She said something about having to buy some milk, even though it was still raining.
Ah, yes. I do remember Mrs. Eclair asking her to get some milk for the bakery.
It was raining, you said. Yes, it started raining about the time you all went into that library basement. When Isabella left just now, it did look as if the rain was about to stop. Ah, yes, she left a message for you. She said to go back without her. But she'd have to go alone, especially in the dark. I'm sure she'll be fine. If it's only milk she needs, then she can get it at the market. It's not that far, so she should be back soon. If anything, I'd be more worried about you two being the ones in danger. You know, in the story it said that there were 2 companions.
But if we split up, then there's only 1 companion. Ha! Big brain.
If your work here is finished, I suggest you both go home. I don't want you to get caught up in anything.
Luke, why don't we head back to the bakery and wait for Isabella there?
I suppose so. I guess she'll be alright, right?
Alright, let's go home. Maybe we can have some nice freshly baked bread.
Professor, I smell freshly baked bread. I wonder if that could be Mrs. Eclair's work. Let's go inside.
Yes, we could. Although we could also take a walk around the town at night. If there's nothing else you'd particularly like to see, perhaps we should head back in. Could there be other stuff? I mean, it's telling us that there could be puzzles here. Why don't we just take a quick little peek? It says there's no hidden puzzles, so we're probably fine. I'm gonna trust the counters at the top of the screen. Maybe my definition of hidden puzzles isn't the same as the game's, but I would imagine it probably is.
Evening, gents. Isn't Isabella with you?
Do you know Isabella?
Do I know her? There isn't a person in this town who doesn't know Isabella. I didn't realize she was so famous. I've known some ignorant people, but you two really take the biscuit. If you knew her better, then I doubt you'd be spending so much time with her. What's that supposed to mean? Isabella's a lovely person. I don't know how you could say that. Personally, I don't enjoy talking about her in that way either.
Well, I guess any famous person would have their haters. Oh, I guess we could go down here first. Check out that nice, freshly baked bread.
Welcome back. I've prepared the evening meal already. Wow, it looks great. Hang on, where's Isabella?
I'm afraid we were separated when she went to get that milk. Has she not come back yet?
Oh dear. Maybe I was asking too much of her.
My apologies. I should have stopped her had I the chance.
It's nothing you need to worry about, Mr. Layton. That girl knows her way around. I'm sure she'll be back soon. Let's go ahead and eat while waiting for her. I love it when we all get to eat together. Meals are much more enjoyable that way. I've never had bread and jam that tasted this good before.
Hope Isabella gets back soon.
Oh yeah, you guys went to check out the Great Archive with her, didn't you?
Did you find what you were looking for? Well, it's a bit of a mystery, really. What do you mean? In truth, we went there to investigate the mystery that is Labyrinthia. However, what we found instead was quite the puzzle. Oh, right. A puzzle, huh? You know, I get the impression puzzles are pretty popular in this town. Do you not know what a puzzle is, Nick? Not that I know exactly. Well, we spent all our time baking. It's not really the kind of thing we're supposed to know about, I guess. Indeed. It appears the two of you are a little unsure about the concept of puzzles. Say, Mr. Layton, do you think you could give us a little Puzzles 101 crash course? I'm kind of curious. It would be my pleasure, Miss Fay. But rather than explaining it in words, I believe actually trying your hand at a puzzle would be far more rewarding. Here, I'll give you both a simple example to think about. Now then, here we have two long loaves of bread placed side by side. You'll notice that they form the number 11. Do you see what I mean? Oh yeah, I get it. So that's what a puzzle is. Not quite, Miss Fay. Puzzle's what follows next. What I'd like you to try is, I'd like you to see if you can change this into a number lower than 11. A number lower? So how about if I take one of the loaves? However, the one condition is that you must add another loaf of exactly the same type. You need to add another loaf? Even though we add a loaf, the number has to be lower. I think I'm beginning to see what you mean by puzzle. Wait, I think I've got it. I may just be a baker, but I bet I have the right answer. If I place the extra loaf sideways like this, then 1 minus 1 equals 0. Oh, give me a break, Nick. That's totally the letter H. We're trying to solve a puzzle here, not win a spelling bee. Oh, come on. I can't be the only one that sees 1 minus 1, right? Right? Turning it into a matter of arithmetic is certainly an interesting approach. You, think so? Most certainly. That's precisely the kind of flexible thinking needed for solving puzzles. Now, let's think again. Take a seat and leave this to a pro, Nick. How about this? You just take this new loaf and... ta-da! Now that's 1 minus 1. That looks even less like a minus sign. Hey, eating is cheating. Really? Because it feels more like winning to me. You're full of surprises, Miss Fay. I didn't expect that kind of innovation. I solved the puzzle and enjoyed the bread. Win-win, baby. But didn't Mr. Layton tell us at the start that we need to add another loaf of the exact same type? Huh? Seriously? That's right. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't accept this as a solution to the puzzle. Well, alright, but is there really another better solution? Well, what do you think? Can either of you figure out a different solution? Drawing a blank. I guess this kind of thing just isn't for me. You both came up with such creative answers, I'm sure you'll be solving puzzles in no time. But now it's time for the solution. The important thing in this puzzle solution is the angle of the loaf that is added. If the new loaf is placed upright, like so... Wow, you can't place it like that! How is the loaf even balancing? Oh, I get it. It's the number 1.1, right? Hey, that's right. That's a lot lower than 11. Exactly. When solving puzzles, there's never just one correct method. It's essential to think flexibly and try many means to solve it. Sometimes critical thinking is the key to success. Right, I see what you mean. These puzzles are really something else. Well, if I see another puzzle like this, I'd still rather eat my way to a solution. You know, I don't think I'm cut out for brain-busting bread puzzles like this. I'll stick with good old regular bread, thanks. That's because we're ace bakers. I guess we're better suited to using our hands than our heads. Is that so? In truth, I can't help but feel you're both a little out of place as bakers, if you'll pardon my saying so. Naturally, I won't force puzzles upon you. But if either of you should be interested, I would heartily recommend giving puzzle solving a try. Professor, right now there's something else we all need to try. Mrs. Leclerc's freshly baked bread is getting cold. And I'm sure it tastes better hot. Oh dear, so it is. You know how I can get when it comes to puzzles.
Well, young man, I must say it's a pleasure to have someone show such appreciation for my baking. When it comes to your bread, Mrs. Eclair, there's no limit to how much I could eat. Luke! You shouldn't have said that. My. Aren't you a darling? Well then, in that case, I suppose I'll just have to bring out my special reserve. Hold on a moment. I'll go and fetch it. Right. I think it's time I started preparing tomorrow's bread. Oh, yes, me too. I'm sure it must be that time already. Professor, what was that all about? I'm not entirely sure, but I do seem struck by a sudden sense of impending doom. Sorry to have kept you waiting. There you go. Have at it. But be warned, I won't take kindly to any leftovers. This is a trap. Luke just walked into a trap. Whoa, this loaf. Wait, where did those two go? Miss Maya, Mr. Wright. Luke, it would appear that we have been left to tackle this particular task alone. Did they actually eat it? Phew, I'm stuffed. I believe this must be the most bread I've ever eaten in my life. Wait a sec. I've just realized we finished eating, but Isabella still isn't back yet. She went to the market, didn't she? Perhaps we ought to go and... Oh my, customers at this late hour? I'm sorry, but we're closed.
What's him? That's the man over there. So, he's the one, is he?
Just a minute. Who do you think you're doing barging in here like this?
Stand aside, madame. Was a matter of urgency.
What are you going to do?
You there, porcupine head. You're coming with us.
Huh? Porcupine head? You don't mean me, do you?
Who else in this room fits that description?
Certainly, you would appear to be alone on that particular front. I wish I had a top hat too right about now.
Put off your idle chit-chat. Time to get going.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, it should be quite obvious. You're coming to the court, of course.
A summons? What did he do? The court? This poor baker is about to get tried in court. For what? Baking bread? Mr. Wright, what did you do? Yeah, Nick, what did you do? I didn't do anything. The only thing you could accuse me of is baking bread that's too good to eat.
What's the man's not the one who's on trial?
In that case, why is Mr. Wright being made to go to the court?
Why, simple. Because this girl has requested him, of course.
Girl? What girl?
Well, naturally, the girl facing trial for this evening's crime. Why, hideous witch. This Spella Cantabella, no less.
Well, that was certainly a turn of events. No wonder she was back so late. She was out committing crimes. Typical. Teenagers. Out committing crimes instead of buying milk. Oh, apparently we've missed a whole bunch of puzzles. Ah, well. We can go check them out later, maybe. I guess there were hidden puzzles. Maybe talking to people doesn't count as a hidden puzzle. Maybe that's just like normal puzzles. Hey, there's the milk. Now in true
Phoenix Wright fashion, we get to see how the crime was committed. And we all get to see that Espella didn't do anything.
We don't want to hurt you, all right?
Yeah, we just want your money, that's all.
And you'll give it to us, won't you, without any fuss?
Whoa! What? Is there something you want to tell us, Espella? You know, I thought everyone was just being mean to her, but I guess she actually is a witch. I mean, how else would one perform magic like that? What is this place? This room is lit, but it's still somehow dark, and the atmosphere feels heavy. Nick, what are we doing in a place like this? How should I know? We're just a couple of bakers, but I don't think they brought us here to make bread. Yikes. Is it me or is that guard staring daggers at us right now?
Mr. Wright, Maya. Espella, what exactly is going on? I'm sorry, I was the one who sent for you both.
You sent for us?
I'm being put on trial.
Wait, what? What happened?
I don't know, I just don't understand what's going on. I didn't do anything wrong. I couldn't possibly murder anyone.
Murder?
I beg you, Mr. Wright. Please, I need your help. Just one more time.
Huh? You need my help? What could I possibly do? Spell it, I'm just a baker. The only thing I know about law is how not to get on the wrong side of it. Want to see my Sesame Street fanfic? What? Where the hell is this coming from? Sesame Street fanfic. That's the first I've heard of anything like that. I didn't know people were writing Sesame Street fanfics. What characters do you ship? Actually, no, forget I asked.
Wait, hold on a sec. Espella, what did you just say? You said you needed Nick's help just one more time.
One more time?
I'm not quite sure myself, but when the knights came and took me, a vision suddenly appeared in my mind. It was Mr. Wright. He was fighting for me, defending me. That brave blue figure. It was clear as day.
I was fighting for you? Spell it, what the fuck did those knights do to you? How badly did they hit you on the head? No way, that's impossible. I mean, it's like I already said, I'm just a baker. I have a hard enough time rolling dough, let alone defending someone in court. It's not smut. That's what they say about all fanfics. Alright, fine, link it. I'm not reading it on stream though, most likely. Unless it's like 3 sentences long. We got enough reading to deal with as it is.
I thought the same thing too at first, but I don't think that's quite true. You and Maya at some time somewhere. You helped me. You fought for me as a defender.
A defender?
What's wrong, Nick?
Wish I knew, Maya. But hearing Espella mention a defender, I can't help but feel something inside of me just burning at the mention of it.
Accused! Defender! It is time. Head forth, you two.
Head forth?
Where are we going exactly?
To the courtroom, in which today's trial will be taking place. The Chamber of Fire.
Chamber?
A fire?
Make haste! For about a moment later, guilty verdict will be delivered immediately.
What? No way. Mr. Wright, I'm truly sorry, Mr. Wright. I know this is also sudden. It's a lost cause, isn't it?
Well then, let's head inside, Isabella. Huh? This overwhelming pressure. It feels so familiar somehow. Almost like deja vu. Mr. Wright. Let's go, Maya. We'll get a better idea once this trial gets underway. Alright, let's do it, Nick. So a baker is gonna defend a potential criminal in court. That sounds like a terrible idea.
It's like an oven in here.
I will now pronounce the verdict. This court finds the accused guilty of being a witch.
That court says you're a witch. You're a witch. Bye-bye.
Witches are to be cast straight into the hellfire!
What?
Would it be more effective
This is the witch's court.
if they didn't, like, cover the cage in metal? And, you know, just let the person, I don't know, burn? So, how you feeling, Nick? I'd forgotten what this felt like up until now. Huh? The butterflies in my stomach, and tension so thick you could slice it with a knife. All of these feelings. These are all the feelings I'm definitely familiar with. Anyway, we're here to fight for Espella, and get her out of this place. That's right.
The court is now in session for the trial of Espella Cantabella. Defender.
Yes, Your Honor?
Yours is a face I've not seen in any past trials. But no matter. Start by stating your name, Defender.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Phoenix Wright, Ace Baker.
A baker?
A baker.
I asked him to come, my lord. I want him to represent me. This court dictates that the accused is free to assign a defender of their choosing, my lord.
Very well. At any rate, the results of this trial shall not change.
Oh, this guy's confident.
That aside, I've not yet seen hide nor hair of the Inquisitor assigned to this trial.
Why are the prosecution in this game so late all the time?
Inquisitor? Oh,
Is it just
right.
normal
I
for
should have noticed earlier.
British prosecutors to be constantly late for trial? 'Cause that's twice
No
now.
one's there.
Should the assigned Inquisitor fail to appear in court, I will have no choice but to dismiss all charges.
Oh good, make sure they don't show up then.
He is an Inquisitor of high caliber, but if he does not come forward soon, this trial will end, and victory will then be declared in favor of this baker.
This baker. Oh? Alright, he's got an entourage even.
Knights of the court, I have but one question for you both. Are you prepared to cross swords?
I, Inquisitor Zacharias Barnum, am indeed prepared to do battle, my lord.
Something amiss, Baker?
I don't think he has a
Sorry, Your
sword.
Honor, I just didn't realize we could have swords here in the courtroom.
You know, I mean, whips, swords, same thing, right?
It is the way of the court knight. A knight must always ensure that he rides with a blade at his side. Now then, state your name, Sir Blue Knight.
Huh? My name's Phoenix Wright. I'm a baker. How many times will they make me say it?
A baker?
That's right. You're about to get beaten by a baker.
need to waste your breath. This trial will be over before you can utter a single objection. For the security of all of Labyrinthia, my blade shall rend your defenses swiftly and without mercy.
That's some confidence there. Let's see you put it in action.
That's it, Bottom. Put it on one of their misery. This trial's pointless. Hand down that verdict already. Put that doughy defender on trial too, I say.
Oh boy. What's with all this excitement? You'd hardly think this was a courtroom. The crowd doesn't seem very interested in the law, that's for sure. It's like they're all just hoping for a guilty verdict.
Inquisitor Bonham, you may begin your opening statement. As you wish, my lord. First, let us begin by recounting the events leading up to the murder. Is that acceptable, Sir Prentice Baker?
As you wish.
The murder occurred this very evening. Yesterday, there was heavy rainfall in the area. Eventually, it gave way to sunshine, which came just in time for today's parade. Although a few hours after the parade ended, the rain set in once more.
That must have been when Espella and the others were at the Great Archive.
It continued to rain till just before the incident, which took place on a small path leading to the market. The accused had been out doing some shopping at the market. She returned home on that very same path. And on that forest path, two rogues named Robs and Muggs are said to have accosted the accused. One could assume that the accused simply acted in self-defense.
I see.
Robs and Muggs. Those two have appeared in court a number of times in the past.
Two rogues, huh?
So far, it may appear that the accused was more the victim. However, the situation soon changed. That's right. The accused, Espella Cantabella, knowingly and mercilessly murdered her two assailants.
Cantabella? That girl, isn't she? I always knew she looked suspicious. Shh, not so loud.
Yikes. There's that weird excitement again.
I believe we now fully grasp what happened. It is getting late already. Let us begin the trial. Inquisitor Barnum, you may now begin. As you wish, my lord. The Inquisition will now hear eyewitness testimony regarding the night of the murder.
Eyewitness testimony, huh? Looks like this trial's finally getting underway. Can't back down now. I have to fight. But I'm just a simple bread-making baker, living a simple bread-making life. Ugh. The situation is more twisted than a pretzel, and I'm smack in the middle of it. But I have to do this to save Espella. Okay, let's see if I can untwist this testimony and put this thing to bed. Well, if this place is very efficient with its court proceedings, if nothing else. I mean, crime happened like less than hours ago. And we're already going to trial.
Allow me to welcome you all. Now, would each of you please state your name and occupation?
Wait a minute. What's going on here?
As I already explained, Sir Prentice Baker, this is the eyewitness testimony.
Yes, I understand that, but there are 4 witnesses.
Indeed. This way, many people inside the courtroom could pose a health and safety issue.
Your Honor, that's, not quite what I meant. Witness testimonies are supposed to be done one by one, as in, one witness at a time.
What are you talking about, child? We'd all be here all night if we did that.
That's right, younger man. We've witnessed this very hand of fate reach out to us this evening.
Could we hurry this along, perhaps? These flowers won't sell themselves as much as my boss wishes they would.
The path to knighthood is an arduous one, but I remain steadfast in my resolve as I travel down this long road. I shall not falter. I will be victorious. Who cares? Just question them all at once. We already know the girl in the cage did it. Let's get it on with. Yeah, finish this already. I'd like to get back home and get to bed.
Witnesses. Again, state your names and occupations. I am known as Wordsmith, but what is a name? How doth one describe an occupation? Like the bubbling of a babbling brook. I flow gracefully around the rocks and debris that is life. Nary a worry in my mind.
Right, so I guess that means he's jobless.
My name is Mary. This darling kid is Snowy.
Are goats allowed in court?
Snowy and I often travel to the edge of town to sell delicious fresh milk. Milk like that doesn't happen overnight. I work my hands to the bone squeezing each drop out. Literally.
That sounds pretty frightening.
I'm Kira. I'm a flower seller. If you would all be so kind, feel free to purchase one of my beautiful flowers at any time during the festival. There's no way I'll sell them all by morning. Oh, the life of a flower girl is so hard.
Yeesh. Talk about a hard sell.
My name is Nidal. I am to join the town's order of knights. I study night and day, though I am still but a mere squire. Joining the Knights of the Inquisition is my life's ambition, and I, Nidal, will do whatever is necessary to join.
So he's jobless too.
Honorable witnesses, I ask that you show this court your best when delivering your testimonies. Now, tell us exactly what you all saw on this ill-fated eve.
See, the reason you don't do this when it comes to cross-examinations is that the testimonies could influence the other testimonies, but we're dealing with medieval court here, so who cares?
The delicious scent of mid-evening dinner permeated the air, and a soft light shone faintly in the distance.
Monks grabbed the girl by the arm. It looked like she almost pushed her to the ground. I heard a faint voice cry out. The next moment, those two villainous men burst into flames.
There's a trace of fire to be seen in the area. Without a doubt, magic must have been used.
Wouldn't even magic fire have left a mark? Magic.
So, Apprentice Baker, you may now begin your interrogation. I have but one piece of advice. I suggest you pay it heed. Do not waste the court's time by grilling these witnesses over irrelevant nonsense, Sir Apprentice Baker.
Are you alright, Nick? They sure love calling you an Apprentice Baker, huh?
I'll be honest with you, Maya. I have no idea how I'm feeling right now. But I know it's all up to me. As her defender, Spell's fate is in my hands. I have to believe in her. And I need to start believing in myself. I can do this. I believe the spell is innocent. And I'll fight until the end to prove it.
Yeah, that's the spirit. We can do this thing, Nick.
Alright, let me quickly save here. It's also been a while since we saved. That's a lot of cutscene to get through. Alright, delicious scent of mid-evening dinner permeating the air as a soft light shone faintly in the distance. Well, I'm sure there's no harm in pressing these things. What time would that be exactly?
Dinner time. When else would the scent of dinner be in the air if not dinner time? Do you not see?
Not so much.
The sun had already set by that time.
That should be adequate. The sun had already set. So you clearly witnessed what happened tonight, is that correct?
I have been dubbed a witness, thus I must have clearly witnessed something. Do you not see?
In that case, how much light was there in the immediate area at the time?
Enough to see the nose on my face, but not enough to see the trees ahead. Do you see?
No, that doesn't add up. If the area was completely dark, then you couldn't possibly have witnessed anything.
Do you see? Nevertheless, something caught my eye. It was a most ominous sight. Ominous is what that sight was. Okay, I get it. It was ominous.
Objection!
Poor form, Sir Apprentice Baker. I hate to disappoint you, but there was in fact a light in the area. Huh? Take a look at this. This is a drawing of the crime scene based on the witnesses' accounts as penned by the court illustrator. The court illustrator? I've never heard of that before. Look carefully. This shows the scene what the scene looked like at the time of the murder. An illustration of the highest quality, as always. Now then, we have established that by the time the murder occurred, the sun had already set. And so, naturally, the defendant was carrying a firelit lantern, as we can see. A lantern? Eureka! Indeed! Yes, that is what I was saying earlier. There was a lantern, I say. Oh, please. You totally forgot. To be honest, I did not imagine it would be necessary to present this, but... My lord, here is the lantern in question. This is what was responsible for the light illuminating the area. Very well. The court accepts this into evidence. The lantern Isabella was holding, the glass is broken and is covered in mud. Speaking of which, Inquisitor Bonham, in this drawing, the accused seems to be holding a milk bucket of sorts. What became of this? It's a strange case indeed, my lord. That bucket seemingly disappeared from the murder scene. The milk bucket disappeared, you say? There's been talk of wolves living in the nearby forest. It is thought that they often make off with the items they find on the ground. Great. Wolves that steal your stuff. Remind me to never set foot in that forest.
This is great, Nick. We've got new evidence now.
Ah, yeah. I guess you're right.
You know, Nick, you really don't look like just some normal run-of-the-mill baker. I'd say you're more like a somewhat articulate run-of-the-mill baker. I think you might even have a knack being a defender.
There's a clear contradiction somewhere in that testimony, and I'm gonna find it. There's also a clear contradiction in Phoenix's actions right now.
Hold it!
Muggs was one of the two rogues, is that correct?
That's right. That man, he grabbed that girl's arm and pulled a knife.
Is something wrong?
Or was it Robs that grabbed the girl and had the knife?
Huh?
Oh dear. Now let's see. Muggs was the short one and Robs was the... No. I think it was the other way around. Well, it doesn't really matter which one now... Which was which now, does it?
That's all well and good, but I was kind of hoping you'd testify about the lantern. Honorable witnesses, please continue with your testimonies.
Hold it!
Exactly whose cry did you hear?
Well, it was the accused. It was Isabel's voice, of course.
And did you get a good look at Miss Cantabilla's face?
Yes, I mean, she was carrying that huge lantern after all.
You're only sure because all the other witnesses just finished saying they saw her with the lantern. This is why you do it one at a time.
Hold it!
Isn't it a bit premature to assume it was magic? What an absurd statement! Say what? Think about it. The names were engulfed in flames. The blink of an eye. The blink of an eye. There's not a single trace of any other fire source to be found in the area. Not a trace. Did I hear that right? I
think I just found a contradiction in this testimony. Let's do this thing, Nick. Hurry up and present something. Hit him with some decisive evidence. Oh, don't worry. I'll be hitting him with all the evidence. Spell is carrying a lantern at the time of the murder. That fact definitely contradicts a certain witness's testimony. That's right, but even if we know what the contradiction is, where do we go from there? I mean, what can we do? We're just a couple of bakers after all. No, Maya. I think you're wrong. Huh? I don't know why, but I feel like I know how to do this. If you're going to speak up in court, there's only one thing that people will listen to, and that's evidence. I just have to try and present evidence whenever there's a contradiction in one of the testimonies. Okay, Nick. Let's give their testimonies another listen. Okay, I have an idea here. Let's go to this guy. Let's present something that might contribute to a potential alternative theory here.
Objection!
Is there something wrong, Phoenix?
What is the matter, Defender?
What is this feeling? Just felt the urge to shout out. Right from the bottom of my lungs. While pointing my finger. Objection! I can't help but feel that's a word I've used quite a bit in the past. That's it! I remember now! I remember everything! The Legal League of Attorneys, exchange, Spella's trial, and then that strange book. This feeling, I feel like I can take on the world. Witness!
What's with that sun pointed? I'm a soon-to-be member of the Honorable Knights of the Inquisition. I accept your challenge. Have at you.
You say that no fire was present at the scene of the crime, meaning the defendant must have used magic. Unfortunately for you, that is not the case.
What do you mean, Sir Apprentice Baker?
What I mean is that the defendant was in fact carrying a lantern. A lantern containing fire. Those two rogues were actually burned by the flame that was inside the lantern. That is the only logical explanation. Very brave, applying logic to this world of magic and witches.
My, what a startling conclusion you've come to, Sir Apprentice Baker.
What do you mean?
The only logical explanation.
Do you agree with this statement, honorable witnesses?
It is presumptuous for a man that knows nothing to claim that he knows something about which he really knows nothing.
Huh? Besides, how could one teeny tiny flame be strong enough to set them both ablaze like that? There are two of them. How could that flame engulf them so fast? Ah.
Furthermore, if they did burn as you claim they did you mean to suggest they were soaked in oil or something?
Oh.
Well, Sir Blue Knight, it would seem you have bitten off more than you can chew.
I definitely didn't see that coming.
What say you, my lord? Do you have any thoughts on the proceedings thus far? Given the testimony as we have heard it, this court has come to its conclusion. It was a truly gruesome and merciless act, an act for which only one thing could be held responsible. The nefarious crime of magic.
Hold it!
Wait just a second.
Is there something you have forgotten to mention, Defender?
Not exactly, Your Honor. It's just that, I mean, you just said magic. That can't be it, can it? What are you suggesting, Sir Apprentice Baker? Witches use magic, which in turn brings about disaster. Such is the way of this world, is it not? Well, yeah, that may seem to be the case. In no way is that actually possible.
This court finds Espella Cantabella, the accused, charged with being a witch.
Espella? A witch?
A witch's existence in this world is crime in itself. The ability to use and control magic is a criminal offense indeed. As such, any witch found practicing magic will be sentenced to death by fire.
No, you're wrong. I'm not a witch.
Sir Apprentice Baker, I do not envy your current predicament. My lord, hand down your guilty verdict against this witch immediately.
Objection!
Next they're going to tell me that defending a witch is a crime. Wouldn't that be something? We get through all of this, and then it turns out Phoenix is like guilty of defending a potential witch or something. But there's no evidence to prove that magic was really used.
Put a sock in it, bad boy. We all heard her cast a spell.
Huh?
That's right. Snowy and I heard it. Isn't that right, Precious? We heard that incantation quite clearly. That frightening voice. There's no mistaking it. It was Espella's voice.
Ah.
These ears do not lie. I clearly heard an incantation most sinister. Ignace, it went.
Incantation? Ignace? It's no good. I just can't wrap my head around this topsy-turvy otherworldly court.
Well then, it would seem the defense has no further objections. It appears so. The court finds the use of magic at the time of the murder to be an undeniable fact. Furthermore, the honorable witnesses have stated that they each heard an incantation being recited. The court finds no reason to delay its verdict any longer.
I love how he's handling that gavel right now. Like, this judge, honestly, is probably my favorite judge in the series. He's so much more intimidating than any actual Phoenix Wright judge.
Nick, we have to do something.
I know, but what exactly can we say? Here, in this world, our sense of logic is completely useless.
This court is ready to hand down its verdict for the case of Espella Cantabella.
Hold it. Your Honor, I request that the court hold its verdict a moment longer.
What is the meaning of this intrusion?
I have something I believe will be of use to the defense. A weapon of sorts.
That's...
The Grand Grimoire. All of this world's magic is contained within its pages. Without it, this trial cannot reach a satisfactory conclusion.
The Grand Grimoire.
We meet again, Mr. Wright. Well now, it seems things are already afoot here, although a real contest begins now. Are you fully prepared? So, are you here to help us?
Of course! The Professor always helps people in trouble. It is the duty of every gentleman. Right, Professor?
Professor? There's a saying that I find quite useful in situations such as this. There is a time for words and a time for action. Right. You have been working as a baker in this town up till now, have you not? I must say, I'm a little mystified. I would expected you to be more familiar with this world and its system of magic. Yeah. How can I put this? I guess that's not quite the full story. Is that so? I kind of had an epiphany just now. I remembered all sorts of things, like how I'm not actually a baker. And, well, how magic can't really exist.
It would seem I was correct about you, Mr. Wright. You are not, in fact, a citizen of this town. Is that correct? Right, at least it seems that way. However, for now we have no option but to accept this world and its rules as reality. Without first understanding these rules, I'm afraid you'll not be able to save Miss Cantabella. But things like magic only exist in fairy tales and make-believe. I'm afraid, Mr. Wright, it would seem magic does in fact exist in this world. Such a truth cannot be denied. Indeed, that is why the Grand Grimoire is a weapon well suited for this witch trial. At the moment, you are tantamount to a knight without a sword. Feel more like an attorney without a chance, actually.
Right then, Mr. Wright. I'll explain how the Grand Grimoire works. Have a look at the touchscreen. There you'll see the Grand Grimoire button. Touching the Grand Grimoire button will open up the Grand Grimoire.
You'll be able to present spells from the Grand Grimoire in much the same way you would present evidence. This book will surely be a most important asset for us in this trial.
Oh, that reminds me. I've gone ahead and bookmarked the spell Ignace for you.
Spell Ignace has been bookmarked in the Grand Grimoire.
Ignace, that's the magic spell all of the witnesses said they heard, right? Nick, you should take a look at that spell.
All I have to do is touch the Grand Grimoire button, huh? The defender has been given more than enough time. It would seem this trial has reached its end.
Is that understood, Apprentice Baker?
This case is quite straightforward, with very little room for doubt. The witness's testimony, coupled with the illustration of the time of the murder, makes it quite clear what must have occurred. This murder was the result of magic. And furthermore, the caster of said magic was none other than the accused. That, Sir Apprentice Baker, is the truth. Best you go back to baking, for I believe your days in the courtroom have crumbled. Is everything okay, Mr. Wright?
Yes.
It would seem that photographs do not exist in this world. Photos don't exist? I guess that makes sense. Ye old time period and all. Sketch drawn by the court illustrator. Therein lies your final chance, Mr. Wright. My final chance? I understand the witnesses have already finished their testimony. However, if you could perhaps find a clear contradiction within this illustration. There's another contradiction? In that case, there's still hope that I can turn this around.
Mr. Wright, you have to hurry. Look, the judge.
He's ready to pound Phoenix with that gavel.
Looks like he's ready to deliver his verdict any second now.
This is it. This is my last chance. What should I do? Alright, let's take a look at the Grimoire first. Ignace, Inferno spell, summons a circle of flame within a 1 meter radius of the caster. Requires an incantation and scepter to cast. Interesting. Let's point out the contradiction. 1 second, Your Honor. The defense requests permission to have another look at the court illustration. I think there might be a contradiction in there.
Objection!
You're already out of time. All testimony and evidence given thus far has proven to be accurate.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure, Inquisitor Barnum. There's just one thing you've overlooked. A piece of evidence within this book. The Grand Grimoire. Absurd. I overlooked something. You're the defender here. You should have examined the tome earlier. You're right. I should have. But unfortunately, I was nothing but a simple baker until just now. Interesting. You've certainly begun to show your true colors, Sir Blue Knight. Let us see what type of knight you truly are. How about you?
The defender will now show us his supposed contradiction.
Court illustration. And the Grand Grimoire. Somewhere there's a contradiction between those two, and I've got to find it. This is my last chance.
Defender, use this magnifying glass to locate the point of relevance. Then reveal to the court the location of this contradiction.
Well, I guess we could go for probably, I don't know, this hand, maybe?
Got it!
Or maybe either hand, I don't know. Got it, that's a new one. Never heard that one before. The contradiction is right here.
The hand of the accused. She seems to be holding a lantern.
What is your point? According to this tome, using the spell Ignaze requires the use of the Witch's Scepter, as well as an incantation. Isn't that right?
Correct. For witches to use magic, they must be in possession of a Witch's Scepter, also known as the Telea Magica.
If that's the case, then there's one thing that doesn't add up. Take another look at Miss Cantabella's hands. Tell me, do you see a Witch's Scepter in either of her hands? I guess we're just going to take this random illustration as pure fact then? I mean, hey, it's working out in our favor, so might as well. There we go. Now I see your point. That sort of me now.
You did it, Mr. Wright. But wasn't that contradiction just a little too obvious?
You clearly never have a lot to learn about court, Luke. There's never anything too obvious.
You may be right, Luke.
Eh?
It would certainly appear that the good Inquisitor is taking this particular oversight rather too well. That is correct, Sir Apprentice Baker, but you should not underestimate me. This is perhaps your first time seeing this item, is it not? This right here is the very scepter you mention. One of the witnesses found it tossed in the shrubbery on the side of the path. Ah, yes, indeed. It was I. I located it. My feet found themselves ensnared in the blasted thing and it sent me flying through the air.
Somehow, I'm not surprised to hear you fell, Gramps.
His scepter does appear to be carrying a most sinister air.
Indeed, my lord. However, the scepter will only work well in the hands of a witch, with the incantation being said out loud.
Aw, that's too bad. I wanted to try lighting some stuff on fire.
Please don't look at me when you say that.
You see, there are two magic gems in the scepter.
Magic gems? Looks like a red gem and a white gem.
These gems each contain a particular magic spell. By simply looking at these magic gems, one can easily determine which magic spell can be used. Nick, quick, look at this page.
Is that the red magic gem?
Indeed. The red gem you see here is the spell Ignaze. If you look carefully, you should notice that this scepter also has one more spell that can be used.
One more spell? That must be the white gem.
Mr. Wright, I found it! Here's the spell for the white magic gem.
Demir, vanishing spell. Causes anything the caster touches to vanish from sight. Simply chant Demir to make it reappear. Convenient. Oh, they just made it disappear. Made the scepter disappear. That's why she can't be seen holding it. Causes anything the caster touches to vanish from sight. Ugh.
I see you managed to work it out in that crusty head of yours.
That's just... It can't be. The reason the witch's scepter couldn't be seen is because the magic spell Demir had made it disappear.
That's right. In other words, the accused conjured a cowardly spell to camouflage her own use of magic.
No. No way.
So she cast a mirror before she casted Ignace?
Order! Order! Inquisitor Barnum, please submit the scepter to evidence.
Objection!
Hold on, please.
Is there a problem, Sir Baker?
Okay, I understand this is a witch's scepter. However, whether or not the scepter was in Miss Cantabella's possession has not yet been proven.
What are you talking about, Sir Apprentice Baker?
Isn't it obvious? I'm talking about fingerprints. Phoenix, you of all people bringing up fingerprints? Come on. Don't be silly. No one leaves fingerprints. You should know in all your years of court that fingerprints don't exist. Okay? That was something made up by the police after you started doing trials. Supposing Miss Cantabella did in fact handle this witch's scepter, then her fingerprints should still be on it. What's with this silence?
You said fingerprints. Inquisitor Barnum, tell me, just what is this Baker blabbering about?
I haven't the slightest clue, my lord. It's the Baker's first time in court, after all. Huh?
I'm afraid it's no use, Mr. Wright. In this world, it would seem the concept of fingerprinting does not yet exist.
What? I can't believe it. As I've already said you best head back to the bakery lest you continue to serve this court more of your half-baked ideas. They're about as half-baked as your terrible puns, Barnum.
Forensic science does not exist here. Instead, this is a world in which witches and magic are accepted as fact. Truly fascinating.
The magic scepter needs to cast spells. The available spells depend on the magic gems. What the heck? There are just way too many things I don't know about this world.
Mr. Wright, I believe you may be able to take these things you don't know and use them to your advantage.
Huh?
The Inquisition believes there's no room for debate on this matter. The accused clearly attempted to conceal her magic. Better luck next time, Sir Apprentice Baker. Maybe your next loaf will not leave such a bitter taste in our mouths. Now then, my lord, I believe it is time. I ask that you render your unwavering verdict.
Objection.
Pardon the interruption. May I have a word, Inquisitor Barnum?
What's that?
Who might you be? My name is Herschel Layton. I'm a friend of the accused. Inquisitor Barnum, please allow me to confirm what you believe happened on the night of the crime. You claim the witch's scepter was made to disappear through the use of magic. Is that correct?
Indeed. Through the magic spell Demir.
If possible, would you mind providing proof of this particular claim?
What?
You claim that the scepter was not seen. Indeed, that is one possibility. However, a wise man must always consider every possibility. What say you, Inquisitor Barnum? Can the Inquisition fulfill the request presented by the gentleman with the, unusual hat? The Inquisition cannot honor this request for proof. If you are certain that the accused is not a witch, then the burden of proof lies at the feet of the defender. Come on, it's the Inquisition's job to prove that a crime was committed. As I thought, indeed, it would appear the accepted method of thinking in this world differs greatly from our own.
He just brushed off the question, that's all he did.
How regrettable, Sir Apprentice Baker. And you, Sir Dark Hat. Inquisitor Barnum, sir! Should you be quiet? I stand ready to lend my testimony.
Would anyone care to purchase any pre-testimony flowers? I've got a lovely way of bewitching lilies. Snowy and I would not be dismissed so easily. We came here to expose the identity of this witch. Isn't that right, Precious? A witch's scepter, you say? Yes, yes, I know of such a scepter. Allow me to elucidate the matter. What do you think, Inquisitor Bonham? Your witnesses appear to have something to say on the subject. Very well. Most honorable witnesses, I grant your request to testify once more. Tell the court all you know regarding this Talea Magica. Well, we've somehow managed to keep the trial going. I owe you one, Sir Dark Hat. Please, Mr. Wright. Mr. Layton will suffice for the time being.
When I saw her, the witch was carrying a large milk bucket in one hand and a lantern in the other.
That girl had a lantern hanging from her wrist. Her hand was contorted in a strange way. I got a good look at her hand, and it looked certain she was gripping something.
The witch was holding a scepter in her right hand. She did not drop it once before she was apprehended.
Does it look like she was? Let's take a look. Oh. We can't. It's not even in the court record anymore.
I see. The accused's hand was contorted in a strange way. I do believe this is quite an important piece of testimony.
I saw it. I most certainly saw it. She was holding an invisible scepter. We saw it too. It was the girl up there, without a doubt.
I as well. These old eyes don't see as well as they once did, but I witnessed the hazy, blurry form of the accuser quite clearly.
Don't tell the court you're blind.
My eyesight is as sharp as the edge of my trusty blade.
Toy sword. How fascinating. Although, I wonder if he understands the implications of that analogy on his vision.
Sir Baker, you may proceed with your interrogation.
Mr. Lane's giving me another chance. I can't let it go to waste. Well, it's a shame we don't have the picture anymore to take a look. I wanted to see her hand again.
Hold it!
The large lantern you mentioned is this one, correct?
There's no mistaking it. That fiendishly fiendish form, with its case darker than the darkest of nights. That was the lantern.
It's just a normal lantern.
What is this? It would seem the glass is shattered. And there seems to be a sizable amount of mud stuck on it.
Closer inspection, it appears mud is stuck to the broken sections of glass. Most intriguing.
So then, where exactly did the lantern get mud all over it?
By the way, witness, you also saw a milk bucket, is that correct?
Indeed. I would bet my sword on it.
And yet, that milk bucket mysteriously vanished from the scene of the crime. How many times must I say it, Sir Apprentice Baker? Problem is the Black Lantern. She had the lantern hanging from her wrist. Are you sure?
Of course we're sure. If that wasn't it, then how else would the girl manage to hold her invisible scepter?
Ma'am, please, just testify about what you actually saw.
We just said what we saw. We just said that's what we saw. Isn't that right, Snowy?
That poor goat. Indeed, a handle as wide as this could be easily hung from the accused's small wrist.
Yes, that's what we're telling you. Isn't that right, Mummy's little snowball?
It's no good. They're all bent on assuming Isabella was holding that scepter. It seems it may be best not to pursue this particular line of questioning any further. Well, that's just super.
Hold it!
What exactly was the defendant gripping?
It was... that's right. It was something, cane-like. What was it called? A witch's scepter? Yes, it was definitely that.
Objection!
Whoa. Wait, Miss Kira, you didn't actually see it, did you? Witness. This cane-like object. Was it, perhaps, roughly this size?
Oh, why, yes, it was exactly that size.
It's no good. They're all bent on assuming Isabella was holding that scepter. Seems it may be best not to pursue this particular line of questioning any further.
Hold it!
So wait, if they all saw the scepter, then how was it invisible? Let me get this straight. There was no way for you to see this invisible scepter, was there?
Well, now that's common sense, boy. One cannot see what is not there to be seen.
In that case, there was also no way you could tell whether or not she might have dropped the scepter.
Well, these old eyes of mine honed in on her hand like a hawk. They couldn't see straight. The young lady was most certainly holding an invisible scepter in her right hand, while at the same time also carrying the lantern. What do you perhaps sense? Possess some piece of evidence to suggest she dropped the scepter?
Actually, that gives me an idea. Thanks, Wordsmith. You might have just helped this case. For me, that is. There hasn't been any evidence so far to suggest Espella was holding that scepter.
Evidence suggesting the scepter was dropped. Now, that is an interesting idea.
Huh?
If Espella did not have the scepter in her hand, it would have been impossible for her to have used any magic.
Well, yeah, that's true.
I don't suppose. Might there be a piece of evidence that could prove this? Something to prove that Espella was not holding the scepter at the time of the murder.
In other words, evidence to show that even if Espella had been holding the scepter, she would have dropped it.
Is everything alright, Mr. Wright? The truth about what happened that brief instant will likely decide Espella's fate.
I have to do everything I can to find a contradiction in these testimonies. Guess I should take another look at the court record. Okay, which one do we want to present on here? Because I think I know what we're doing. Right? So she had both milk and the lantern. Girl had the lantern hanging from her wrist. Her hand was contorted in a strange way. Okay. Looked like for certain it was gripping something. Witch was holding a scepter in her right hand. She did not drop it once before she was apprehended. Well, I would like to propose that perhaps that is not true.
Objection!
There's a high probability that Miss Cantabella was not holding the scepter. But if, for the sake of argument, she had been holding it, she would undoubtedly have dropped it at the time of the incident. What do you mean? What I mean, Inquisitor Barnum, is that this lantern proves the defendant was not holding the scepter.
Objection!
What foolishness are you spouting, Sir Apprentice Baker? The lantern's handle is around the accused's wrists.
Objection!
Meaning she could have held the scepter. I'm afraid that's not the problem here, Inquisitor Barnum. The problem is with the broken glass, and the mud plastered all over it. What? The rain had ended just as the murder was taking place. That would make the path fairly muddy, don't you agree? When the thieves grabbed Mrs. Cantabella by the arm, the lantern must have fallen in the mud.
Lantern fell into the mud.
Why, of course. That makes sense, doesn't it, my little snowy woey?
Well, what do you say, Inquisitor Barnum? If she was holding the scepter at the time, that would mean that when she dropped the lantern, the scepter would have fallen along with it.
What's going on? Inquisitor Barnum seems speechless. That defender's managed to turn this thing around, even though he's just some baker. No way.
Hey, the witch's accomplices no heed.
They're just trying to trick you.
Even when they're presented evidence, they're just like, nah, fuck this guy. Burn the witch.
Just what is this?
Hold it!
One moment, please. Everyone, please listen. Didn't we all just stand here and explain to the court what we clearly saw? It's a lantern, so what? What's special about it? Explain it to me so I can understand.
So that you can understand? Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious just by looking at it. Mr. Wright. What is it, Mr. Layton? There's something about this witness. Miss Kira, was it? Tell me, Miss Kira. How good is your eyesight, exactly? As you just heard Mr. Wright explain, the answer to your query is quite obvious at a glance. Tell me, are you able to see the mud present on this lantern?
Mud? What mud? What are you talking about?
Your Honor, did you hear that just now?
Yes, indeed. What does it mean, exactly?
It means Miss Kira's poor eyesight is the reason she cannot see the mud present on this lantern. In other words, the validity of Miss Kira's testimony is questionable at best.
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
No, she just can't see the color brown, just like Goto can see the red. And how would that work? Is it because she has brown eyes? She can't see brown? Because everything's brown? I'll have you know that mud is pretty green looking. I mean... Okay, I guess it's pretty brown, but it looks kind of green too. Maybe I'm the one that can't see brown. What say in your defense, witness? I highly recommend you give us nothing but the truth.
I'm sorry, Inquisitor Barnum. It's true. I need to wear glasses all the time, in fact.
You need to wear glasses.
Haha! Now that you mention it, I did notice something odd about you today.
I thought you looked familiar. Gone into the mist that clouded my mind. In its place, clarity. Fair maiden, a pair of spectacles are as valuable as a shield to a knight. Make haste and procure another pair.
Now then, Miss Kira, tell me, at the time of the incident, were you wearing your glasses?
No, I was not wearing them. The truth is, I lost my glasses a couple of days ago.
You lost them. So her glasses were missing during the time of the incident. Mr. Wright, might I recommend that you keep note of this fact? It could prove useful later. Got it. Kira had poor eyesight and wears glasses, but she lost them a few days before the incident. Good, now she says anything at all ever, all we have to do is present this evidence and be like, but you didn't see shit because you don't have glasses on, so your opinion is invalid.
Am I to believe there's nothing left to prove on this matter? At the time of the murder, the accuser did not have a witch's scepter in her possession.
Therefore, she didn't have a scepter. Someone else must have cast a spell.
But just a moment. Snow and I have much more left to say.
That's right. My trusty sword of justice shall cut through this witch's treacherous lies.
I may have lost my glasses, but I haven't lost my will to testify.
Your testify is meaningless. Also, stop eating your product. Your boss isn't going to be happy.
Eureka! I remember now. Old age has a way of sneaking up on me. I'm sure you must understand.
Yeah, I understand. I understand you're all completely ridiculous.
It would seem we have not yet arrived at a clear-cut verdict. Witnesses, you may once again begin to testify in court. Tell us about the scepter and how it was used in that detestable display of witchcraft that you all witnessed tonight. girl was not holding the scepter in the same hand as the lantern, which means it must have been in her other hand.
Accused is holding a milk bucket in the court illustration. Who's to say she wasn't also holding the scepter in that hand? We can't see this court illustration, right? Anywhere? No? Okay, cool. It's under here, right? Nope. It's just the scepter. Why did they get rid of the illustration? They keep referencing it. That milk bucket is lighter than it looks. Even Snowy could have carried it. So she could have easily held the scepter as well.
I did not see this milk bucket. Everything I felt like an illusion.
So, your entire testimony is you just called yourself out on your bullshit. Okay, cool.
Scepter was in her other hand, you say? Indeed, such a proposal is feasible. Sir Baker.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's the strangest thing. The longer this trial goes on, the more you begin to resemble a legitimate defender. Huh? Well, no matter. Defender, you may begin your interrogation.
Hold it!
But did you actually see that with your own eyes? I like how this entire time Phoenix is just constantly questioning, did you actually see anything? Because like every single thing they've said so far has basically alluded to the idea that none of them saw jack shit, and these are just some random people that they pulled into the courtroom to act as witnesses.
Alas, magic's violent embrace held the scepter from my sight, so I did not see it per se. However, through my years of knightly training, I have learned to see through such cunning trickery.
Is that so?
For example, this morning, I found myself unable to locate the whereabouts of my trusty blade. Its location was a mystery. So I tried my hardest to think and remember where I could have kept it last. And before long, behold, it transpired I was carrying my trusty blade and it scabbard all along. Life is riddled with such trickery.
Would you say life is riddled with trickery, Nick? Only if we're talking about my life, Maya.
Hold it!
The court illustration. That's right. Judging by the sketch alone, it does look possible for her to have held the scepter. Does it though? How? Okay, anyone here watching, please explain how one would hold a scepter and that bucket at the same time in their hand. Because I can't see it. I just can't see how, you know, someone could hold a scepter when their hand is full of rope from a bucket. That scepter's pretty big. There is no way you'd be able to hold both. Your hands would have to be huge. We're talking like monster hands. However, if you actually try holding that thing, you'll notice just how thick it is. No way she could have been holding it. Thank you.
That is nothing more than speculation. You cannot say for certain that she was unable to hold it.
You say speculation, I say it's a fact. There's just no way Espella could have been holding that thing. Or at least a plausible conclusion. A very likely plausible conclusion.
As expected, this testimony is filled with nothing but assumptions and conjecture. Mr. Layton. You know, Mr. Wright, there does not appear to be any usable evidence present in the court illustration.
Yeah, I agree. It does look that way. The milk bucket ended up disappearing from the scene. Could that actually be an important piece of evidence in itself? What if the milk bucket was the scepter?
Hold it!
Just 1 second, Miss Mary.
What is it now? So and I don't have all night, you know. Come on then, out with it.
I just have one question regarding your testimony. How exactly did you know that the bucket Miss Cantabella was carrying was light enough for Snowy to carry?
Huh? Well, you see, the girl always uses the same bucket whenever she comes to buy milk from us. Naturally, I would have seen that bucket countless times before.
You've seen it countless times before. That doesn't answer my question. You specifically said that bucket is lighter than it looks. Miss Mary, at some point tonight you must have held that bucket yourself. Now then, please enlighten us as to exactly when you got your hands on the bucket.
It's true. By that time, Robs and mugs had already been burnt to ash. And then, I noticed the milk in that bucket that the girl had been holding in her hand.
The milk?
Then when those two went up in a blaze, Snowy and I made a dash for the bucket. Whilst the girl stood there looking confused, we took the milk from her to make sure it was okay.
You stole her milk.
Unbelievable. Witness, you. Well, it was just so wasteful. The thought of all that disgusting ash falling into such precious milk. I felt I just had to protect the milk. So I took the bucket back to the farm with me.
Do you mean to tell the court that you took evidence from a crime scene back home with you?
Not only did she steal the milk, she messed with a crime scene. That's like 2 crimes in 1.
That explains why we were unable to locate the milk bucket at the scene.
Oh my, you're scaring poor Snowy. Hey, here, I brought the bucket with me anyway. See, I didn't even tamper with the milk.
I'm sure you didn't.
Court shall accept this milk bucket as evidence.
Higgs is so over this trial in these ways. Dude, this whole trial is like more ridiculous than literally anything Phoenix has seen in court up to this point. This makes the Big Top Turnabout look like a perfectly normal and logical case. Something seems off with that bucket, but we won't question that right now, I guess. It's fine. Bucket of milk, added to court record, despite the fact that it was presented by a witness who stole it from the scene. And the milk bucket Isabella was carrying at the time of the crime. Mary brought it back to her farm. Looks like that's one more piece of evidence for us.
Now, the gentleman with the impressive beard proceed with his testimony.
Hold it!
You didn't see the bucket.
Indeed. Naturally, there was no way of me to notice the witch before the crime occurred. My mind was placid as the most placid of placid places. But like the early bird on its morning hunt for that elusive worm, my senses remained vigilant.
You do realize the other witnesses have all testified to having seen Miss Cantabella carrying that bucket, though?
And when you have journeyed as far as I have through life, you find all is but an illusion. That is, except for Lord Storyteller, of course.
That's it for the testimony. Still, something is bound to be there. Can't believe Mary took the bucket home with her.
Miss Mary seems like to be one of those thieving forest wolves we've been hearing about.
Let us hope she doesn't eat like a wolf as well, Luke, for her Snowy's sakes. I got this new piece of evidence, but the question is, how can I use it? You know, looking at this milk bucket now, it does look sort of different from the sketch, don't you think? It might be a good idea to get a nice good look at the actual milk bucket. It does look kind of different, doesn't it? Something seems a little off. See, this is why it's kind of weird that you can't view the court illustration. I know it's not, doesn't have any clues in it, and I know we already presented it, and I know that they said it's not really any evidence, but it would have still been nice to keep it around, you know? I mean, usually Phoenix Wright games, they don't remove evidence unless it's, like, actually useless. Seems like it might actually be useful here. Alright, holding a milk bucket in the court illustration. The milk bucket is lighter than it looks. Even Snowy could carry it, so she could have easily held the scepter as well. Okay, well, we were clearly presenting the milk bucket. I'm just not sure which of these two statements it would be. Okay, milk bucket Isabella was carrying at the time of the crime. Mary brought it back to her farm. Oh, you know what? I bet it's here.
Objection!
Yeah, it's gonna be here. I see what's wrong here. All of your testimonies have come to the same conclusion. The scepter was not in her hand with the lantern. It was not in her right hand with the lantern. Therefore, it must have been in her other hand that was holding the bucket. However, that's not it. Not by a long shot. What do you mean? Contrary to what one of the witnesses stated, the milk bucket was in fact at the crime scene. And you'll also notice something about this bucket. Take another look at the court illustration. Something about the bucket seems a bit odd, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
This illustration was based on eyewitnesses' accounts, so a small discrepancy or two is conceivable.
Objection!
Actually, Inquisitor Barnum, it's highly unlikely that this illustration is much less accurate than you think. In fact, there is a blatant contradiction present in this illustration. Admittedly, it does at first look possible that Miss Cantabella was holding the scepter and the bucket at the same time. However, if you look at the real milk bucket, that possibility goes up in smoke. Here, let's have a look at the real deal. Notice the handle? That cannot be. Oh, but it is. This particular milk bucket has two pieces of wood on either side of the handle. If you were to try and hold both the scepter and this bucket, well, let's just say that'd be a challenge. To put it simply, there is no way anyone could hold both the bucket and the scepter at once. What? This must mean clearly you have the wrong bucket. We never lie when it comes to milk. That's the very bucket I took. Well, you got nothing to say on the matter, flower girl? Looks like the witnesses are as surprised about this as Barnum. The defendant couldn't have been able to hold the bucket and the scepter at once. Also, we've already established that she was not holding the scepter in her right hand. Therefore, the defendant, Miss Isabella Cantabella, was not holding a witch's scepter at any point during the incident. Order! Order! I said order! Just... What is the meaning of this? In all my days of judge of this court, I never heard such an argument. Except but a paltry set of words. And yet, they ring with such remarkable strength. Your Honor, what you just heard was logic. We beat him with facts and logic. Logic, you say? What is this thing called logic? What is with these two? They just silenced Inquisitor Barnum with mere words. Such foolishness. This must be some type of witchcraft. Ah yes, the witchcraft that is known as logic. Wait, do you think... Could they be witches? Is that possible? Can witches be guys? It would seem that the concept of logic does not exist in this world. Unless it's puzzles we're talking about, then logic does exist. Right. Let's take this chance to knock their case down a peg or two. I'm worried if we keep this up, we'll all be joining the spell in a one-way trip to the flames.
Objection!
Most intriguing. A knight allows his sword to speak for him during battle. You have spoken with a sword of words. So be it. I too shall wield such a blade. What do you mean? Sir Blue Knight, there appears to be a hole in this logic of yours. A hole? According to the earlier testimony, it was believed that the accused had the lantern hanging from her wrist by the handle. However, she supposedly dropped it, hence it being covered in mud. That's right. Well, that may be true. It does not necessarily mean that the accused was therefore unable to use magic. It is merely a question of when she dropped the witch's scepter. What do you mean, Inquisitor Barnum? This is very simple, my lord. The accused, while first holding the lantern and the witch's scepter, cast her magic. Then she dropped both the lantern and the scepter. Ah. Wouldn't that mean she would have had to cast... Well, I guess it would have already been invisible, never mind. The witch's scepter was dropped after the spell was cast. Of course, yes, that must be it. What say you, Sir Blue Knight? That is but a taste of the knightly knowledge of the Inquisition. Wow, Sir Barnum cut through that baker's witchery like a hot knife through butter. Exemplary. I expected nothing less from the hand of Barnum. Oh, to be able to shake that powerful hand someday. That Inquisitor isn't quite what he first appeared. Yeah, sure seems that way. Just a moment ago it seemed like he'd never even heard of a logical debate. Now he's suddenly using it against us. This guy's no joke, that's for sure. What kind of court were they running before Phoenix arrived then? Now then, most honorable witnesses, I ask that you lend us your aid once more. Another testimony. And just what is it gonna be this time? I request that you all testify to the court once more. Tell us which occurred first, the dropping of the lantern or the casting of the spell. I mean, it is a very important question. The order of operations basically will confirm or deny her innocence. Hey Jack, how's it going? The lamb is here. It's not a Phoenix Wright case unless an animal is present. Witnesses, you may begin your testimonies. Tell this court, in your own words, about the sequence of events which transpired tonight. Of course the lantern fell to the ground after the incantation of Ignace. Spoosh. Oh, Monsieur Snowy is white. I made certain to keep my eyes peeled on that milk bucket after all. Besides, how can you be sure the lantern fell just because it had a little mud on it?
These eyes do not lie. I saw the lantern in the accused's hand when the incantation was uttered.
Figures. The testimonies are all over the place now. These 4 testimonies. They are most intriguing. The witnesses all saw the same thing, and yet people's memories are evidently quite fickle. They can never be a truly reliable source. Well then, Professor, with enough poking and prodding, I bet we can really cause their testimonies to crumble. Of course, we need to exploit their fickle memories to turn this thing around. We got this, Nick. We'll press them so hard, they won't even remember what they had for breakfast. I can't even remember what I had for breakfast. I can't even remember what I had for breakfast. To be fair, it seemed like he was brainwashed or something, so I mean... I think that's understandable.
Sir Baker, you may begin your interrogation.
Hold it!
The lantern fell after the incantation. Are you positive about that?
I say I am positively positive that I am positive. I heard her voice, and then... sploosh.
That sploosh. Was that the sound of the lantern hitting the ground?
Indeed. But of course, do you see?
But if you look at the lantern, you'll notice that the glass is shattered. You specifically said you heard a sploosh. Shouldn't you have heard the sound of glass shattering when it hit the ground? The sound of glass shattering. No, I'm afraid I failed to catch your drift. I was present in an area a bit further away from the crime scene, you see? I have no recollection of hearing such a sound. No recollection? Precisely so. I'll have you know, I can easily hear a dog barking across town. Do not underestimate my hearing. Why was Nick a baker? That's a weird thing to ask someone who's pouring all their heart and soul into their passion. That is baking. Why is anyone anything? I mean, that's the real question. I wasn't. Relax, Grandpa. I mean, who's to say he's not still a baker? We're only assuming that he's gonna, you know, put down the apron and the hat. Put away the gloves. Stop making bread. But can you really stop? Once you start baking, can you really stop? There's nothing of interest in this testimony. Will the witness with the goat please proceed with her testimony? Right, you mean us. You startled us. Didn't he, Snowy?
Hold it!
Barnum sounds like a sandwich, like sandwich meat. Okay, I feel like I know the name Barnum from something else, like another game or something, but maybe I'm just thinking of this game? Like, I feel like this can't be the only game I know the name Barnum from. Like, maybe that is where this came from. Because, like, for years I've thought about a character named Inquisitor Barnum, and I guess I forgot that he was from this game as the prosecutor. But earlier, you stated that Miss Cantabella had the lantern hanging from her wrist. Well, not quite. We didn't say for certain. We only believed it was on her wrist. Believed? Yes, precisely. You know how sniff milk. You know how you sniff milk when you're not quite sure if it's gone bad? And then your nose is assaulted by that foul odor you weren't expecting? Well, it's a bit like that. Heed my words, madame. Do not make a habit of stealing. For your own safety. We said we're sorry. Please, it was all Snowy's fault. Oh, brother. Anyway, we can confidently say that we both saw the milk bucket, right, Precious? As for the lantern, we don't know much about that, do we now, Shookums?
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, maybe the mud was already on the lantern before any of this happened. Did you ever think of that? Before any of this happened? Like, maybe it's been there since last week. It did rain last week too, after all. And if that's the case, then there really isn't any point arguing about whether or not she dropped the lantern, right? Indeed. What say you, Defender? I say take a closer look at the lantern. You'll notice there's mud on the glass. Mud on the glass? The lantern wouldn't be very useful with all that mud blocking out the light. Miss Kira, I'd say your little theory regarding this lantern is muddy at best. I could point at witnesses till the cows come home. But that wouldn't turn this testimony into anything I can use. I find a lead somewhere. The lady's name is Mary and she has a little... Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. Oh, the only problem with that, though, that didn't even occur to me as a possibility. It's a goat. Not a sheep. Because she's, I don't know, she's like a goat farmer, I guess? Because she sells milk, like goat milk. I guess they don't have cows in this world, they only have goats, so everyone drinks goat's milk and uses goat's milk in cooking. But I like that. I
that connection didn't even occur to me that that was probably what they were going for. Even if it was a goat instead of a lamb.
Hold it!
This is important. Are you sure you really saw that lantern?
You're but a petty baker, are you not? It is not your place to be telling me what is important. There's but one thing of importance. Ridding this town of its witches as quickly as possible.
Objection!
Hardly. I'd say this is far more important. What? We're trying to find out the truth here.
How absurd! That goes a witch, I say. A witch. I would stake my entrance into the Knights of the Inquisition on it. Listen well, whelp. Yes, Sir Barnum. Many young men within the ranks of the knighthood share your level of passion. However, you let your ambition completely blind you, the same way that a muddy lantern leaves one blind and helpless in the dark.
This guy. Yes, indeed. I would say he is quite the tough motivator. What do you think, Nick? Did you notice anything fishy? Yeah, possibly. I think there may be something I can use. Really? Wow. I didn't hear anything special. There was definitely something out of place about that one witness's testimony. It was something I haven't noticed from any of the other witnesses so far. It appears you may have found something, Mr. Wright. A four-witness cross-examination. This is something I've never done before. But then... maybe there's another way I should be tackling this. I believe it is worth trusting that intuition, Mr. Wright. Okay, got it. Alright. Let's try pressing that old man one more time. I actually forgot about this mechanic. Lantern fell after the incantation. Are you positive about that? I say I'm positively positive that I am positive. I heard her voice and then... sploosh. That sploosh. Was that the sound of the lantern hitting the ground? Indeed. But of course. Do you see? But if you look at the lantern, you'll notice that the glass is shattered. You specifically said you heard a sploosh. Shouldn't you have heard the sound of the glass shattering when it hit the ground? Sound of glass shattering? No. I'm afraid I failed to catch your drift.
Hold it!
There it is. Right there. I knew I heard something strange. Huh? But old Greybeard didn't say anything weird. Maya, it's not the old guy that said something weird. It's the person next to him. Next to him? Ah, look there, Professor. The goat lady. She looks really deep in thought. Would seem. She has noticed something odd in this elderly gentleman's testimony. Huh. That's right. These cross-examinations have 4 witnesses. Hey, Nick. It looks like we're not the only ones paying attention to these testimonies. You're right. Which means, if they're all listening to each other's testimonies... Correct, Mr. Wright. Each witness is fully aware of themselves and their own actions, when in the middle of their own testimonies. However, it is while listening to the testimonies of others that the witnesses may sometimes reveal the most valuable information. I see. It's habitual. They can't tell how they're doing it, but I can. And I'm going to use it to turn the tide back in our favor. In fact, I do believe I've spotted our first opening in which to test this new technique. Mr. Wright, could I draw your attention to the touchscreen? The touchscreen? Sliding the magnifying glass during a witness's testimony will allow you to shift your focus across to another witness. Right. So the important thing here isn't the witness that's in mid-testimony, it's the other 3 witnesses listening. It's just a matter of catching them off guard and questioning them. I like how Layton, Luke, and Maya are all on the same side of the bench but just teleport from side to side. Yeah, I don't know where exactly everyone's standing. There didn't really seem to be like any chairs or anything behind either desk, like on the prosecution or the defendant side. They're just like not there, I guess. Like sometimes Luke is standing to the to Phoenix's right when he's presenting stuff, and then other times he's like standing over to Phoenix's left when they're just talking. And then Maya's just like there if she feels like it.
What are you waiting for, Nick? Let's give it a shot. How about we try questioning the goat lady next to the old graybeard?
Okay, all I have to do is slide the magnifying glass over to that witness.
Hang on!
Another new voice line. Excuse me, Miss Mary.
Oh, do you mean us? But Snowy and I have nothing else left to say.
I knew it. I caught her completely by surprise. Mr. Wordsmith just gave his testimony. He told us all about the sound he heard when the lantern fell to the ground. Mr. Wordsmith didn't seem too sure, but I wonder if you might have happened to see something, have something to say about this.
Well, that's... Is that all right, Sir Barnum? Maybe answer the question?
Do what you will, madame. There is no need for formalities. Huh?
Well, we'll try and explain, won't we, Snowy? The truth is, we did hear something. That is to say, we heard the sound of the lantern's glass shattering. We're sure of it. It was frighteningly loud.
Okay, so that basically proves the lantern did indeed fall during the crime.
It quite startled us, didn't it, Snowy dear? I looked in the direction of the sound, but I couldn't see anything, let alone that girl or those two thieves. It was a tad dark after all.
When the glass shattered, the flame inside must have gone out. Hence she could not see them. That seems to be the gist of it.
But then, as I peered into the darkness, I heard it.
You heard it? What did you hear exactly?
You know, that. I heard... the incantation for the spell Ignace.
What did you say? Now hold it right there, witness.
Yes, my lord.
The glass shattered when the lantern fell. Then after that, you heard the incantation for the spell Ignace. Do you swear to this court that this is without a doubt correct?
Yes, maybe. Well, I think.
How about my testimony? What of my oratorical observation? That blasted spell Ignace occurred first, then the lantern plummeted to the ground.
I heard no such thing. There was no sound of shattering glass.
Absurd. Simply absurd. So the lantern fell and the glass shattered. That does not change the very fact that this girl is a witch.
Objection!
I hate to disappoint you, but that's not quite the case. In fact, this testimony changes things a lot. Wouldn't you agree, Inquisitor Barnum?
What is the meaning of this?
Let's go over what we know so far. In order for a witch to use any magic, they must be holding a witch's scepter. And yet, none of the four witnesses saw the defendant holding a scepter of any kind.
That's because the scepter was made to disappear with the spell Demir, correct?
At the time of the crime, the two victims grabbed Miss Cantabella's arm, causing her to drop the lantern on the ground. If at the time she was in fact holding an invisible scepter, then the scepter must have fallen when she dropped the lantern. Now, let's say, hypothetically, that Miss Cantabella really is a witch. In order to use any magic, she would have had to recite the spell before dropping the scepter. However, as our witness, Miss Mary, has just stated in her testimony, she heard the incantation for Ignace after hearing the lantern's glass shatter. You do all understand what that means, don't you? It means that Miss Cantabella, the supposed witch you have locked up, could not possibly have cast any magic. Therefore, the defendant, Espella Cantabella, is clearly in no way, shape, or form a witch. What the fuck? He's just gone. Such frivolity. Do you not realize what you're insinuating? Do you not really think she is not a witch?
Such nonsense. Did any of you even listen to my testimony? We did, but you're wrong. There was no glass shattering. Are you calling me a liar, Missy? You couldn't even see the mud on the lantern when it was plain as day.
Ridiculous claims, all of you.
Oh, hush. Take your little toy sword and go back to the playground, playing pretend, Sir Knight.
Witnesses, this is a court of law, not a playground. Must I remind you of the importance of these proceedings? Witches and their magic threaten our fair town of Labyrinthia. Your words here today could decide the fate of every single citizen within our walls. Do you understand? As such, I expect each of you to take your role seriously and testify honestly about what you saw. In all my days as a judge of this court, I've never seen such behavior. Behavior that leaves a cloud of doubt over the credibility of each of your testimonies.
Indeed, my lord. Quite a miserable set of witnesses, this lot.
I see. It would appear this trial has come to a sudden halt.
Huh?
So, that must mean... Quite right. It means you have won this trial, Mr. Wright. Won? I can hardly believe the situation we have found ourselves in. I did not anticipate this trial ending with such a strange turn of events.
Kill all the witnesses? You know, maybe one of them is harboring some sort of witch. You know, this is a Phoenix Wright game. Shouldn't we be finding the true culprit after all this is over?
But due to these witnesses' dubious credibility, I can see no reason to continue. What say you, Inquisitor Barnum?
As you wish, my lord.
What is going on? They're actually going to let this witch run free through town. Curses. If it wasn't for that witch and her friends...
Hold it!
Who the fuck is this guy?
Second, this trial ain't even close to being over.
Are you drinking in court? That is illegal, good sir.
Not before I take the stand to testify.
Some guy. Alright, some guy. Get your ass down here.
Order! Who is this buffoon?
Behold! Who am I, you ask? Who am I? Why? I'm the man that's gonna single-handedly save this trial. I'm the fifth witness.
Say what?
What?
Even Barnum didn't see this one coming.
Just as I thought. This trial was going down the drain before I got here. Okay, you lot. Assemble. We need a strategy meeting. ASAP. I say,
Who are you?
Thank goodness you showed up. We can't give up now, everyone.
Let's come down to this. To arms, everyone. We shall do battle against that baker and that hat seller.
Can't believe this. What the heck is going on? Truly fascinating. It seems a new witness has taken a stand. What's more, he appears to be quite a formidable witness. Well, I guess. This trial is still far from over. Man, how did this trial go on this long in the first place? If this guy saw something so important, where the hell was he with all the other witnesses? He's been listening this entire time. Why didn't he speak up sooner? Well then, we will continue with the trial of Isabella Cantabella. Oh boy. A group of witnesses huddling up before a joint testimony in a witch trial. Inquisitor Barnum, if I may ask you a question? Yes, my lord. We now have 5 witnesses on the stand, so I must ask, why was this obnoxious-looking man left out of your initial group of witnesses?
Baldy's right, Barnum. That's just cold-blooded.
There's but one reason, my lord. I did not know this witness even existed.
Eh?
You, sir, failed to come forward. We were asking for witnesses for this very trial. You were nowhere to be seen.
Well, that's 'cause I didn't hear a peep about it. I ain't usually around at night, except for maybe a rogue's tavern.
So you're basically telling us that you were up all night drinking.
Anyway, well, it's all water under the bridge now, as far as I'm concerned. Let's leave the rest to yours truly. Ha ha ha.
During the last interrogation, the defender brought forth some surprising proof. Namely, that there was little possibility that the accused could have used magic. I have never heard such a claim. It must be done by the doing of this logic.
What rubbish? Lodge, did you say? Well, I got a clue what that is. But I do know that this bread, bacon, baker, ought to head back to the bakery.
Eloquently said.
Oi, Gramps, give me and my partners over here a chance to speak. You want to know how this witch managed to be holding that scepter, don't ya?
Oh, when you say Gramps, you wouldn't mean me, would you? I fail to see anyone else meeting such a description. We'll show you she's a witch. I'll bet Zoe's beautiful white coat on it.
On guard. Alright, team. Let's do this. Witnesses!
Yes, well, let's proceed with the testimonies. Why do I feel like I've totally lost control of this situation? I don't think anyone's in control of this situation.
It's clear as day. Isabella's a witch. We're not backing down at this.
When she dropped the lantern, the scepter was not yet in her hands.
The scepter must have been hidden by magic and carried on her back.
Rogues grabbed her by the hand and held the lantern, so she must have had another way of holding that scepter. Well, that's easy. Girl just put the bucket down on the ground and picked up the witch's magic stick.
This feels like something out of like a Monty Python sketch.
So she had the witch's scepter behind her back. Then she dropped the lantern and reached for the scepter after it fell.
If that is the case, then it must have been possible for the accused to have used magic.
So what, we're gonna prove that she wasn't carrying it on her back? This is bad. Thanks to this guy, now all the witnesses seem extra determined to pin this thing on Mispella. They each harbor a shared anger towards witches and magic. Such is the cause of their strong desire to see a guilty verdict passed as quickly as possible. However, such confidence is undoubtedly bound to cloud their better judgment and thinking. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think these guys mean any real harm, but they're all riled up. They don't even realize how distorted their idea of what happened tonight has become. At least, that's how it seems.
This isn't good, Professor. Witnesses aren't thinking straight. They're completely blind to the truth.
Sir Baker. Rather, Sir Wright.
How are the two thieves doing right now? I'm sure they're sleeping well, 6 feet under, in a pile of ash. I'm sure they're perfectly fine.
Yes. You do not appear to be a mere simple baker, that much is clear. On the other hand, you are no ordinary defender either.
They'll walk it off.
It is but a flesh wound. As a defender managed to clash and do battle with me here, on this battlefield, as an equal. Sir Blue Knight, this trial has not yet been decided. If there is any doubt in your interrogation, I will not hesitate to strike your case down where it stands.
I understand.
Defender, please begin your interrogation.
Hold it!
Not backing down, you say?
Uh-huh, that's right. Spella's a witch. That's our story, we're sticking to it.
This is a courtroom, Miss Kira. We're not interested in your story. We're interested in the truth.
You know what I think? I think stories have the power to touch our lives in really meaningful ways.
What do you mean?
Last year, I read a book about a flower girl who brought peace to the world with all the pretty flowers she sold. Because of that story, now I tell myself, Kira, one day you'll fill the world with beautiful flowers of your own. That story inspires me to sell more flowers. It's pretty much the same as this trial.
What a very touching story.
Indeed. I have heard nary a truer tale. Wouldn't you agree, Sir Blue Knight? Maybe it's just me, but I'd have preferred something a little more relevant.
I'm afraid our logic may do us no good here. Let's move on to the next witness, shall we?
Hold it!
No matter how many times we ask, you still say you didn't see the scepter, huh, Gramps?
I ask you, youngling, were you paying attention to this trial?
Yes.
Well then, magic made the scepter invisible, did it not? Thus, my old age clouding up my vision has nothing to do with anything. The scepter actually vanished.
No, what I'm saying is, if it really was invisible, you wouldn't be able to actually prove it.
Not so, young one. We can prove it. The girl is a witch. There is your proof. So, my old age clouding up my memories has nothing to do with anything. The scepter magically vanished, you see?
Okay, we get it. I agree, this is probably one of the best looking Phoenix Wright games, which, I mean, maybe that's in part because it's not 100% a Phoenix Wright game, because it's also mostly a Professor Layton game, but it's definitely one of the most pretty looking ones. I'm looking forward to seeing the other 3DS Phoenix Wrights once we get to them.
When the lantern fell, you claimed the scepter was not still in your hand, so... was not in your hand yet. So that means...
Hold it!
The witch's scepter was behind her back.
It's like my little snowflake here. Whenever my darling gets too heavy, I hoist him up and carry him on my back.
You mean your baby goat, right?
Yes, yes. There isn't a cuter little goat in this entire courtroom. Right, precious?
I know it's been asked already, but you didn't see the witch's scepter, did you?
Well, no, but one must have been made invisible by magic and then put on her back. You know, Snowy's such a tiny little thing. If I put him on my back, you can hardly see him.
I hardly see the point of that comment.
So the accused grabbed the witch's scepter after the lantern fell.
Hold it!
Are you alright?
What? Why?
Why? Well, for one thing, you're hiding behind what I assume is a shield.
Well played, Blue Knight. You managed to see through my steel guard technique.
Your steel what technique?
You tried to penetrate the depths of my mind and to deceive me once with your witchcraft of words. But you'll find your words are futile against the strength of my shield, crafted from wood harder than steel. Now then, how about you? Attack me if you dare.
No, just listen a second.
Looking at this sketch, it's quite clear the accused could not have held the scepter in the same hand carrying the lantern. Witness, explain to the court just how the accused held the scepter.
Hold it!
She put the milk bucket down?
Well, that's right. Reckon if she did that, she'd have no problem holding that thing.
Oh, strong button.
Objection!
But none of the other witnesses have said anything about seeing her put the bucket on the ground.
Well, but no one said a thing about not seeing her put the bucket down either, right?
Well, apparently a lot of people have, apparently. Everyone's got something to say on this one.
Hang on!
Excuse me, Mr. Wordsmith?
What is it, oh boisterous blue one?
Tell me, what do you make of this witness's testimony just now? He has stated that the defendant put the bucket on the ground. The other witnesses never mentioned that.
Let me tell you something, young man. Long have I lived and prospered. In that time I've forgotten much. Dreams, aspirations, even love. I simply forgot about that milk bucket. Like one would forget about a single drop of water within that bucket that is life.
That hang on voice is just like, it's probably just because I gotta get used to it since we just played through 3 games that don't have it. It feels weird to me, but I do like it as well. I don't know, like, I guess there wouldn't be any reason for that voice line to exist in the other games, hey? Because I'm guessing this is the only Phoenix Wright where you question 5 witnesses at the same time. That doesn't seem like something that would usually take place in court. Thank you for that, Mr. Wordsmith. No further questions.
I still don't understand a single word that comes out of his mouth, Nick.
Sheesh. I guess it's back to the drawing board. Wait, can we have to like question all of them? Alright. I have to go through each of this every single time. Okay, because like every single one of them had something to say about this. Oh, good. I like that it doesn't let you skip it by accident, like when you're trying to mash A at least, so that's good.
Hang on!
We'll just question everyone. I would imagine, I'm thinking there's probably like a logic to who you should question so you don't waste your own time. But in the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Excuse me, Miss Mary.
Huh? You mean Snowy and me?
Tell me, what do you think of the witness's testimony just now? The accused placed the bucket on the ground. No one has said anything about this until now.
Well, that must have been how it happened. The girl probably placed the milk bucket on the ground. Yes.
Objection!
Miss Mary, you did not mention anything to that effect in your previous testimony. And yet you clearly stated that the one thing you were specifically focused on, more than anything else, was the milk bucket. Ergo, you should be able to confirm to the court whether or not this bucket really was placed on the ground.
Objection!
One's memory is not flawless, Sir Blue Knight. Pay attention to what the witness was saying. The accused probably placed the milk bucket on the ground. There's the possibility such was the case.
Yes, that's quite right. Isn't it, my little cuddle pumpkin?
I knew it. Something fishy about her testimony, but... Indeed, it would seem we require a decisive piece of evidence if we are to expose the contradictions in these witnesses' testimonies. Yeah, I just have to think of what that could be. What am I reading in chat right now? The fuck? I have a feeling that there's more than one drunk guy around here right now. This guy on the witness stand has some competition. Yeah, I'm trying to cipher it too, Schwartz. Okay, we'll just I'm gonna go and press her again. We got other people to question here. All right, let this guy speak again. I mean, if anyone here knows anything about milk, it's gonna be the milk lady, but I can't really milk her for more answers. So let's move on to the other people. Yeah, we'll just go from side to side here. Can we not? Oh, we can use the stick, okay.
Hang on!
Excuse me, Miss Kira?
Huh? Yes. What is it?
Tell me, what do you think of this witness's testimony just now? The accused placed the bucket on the ground. No one has said anything about this until now.
You're right. How odd. Everyone must have simply forgotten. Myself included.
Oh, is that what we're going with? They just forgot? Actually, that's not that strange. It's Phoenix Wright. Huh?
But, yeah. Isabella definitely did put that milk bucket down. That way she was able to easily grab her scepter and use magic. Easy peasy, right? The nerve, Nick. It looks like she's trying to peg as well as a witch every chance she gets.
Really? I don't know how much more of this testimony I can stand. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that. No! I pressed the wrong button. Trying to get back to this guy. I pressed it too many times. 3, 4. There we go. Press. There we go. Alright, what about the knight? Did the knight see anything about this milk bucket, or did he also just conveniently forget?
Hang on!
Excuse me, Mr. Knightle. Tell me, what do you think about this witness's testimony just now? He claims the accused placed the bucket on the ground. No one has said anything about this until now.
Reminded of one thing, sir. A battle tactic important to any knight. Imagine, in one hand you hold your sword, and in the other, your shield. But suddenly, from the shadows, an itch of epic proportions takes to your back. What doth one do? Indeed, what can one do? Well, let me tell you.
Real Matt on guard. Hello. Welcome.
One must drop one's sword and fell that unholy itch with a well-timed scratch to one's back.
Right.
Crafty witch would surely use the same tactic, would she not? I call it my signature back scratch attack of great justice.
Right.
By the way, be wary when using that tactic in battle. I find my opponents rarely give me such ample time to remove my armor and scratch.
Thank you for that, Mr. Knightle. No further questions. Mr. Knightle sure takes the whole knight thing super seriously, huh? Sheesh. Guess it's back to the drawing board. Okay, so we need to... I'm guessing we need to present at this point, hey? These testimonies, something's definitely not right here. What do you think, Nick? There's no way this disappearing scepter explains what actually happened. I mean, no one saw anything. How can anyone prove it was there? This is starting to get really annoying. They can talk all they want about an invisible scepter, but no way is anything slipping under my radar. I do believe that is correct, Mr. Wright. Somehow we must find a clue that can lead us to another opening. Yeah, you're right. I think Mr. Personality over there may just be the key to doing that. Okay, so what does he say exactly? He says... The girl just put the bucket down on the ground and picked up the witch's scepter. Now... Okay, this is my train of thought here, and I'm going to say first. But... if we're to go with the logic that the ground was muddy, proven by the fact that the lantern is muddy, and we're also to believe that this is the real milk bucket that she was carrying in her hand at the time of the crime,
Objection!
why isn't it muddy? I'm afraid what really happened is not quite so simple.
What? What you talking about?
It only just stopped raining moments before the crime took place. As a result, the ground was very muddy. If Miss Cantabella really placed the bucket on the ground, like you claim she did, then it should be caked with mud, just like the lantern was after it fell. Well, I'd say that clears up your muddy testimony, wouldn't you?
Well... Wait, Bonham!
What?
We're just gonna sit there looking pretty. Come on, give me a hand here.
Flattery will get you nowhere, witness. Other than perhaps to the dungeon. At any rate, there is but one question we ought to ask. Why is there no mud on the bucket? To the witness with the goat, may I ask you a question? Are you talking to us? Indeed. You admitted to the court that you returned home with the milk bucket. Illegally, I might add. Oh my. Such harsh words, Inquisitor. When you took the bucket home, you must have simply wiped the mud from the bucket, is that correct? Hey, no leading questions, okay? That's not fair. I'm not allowed to make leading questions. Of course she's gonna think about it and say yes that she did. Because she wants to spell it to be... accused. You know, now that they mention it... No way. Don't tell me. That milk bucket. Oh, that's right. I remember now. I don't know what it was on the... if what was on the bucket was mud exactly, but it was certainly dirty. Before taking it inside with me, I remember wiping it clean with an old rag. Are you kidding me?
These people just happen to have an explanation for anything.
Exceptional work, Inquisitor Barnum.
Right. That makes perfect sense, see? We were right all along, weren't we, Inquisitor Barnum?
I knew that sword weren't just for show. You sliced his argument in two.
Objection!
Now, milk in the bucket must be rotten by now. It's been only, I mean, you know what, you're probably right. It's been only a couple of hours, to be fair. Unlike normal Phoenix Wright games, this trial takes place literally hours after the crime. But yeah, you're probably still right, because you don't leave milk out of the fridge. If it's been out there for a few hours, it's probably bad by that point. Witness, Miss Mary.
What is it?
You're absolutely sure there was mud stuck to this milk bucket?
Oh my. Well, truth be told, I don't remember whether it was mud exactly. But I do remember cleaning the bucket off when I got home.
It would seem the defense has failed to disprove the witness's claims. Of that we can be quite certain. That'll teach you, Bluey. You got that right. Do me a favor, will you, Gramps? I want to change my testimony just a tiny bit.
Oh my god.
I will allow it only if the witness refrains from name-calling in the future. You got it, my lord. Well, all this court mumbo-jumbo has left me thirstier than a dog in the desert.
Damn. Look at him go. Where is he getting all the alcohol? Or is he just like the slowest drinker ever?
What witch that was holding the stick? Well, I even heard her say the incantation thing. Well, that's right. I witnessed it all.
Hold it!
Oh, did you now? But no one knows for sure if Miss Cantabella dropped that milk bucket on the ground. Because there's no mud on it, is what you're saying?
Hey, we went over this already. We know that goat lady wiped off the mud.
Objection!
However, Miss Mary doesn't clearly remember whether or not it was mud that was stuck on the bucket.
I really don't remember. We really don't remember. But maybe. I guess maybe there was mud on it. I mean, she can hold on the scepter without putting the bucket on the ground.
Miss Mary, please give a definitive answer.
You all done, Bluey? Talk all you want, cause it ain't gonna help, see? The five of us, we saw what that witch went and did. We say it started clear as day.
Hang on!
Excuse me, Mr. Hours, I thought it's been like a day. Damn, they really just sent a spell to die in 2 shakes. Yeah, basically, like, so we left the Grand Archive, the library, with Espella. Espella's like, I gotta go get some milk, so I'll see you guys at home. We get back to the bakery, dinner's set up, we all have dinner. Espella still doesn't come home, and then a bunch of knights come charging in, telling Phoenix that he needs to go and appear in court. That's basically what happened. So I would give it 2 hours tops from the time of leaving the archive to being summoned to court. And the murder happened sometime during that time period. So probably not even an hour after the crime happened was she caught and accused and a court date set up for like minutes after all of that. They're very efficient with these witch trials. Earth to Gramps.
Defender, when you say Gramps, might you, by any chance, referring to me?
No, of course not, Your Honor. Mr. Wordsmith, are you listening? He has reached Nirvana.
I hear you quite clearly the first time, young man. These ears hear all. The crackling of the fire, the whispering of the crowd. Now, your voice.
If that's the case, then allow me to ask you a question. You were clearly deep in thought just now. Do you have something to say about this man's testimony?
Indeed so. I felt something was amiss. However, what that means I cannot say.
Whisper's got the Raymond hands. I'm trying to see if there's like any evidence of like wrists or an arms or anything at all. And the closest I can think of is like when he turns sideways, you can maybe sort of make out an arm under his robe. That's very questionable though.
Amiss? Witness, could you tell us? What precisely was amiss with the third-rate testimony from this third-rate witness?
What a burn, Barnum.
5 heads are better than 1. 10 eyeballs are better than 2. As I listened to this man's testimony, I could not help but become aware of something most odd. Tonight, when the crime occurred, we all made haste to that terrible scene.
I love the art style of these like flashback images. Like this would be normally where we get like a black and white photograph of whatever happened during like based on a witness's testimony and thoughts. I like that they're all done in kind of the style of like a medieval painting a little bit.
Delicious scent of every mid-evening dinner permeated through the air, the shadows of those present cast through the dim light. And yet, there were but 4 figures standing in that vicinity, myself included.
4? But hold on one second. You're saying that there were only 4 witnesses at the crime scene tonight?
These eyes may be old, but they know what they saw.
Is something the matter, Miss Mary?
No, it's just that Snowy and I here are trying to remember what happened at the time.
What do you mean what happened at the time? You've been here all night, and you're only telling me now that you don't remember shit. It was all made up.
I remember the flames erupting into the air. That's when Snowy and I made our mad dash to save the precious milk. And where those 2 ruffians were set ablaze, the flame filled the area with light. In that sudden flash of light, we could see that there were other people around besides ourselves. And that's when I saw them. The other people that scrambled to the scene along with us. I'm sure of it. There were only 4 of us there at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
Hold it, madame. What in blazes is going on?
All flashbacks are in the style of Starbucks says. Yeah, but like, I don't know. Look at like some medieval art. It kind of just the texturing. Like obviously the art style is very different from like your like actual classical medieval art. But just the way it's like shaded and stuff. I guess if anything, it kind of reminds me of another game called Pertinament, which I mean obviously a much newer game, but it was also done in a very similar art style, although a little more faithful to actual medieval art. But it was very similar. It was kind of like, think Paper Mario, but it looked like a medieval scroll.
We have 5 witnesses on the stand, all claiming to have witnessed tonight's events firsthand. That means we have 1 witness too many. Oi! You lot better stop speaking out of turn. All for one and one for all, remember? We all promised to take this witch down together, didn't we?
It's not quite that simple. We saw what we saw.
Well, I say it's all about the numbers. And I counted. I counted, I say. I'll have you know my counting is flawless. On nights when sleep eludes me, I can count sheep from moonrise to sunrise.
4 witnesses, 5 witnesses. What difference does it make? Things all started to get muddled when you showed up.
What the? You saying it's my fault? I wasn't there, you fool. Did I just finish saying that? My testimony is strongest here, even if it's not completely stainless.
Wait, these guys have stainless steel, but they don't have fingerprinting? or the concept of logic, or electricity.
Order! Order! Oh, I said order! What is going on here? You claim the number of witnesses does not add up? I have never paid witnesses to such an outrageous conflict.
There's but one answer to this puzzle, a single possibility.
What do you mean?
Without a doubt, magic must have been used at the scene of the crime. Furthermore, it would indeed appear that there were only 4 witnesses present at the scene. And yet, currently we are faced with 5 witnesses testifying to the court. That certainly is quite a fatal contradiction, with only one possible answer. Would you not agree, Mr. Wright? Oh, there he goes teleporting again. Who's the real witch here? The answer, it can't be.
Well, out with this supposed answer, Sir Blue Knight.
What's your explanation for the current number of witnesses? Well, it might seem far-fetched. The reality is actually rather simple. The real witch, and the real murderer in this case, is actually one of these 5 witnesses.
What?
Someone is lying, obviously. I think they were all lying from one point or another. The fact that they're all present in the courtroom at the same time has introduced so many biases. I'm pretty sure they've all been lying through their teeth and not even realized it.
You're telling us that the witch is among this group of witnesses? What utter rubbish! There's no possible way that such a claim could be true. That's right. You got a lot of nerve accusing one of us of being a witch.
They've told you nothing but the truth. Yet you still have the gall to bear around such an outrageous accusation.
Behold! Behold! As my trusty shield deflects your petty words like the petty words they are. Inquisitor Barnum.
Yes, my lord.
I would like to see a sketch of the crime scene at the time of the incident. Do you have one in your possession?
Yes, certainly, my lord.
I have one right here.
I requested it from the court illustrator, just in case.
Very well. Witnesses, I would like each of you to mark your location at the time of the murder. Here on this crime scene sketch.
Number of witnesses doesn't add up. It looks like we're getting somewhere now, but we haven't even scratched the surface of this case yet. And it's all thanks to this top hat wearing gentleman.
The court accepts this crime scene sketch into evidence.
Grand Grimoire, what's that? That's a book that we got from the library. It contains information about all the magic in this world, all the different spells that can be casted. We've used it in court so far too as like evidence, basically. Whenever there's like a contradiction about how spells work or something, we pull out the grimoire and use it as evidence. A sketch of the scene at the time of the crime. One of the witnesses is the witch. That could only mean one thing. Somebody here isn't telling the truth.
That would indeed appear to be the case, Mr. Wright. Listen well, Sir Blue Knight. The path you tread now is a dangerous one.
Claiming that a witch is among these most honorable witnesses is a serious accusation. Should it prove to be a false one, you'll find yourself at the other end of my sword. Do I make myself clear? Uh-huh, but that wasn't so much my suggestion. I mean, the gentleman here with the lovely top hat was the one who urged me to say it. Wow, throwing Layton under the bus like that. It is the same thing, Sir Blue Knight.
Indeed, it is the same thing, Sir Baker.
It is the same thing, Mr. Wright. Oh boy. Now, ready your sword. Okay, just after I save. Ready?
Were you listening?
You claim the witch is not the accused and that someone else at the crime scene was the true culprit. If what you say is true, then surely you can tell the court exactly where this person was at the time of the crime. Can you not? Nick throwing Hildebrand under the bus. I mean, he throws everyone under the bus. He likes using people as a scapegoat. Why do you think he keeps Maya around? Come now, Sir Blue Knight. Only you can enlighten us as to who this real witch actually is. Sir Dewy Defender. Show us where the witch was at the exact moment the murder took place. Where was the witch during the crime? Okay, well, the only one here that does not have a clear view of the crime is, Got it! The Got It's also new. I like that one. That's one of my favorite new voice clips. The real witch was probably this person right here, I think.
Probably.
This person? I think.
You're so bad at this defender stuff. What makes me want a drink?
If I may, Mr. Wright, remember that if one of these witnesses is indeed the witch, then there is a high possibility that particular witness is not telling the truth. Do bear in mind. So the witch must be lying, huh? If that's the case, that must mean a certain person wasn't where they claimed they were. Right. But I mean, doesn't that fit the girl? Because, like, she said she saw everything, but, like, if she's way back there, way far away from the crime, she's the furthest from the crime, she could have seen shit. Plus, she lost her glasses. Apparently, well, she said she needs glasses, and they got broken a few days ago. But maybe that was part of the lie. That's when the witch must have cast Ignace, right? Take a look in the Grand Grimoire. We're bound to find something in there. Oh, right. I forgot about one little detail that hasn't come up yet. But it is important now. Even if the witnesses line up a storm, whatever is inside this Grand Grimoire has to be the truth, right? Ah, shit. That's my first penalty. Okay, that's fine. There is one clue that we can look at about Ignace. So it couldn't have been her. Someone has to be close enough. Location of the witch during the crime. Okay, how far do you think a meter is? Could it be this guy? I mean, he's kind of close. Is that the? I don't know. What kind of scale are we dealing with here? The scale looks pretty large. What if it was one of these two? What if they were the witches? See, because currently, if you have to be a meter away, summons a circle of flame within a 1 meter radius of the caster. Requires an incantation scepter to cast. The only person that was a meter away was Dispella. Everyone else looks way further away. But if... Okay, well, I guess that's why they'd be lying. She looks pretty far away, but if she was able to run over and rescue the milk at the moment that the flames appeared, wouldn't you say that she was actually would have been a lot closer to the crime? Because everyone else just, like, he didn't hear anything. He heard a splash. He's standing by a lake. Okay, well that makes sense. He probably heard a splash from the lake and not the lantern. This guy, I mean, I don't really know what we could use as evidence for him. Maybe the fact that, like, let's say this building up here is like a tavern, and he's talking about drinking. Okay, well that kind of checks out. The fact that she couldn't see shit, well, maybe she wasn't lying about her glasses then. Maybe she really did need them and couldn't see far enough anyways. And then the knight. I don't remember what he exactly said. I'm trying to think if he saw anything that stood out about his location. Nothing in here about that, right? I don't think so. So then, in that case, like, if she was able to go get the milk, then wouldn't it be her? Wait, are we, okay, wait, are we to select, we're not selecting the witch though, we're selecting the location of the witch, right? So in that case, the location of the witch would have had to been like, in here or something. I think that's what we're being asked, right? So I mean, it's not necessarily these three, but like the witch would have had to been here. Okay, well, let's assume it's not going to be a spell, because the whole point here is to try and prove her innocent. So then the witch would have had to been one of these two. I don't think it could have been anywhere else. This guy's in the right location. I don't think we're supposed to be clicking on them anyways. I'm gonna click here because I don't think we're supposed to be clicking on a person.
Got it.
We're just supposed to be clicking on a point. The witch must have been standing here.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? Unfortunately for you, that spot has absolutely nothing to do with any of these witnesses.
Objection.
Inquisitor Barnum, I suggest you try taking a look at this.
The Grand Grimoire.
I was going about thinking of that question the wrong way. I was like too dead set on like selecting who the witch was, and not about, you know, the details. According to this tome, Ignace summons a circle of flame within a 1 meter radius of the caster. In other words, the witch had to have been within 1 meter of the flame when casting the spell.
Objection!
Of course. You needn't say anything any more, Sir Blue Knight. First off, notice that there is no one else in the area other than the accused. It should also be quite obvious from the sketch that there is clearly nowhere for anyone to hide.
Objection.
True, there aren't any hiding spots. However, there is one other possibility if a witch wanted to stay hidden from sight.
Most intriguing. Since you seem to love showing evidence, prove it. How was the witch able to hide in plain sight?
Magic! That's always the answer, right? I'll say, actually, in this case, it is the answer.
Take that.
Was it not the answer this time? Well, oh, I should have presented the spell. Yeah, an invisibility spell, actually. You are right. I just presented the wrong thing, I guess. Maybe? No. I didn't notice if I could click on the grimoire. I guess I need to, like, present the spell itself. You know, we were doing so well last stream of this, where it was like, oh man, this game actually has multiple solutions to puzzles. Here's an example of there should be multiple solutions to the puzzles. Because yes, it is an invisibility spell. But the thing is, the staff needs to be equipped with the invisibility spell. And it just so happens that this staff is indeed equipped with an invisibility spell. So you'd think that maybe if I present the staff, that would be good enough to say that they have an invisibility spell. They are invisible. Yes, I know a way to stay hidden from sight. And now they're going to yell at me about being stupid, when that was the whole reason I picked that evidence. So don't blame me. Guess I gotta do it this way. That's fine.
Take that.
We'll just click on the spell. That's... And look what is being
presented during this sequence. The very first item that we see. Now, what item did I just click on that wasn't in the Grimoire, the first attempt? Yeah. Okay. Good. Classic Phoenix Wright logic. No, you didn't pick the answer we want. Yes, you picked the correct answer, but it wasn't the right answer. Estelia Magica contains 2 magic gems. Ignace and 1 other spell. That's right, the spell Demir. Demir? It cannot be. Yeah, it really should have worked. Because, like, okay, so I was under the impression, according to last week, someone was mentioning that, like, this game apparently has multiple solutions because something that I picked in the first trial at the start of the game was not what the other person picked. They both worked. If really this puzzle, that should have been both. I should have been able to pick either Demir from the Grimoire or the staff itself. Especially when the staff is the very first thing that's mentioned. Like, that just makes no sense. That's right. There was most certainly a witch present at the crime scene. Only, they were completely invisible. All thanks to the magic spell Demir. What foolishness is this? Order! Order in the court! Defender, what are you getting at? I thought the witch used Demir to make the Telena Magica disappear.
Objection!
According to the Grand Grimoire, under the entry for Demir, it causes anything the caster touches to vanish from sight. In other words, supposing the witch were holding the staff in one hand while touching part of their body with the other, they would be able to make themselves disappear. Are you implying that that is the reason for the conflicting number of witnesses? Indeed it is, which means witnesses. Someone amongst you is not disclosing the entire truth, and that person is the witch we seek. I believe this is the most probable scenario. In before they call another emergency meeting. Honorable witnesses, you will testify to the court one final time. Tell us exactly what you saw and what you did not see at the time of the crime. How absurdly absurd! The purpose of this trial is to convict that girl of the crime, is it not? That's right. We are not witches. Witnesses, I ask that you listen. There is a witch mingling among you. That's right. I'm afraid you are all no longer brothers in arms. The true opponent here is within your own group. Real witch is one of these 5 witnesses, huh? Fine by me. Time to put an end to this trial. And this probably isn't the last time. Okay, has that happened though? When the judge says you will testify one last time, one final time. I'm trying to think if there's been a case where that wasn't true. Like, I think when the judge announces this is the last testimony, you can trust that it's the last testimony. Of course, there's a first time for everything, but, you know. You wish to know where we were all standing tonight? It matters not. Would the flames not burn just the same? That flame! I never saw anything like it. It quite literally left me speechless. I could even so much as scream. I heard the tiniest cry, and then when I turned around, the blood was roasting, so I rushed right over. I heard the incantation, then the flame suddenly erupted. I'm certain of it. Only saw 3 people there with us. As I said, there were only 3 others present, like that man there, who was stumbling around like a newborn calf. A most heinous act indeed.
No small wonder these witnesses are so confused. A witch among the witnesses? What an utterly baseless claim.
I don't think so, Barnum. The only baseless claim in this case is of a speller being a witch. It's more than a little likely one of these witnesses is the culprit. These testimonies are bound to tell me who the real witch is.
Hold it!
In other words, you're not sure exactly what happened tonight, is that right?
Defender! I fought with burning vigor this night. Do not belittle my efforts.
Right.
Why not just a knight does not just run away at the mere sight of fire. Ha!
No one even said anything about running away.
If I may be perfectly straight with you, the pillar of fire illuminated the area as it rose high into the air. There, by the fire, was the witch, and excluding the two unfortunate knaves, I counted 3 others at the scene.
Hang on!
Excuse me, Miss Kira.
What do you want?
You look like you had something to say about the testimony just now.
Well, it was about the number of people at the crime scene. Have you ever played the Daisy Pedal game?
The Daisy Pedal game?
1 witness, 2 witnesses, 3 witnesses, 4 witnesses, 5 witnesses, 6 witnesses.
How many witnesses are there?
What an adorable game. It seems like something of a fairy tale.
Seriously, Your Honor?
Anyway, you may continue your testimony, witness.
Hold it!
It must have been pretty terrifying, huh?
Yes, it's the kind of thing you only read about in books. The moment that pillar of fire erupted, I could feel my throat tightening up. It was so difficult to breathe, I couldn't even imagine so much as a scream.
Quite. After all, the flames engulfed the scene in the blink of an eye.
Yes, I'm sorry. That's why I can't really remember.
So you can't remember the number of people at the crime scene. Naturally, that is understandable, witness.
That's also why I was a little late getting to the scene compared to the others.
So before we go back, oh no, go back. I want to press him again, and this time we're not going to pick anyone so he can actually finish his testimony.
What?
Exactly, that means there were only 4 witnesses at the scene of the crime.
Hold on, sir. You cannot say that for certain. Perhaps I missed the other witnesses. Maybe they were obscured by the shield. See? That is another possibility.
Anyway, how about we not talk about your shield anymore?
Very well.
Okay. So the only one that seems like... I don't know, something about that girl seems like extra uncertain about the amount of witnesses. Like, everyone here seems uncertain. But she seems like extra uncertain. The tiniest cry.
Or might have been someone saying the incantation for that spell. My memory's kinda hazy on that one. Scared me good enough. Never jumped up to me feet so fast in all my life. Nearly had a heart attack, I tell ya.
Kira is very sus right now.
Jumped up. Straight. That's right, there's still raining cats and dogs, so being the resourceful chap that I am, I decided to doze under a tree for a bit.
Hang on!
Is everything alright, Mr. Wordsmith?
What is it did you want this time, young one?
I just wanted to know if you had any thoughts on the testimony just now.
Ah, yes. Thoughts about slumbering under trees. You mean?
Slumbering? I often find myself weaving the most intricate dreams under that very tree. Of course, I could not nap tonight, not with that uncouth man usurping my special dreaming spot, could I? Are you using this cross-examination to argue over a napping spot? Let us hope such arguments not lead to any criminal acts in the future. Witness, please continue your testimony. Also, we don't have a name for the drunk guy. No, I don't think we do. I'm going to check the court record, but I'm pretty sure we don't. Nope, some guy. Wait, what if that is his name? What if I'm pronouncing it wrong this whole time? What if it's like Some guy or Some? Maybe it's French. Maybe that's his actual name. Maybe his name is like Some guy. I don't know, guy's like a proper name. I've seen people name that. I don't know if it's a last name, but for all we know, it could actually be his name.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely certain? Maybe his name is Hildebrand. Hey, are you saying Hildebrand drinks? I'll have you know. That man is an upstanding gentleman. He would never drink.
Well, I believe so. But then, when you think about it, can anyone really be absolutely certain of anything?
It worries me that you're saying that in the middle of a cross-examination. I believe the witness means that there's no way she could be certain whether there were 4 witnesses or 5 at the crime scene.
Anyhow, there was a matter of great importance to the story that I had to attend to.
Ah, you must mean...
That's right, the milk. If any suit had gone into that milk, it would have been tragedy to end all tragedies.
Hang on!
Could I stop you there, mister? Mister!
Ha! Whoa! Turn down the volume, Bluey.
That's my line. Does anything come to mind regarding Miss Mary's testimony?
Nope, not really. Well, nothing important anyways. Just I think this old lady is full of it.
Huh?
Oh, I'm talking about the milk, man. The milk. You'll know the second you try the stuff. Oh, it ain't nothing to write home about, let me tell you.
What are you saying, you dolt? Who on earth would let you drink anything as delicious as the milk from my farm? A ruffian like you is better served by whatever unthinkable liquid is in that never-ending mug of yours.
If some guy's a witch, he's gonna be named Williamard or something stupid. What? I don't get it. Williamard. Willard. Willard. Oh, wizard. Oh, okay. But like, see, I never understood that. Like, yes, maybe traditionally we think of witches as like cackling, cauldron brewing women in the middle of a forest and wizards living in their towers. But I have seen so many interpretations of those two words. Like, I have seen male wizard or male witches and female wizards. Both exist. It just depends on who you're asking. So, like, I don't know if we have enough information to determine if a guy can't be a witch in this world. And we also don't have enough information to determine if wizards exist in this world. You guys using this cross-examination to argue over milk? Let's hope such arguments do not lead to any criminal acts in the future. Witness, please continue your testimony.
Hold it!
So, including yourself, there are a total of 4 witnesses at the crime scene, correct?
That is how it has come to pass.
By the way, what do you mean by stumbling around like a newborn calf?
Ah, yes. That was a man as inebriated as he was loud. Quite a humorous sight it was, I dare say.
You must mean the witness permanently glued to his cup of whatever it is he's drinking. When I saw the flames rise up into the sky, I wondered to myself, my word, whatever could that be? However, I could not simply walk over to check. My knees were a bit weak from shock, you see. It's when the wobbly-legged gentleman came running over.
Hang on!
Is something the matter, mister? Mister!
Huh. Turn on the volume, Bluey.
It's my line.
So, Blue Knight, next time please think before trying to press this witness.
Looks like this guy's even managed to scare Barnum half to death. Now then, sir, about Mr. Wordsmith's testimony just now. He claimed you were stumbling around. What does he mean by that?
I'm going to set the record straight right now. I'm no way was I stumbling around anywhere. I'd like to think of it more like, staggering with style.
Responsible adults should know better than to go stumbling around in the dead of night.
Hey, look, I don't just go stumbling around like some clumsy idiot. I've got more sense than that. But anyway, I kind of tripped over a large stone, and I mean, you don't exactly see what's on the ground in front of you when you're running at full pelt, right? So, you could say, I put my life out on the line, proving that you really need to watch where you're going when you run.
How courageous of you. Someone give this guy a medal. My lord, this testimony is a meaningless waste of everyone's time.
Well, Defender, is there a point to this particular line of questioning?
Is there anything worth pursuing here? What should I do? The witness stated earlier that he tripped over a large stone. Mister, I have one question for you. Why weren't you watching what was in front of you?
Well, to be honest with you, what ain't much of a reason, but, something suddenly caught my attention. Out of nowhere, I sort of heard someone call out me name.
You heard your name?
Of course, I turned around when I heard it. Who wouldn't? When a woman calls your name, you pay attention, am I right?
So, you heard someone call out, hey, you, from behind, you mean?
What? Well, I said they called out me name. How many guys do you know called, hey, you? My name is Emir. And don't you forget it, Bluey. You hear me?
I must say that this gentleman really does not strike me as an Emir. You know, Professor, it's not a very memorable name, huh? That's harsh.
Honorable witnesses,
Is there anyone among you who was aware of this man's name prior to now? Not at all. He's always just been Mister to me.
a knight's name is only as good as the name of the sword he carries.
He's the first I've heard of this. I dare say I did not expect his name to be one such as Emir. Yeah, Emir's I don't think I've heard that name either, I'm gonna say. That's a new one. I'm sorry, but I don't know his name either. I only remember the names of my most loyal customers. Okay. Looks like absolutely no one knew this witness's name.
You know, what ain't much of a surprise to me either. What? Seriously? Well, I definitely heard someone call me name. When you get to be me age, you really start to wonder when you'll find that true love, you know? Well, I thought that pretty voice might have been me sweetie.
I'd call him desperate, but I think he's beyond that. Your Honor, I don't believe we should be so quick to label Mr. Emir's testimony meaningless. Would you not agree? I request that the witness add this amusing anecdote to his testimony. Understood. Witness, amend your testimony. But please, reflect only on the important parts of your story.
Well, I'm telling you, I heard someone call me name and I was looking around trying to find him. Word to the sea. But I ended up tripping when I heard someone call me name from behind.
Hold it!
Excuse me, Emir.
Oh, don't sweat it, Bluey. Mister, hey you. It's all the same to me.
You stated that you heard your name being called from behind. Are you absolutely sure about that?
Well, right or wrong, it sure sounded like me name. I mean, what else could it have been? I would have remembered it happening if I hadn't heard something, right? Still, maybe there's a chance I just imagined it, huh? But anyway, I remember it came from somewhere behind me.
From somewhere behind you? Something the matter, Mr. Wright? Mr. Emir's story isn't the most accurate, but if what he says is true, then there's definitely something there. Something, you say? What you mean? A contradiction? Yeah, I think so. Although, I don't know. There's just something strange about his testimony. I don't see any decisive evidence in the court record that can help. Do you mean to say you found a contradiction that cannot be supported by the evidence?
Objection!
My lord, this line of interrogation is a complete waste of the court's time. Defender, I must warn you, from here on, any unnecessary questioning will be dealt with accordingly.
Oh shit, are we getting our pressing limited? Hey, wait a second, woman called from behind him. There's only one person we know of that. Yeah, according to that sketch of the crime scene, sure. But also remember that the witch's position is possibly a lie on that sheet. Because of course the witch is going to say that they're nowhere near the crime scene, therefore couldn't have cast the spell. If I don't answer correctly here, it's currents for the trial and for Espella.
If you are intent on finding a fault in this witness's testimony, you will need to present decisive evidence to back up your claims.
There's not one single piece of decisive evidence in the court record. What do I do now? Mr. Wright. Mr. Layton. I have an idea. I believe there is a weapon of sorts with which you may be able to expose this contradiction without the need of evidence. A weapon?
Now, defender, give us your answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The defense finds that the witness's testimony Your Honor, the defense believes there is a huge contradiction in the witness's testimony.
Objection!
What is this? You must be an even bigger fool than I thought, Sir Blue Knight. You really do not possess even a sliver of common sense, do you?
Objection.
If I may interrupt for just a moment, Inquisitor Barnum. Allow me to ask you this. What need is there for common sense in the world that forgoes using it? Accordingly, I must humbly ask that you discard such a manner of thinking. Whatever do you mean? You have my utmost thanks for placing your trust in me, Mr. Wright. Let us discuss the one remaining weapon in this cross-examination. The remaining weapon? This trial has taught us a valuable new technique to be used in the courtroom, has it not?
You mean questioning, right, Professor?
Indeed it is, Luke. Each of the witnesses in this trial has given their own account of what occurred. Therefore, whenever one witness has testified, the other remaining witnesses have listened. That gives me an idea. In addition to catching a witness off guard and questioning them about another's testimony, there is one more thing.
I love Barnum's, like, wind up for his death smash, yeah. It's like... it doesn't even sound like the impact is as strong as it should be. Like, I feel like the sound should be way louder. It just sounds like a normal death slam. Like, it's the same sound that Phoenix makes, and he just uses his hands. This guy's, like, fucking body slamming with a full suit of armor. How's that desk not broken in the first place? something else we can get from a 5-person cross-examination? That's right, of course! Indeed, Mr. Wright. Contradictions. Should one witness testimony differ from another's testimony, then I suppose that in itself can also be considered a contradiction, can it not? Testimony contradicting testimony? I never would have thought of that until now. What? But we've done it so many times! How many times have we gotten, like, a witness's testimony in the court record and then presented it as evidence? Enough, Sir Blue Knight. Are you prepared to present to the court evidence proving the contradiction within this witness's testimony? Every time I see it, I think the desk is going to break the entire desk on the floor and the earth beneath. It's going to be like a Kirby Megaton hammer. I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly don't remember if he does, but I could totally see that being like his breaking point. Like at some point in like the final trial of the game, he just like does a slam and just everything breaks. The witness's testimony does not contradict any evidence. It contradicts the testimony. What are you talking about? This time, Mr. Wright, have a look at the touchscreen. There, you will see the testimony of the witnesses in question, as well as those of the other witnesses. Keep your eyes peeled and identify the contradicting testimony. Oh, I forgot Maya was here. When was the last time we saw Maya? It feels like it was ages ago. Alright, let's give this another shot, Nick. And make sure you don't forget to take a look at the court record, too. Okay, let's see. I hurried to the scene, but then I ended up tripping when I heard someone call me from behind. Wish to know where we were all standing tonight matters not, where the flames not burn just the same. So he doesn't know where anyone was standing. He wasn't paying attention. Flame, I never saw anything like it. Quite literally left me speechless. I couldn't even so much as scream. Okay. So it couldn't have been her. I heard the incantation, then the flames suddenly erupted. I'm certain of it. I only saw 3 people there with us. As I said, there were only 3 others present, like that man there who was stumbling around like a newborn calf. Okay, now, if we're gonna be, if we're thinking that it's specifically a woman that did it, it's gotta be one of these 2, but both of them feel like she doesn't even mention talking. So, okay, the contradictions here are this person didn't talk at all. They were completely silent. This person, according to the, this thing, where is it? According to this, she was like, would technically be in front of him, right? Because if he's coming from the top left, and she's down there, and he's running to the scene, then she would be in front. So the only person that is here that's behind is the other girl, but she didn't talk at all, so I guess that's probably the contradiction? I guess we'll question this.
Objection!
The person contradicting this man's testimony is none other than you, Miss Kira. Are you both pointing at me? At the time of the incident, that man heard someone's voice call his name. That voice belonged to you, Miss Kira. It could not have been anyone else. And yet, in your testimony, you stated that you were in such shock during tonight's events that you couldn't even speak. This is a clear contradiction.
Objection!
I'm thinking Wordsmith contradicts Amir. If Amir tripped, then he couldn't have stumbled around. Well, okay, you can trip without falling. Like falling and tripping are not mutually inclusive. Like you can trip on something and then catch yourself and then stumble around. Especially if you're as drunk as this guy probably was. Probably would have happened a lot. What is the meaning of this, Defender? Can you really claim to trust this sham of a witness and this sham of a testimony?
Objection!
That man's character is besides the point. His testimony is anything but a sham. As he watched the flames erupt, his attention was drawn to a voice behind him, which in turn made him fall over. He heard a woman's voice calling his name. A very concrete reason, and reason enough to believe his testimony.
Objection!
If it is as you say, then explain why you feel this witness is somehow responsible.
That's right. Why me? People barely hear me when I'm out selling my flowers. That's how soft my voice is. And besides, there was another woman at the scene, wasn't there? Me? What are you getting at? What are you getting at, young lady? Do you honestly think a woman my age would be out late at night in the forest flirting with questionable men? Besides, I don't even know this pathetic man's name. How could I have called out to him? Neither did I. Even if I did know his name, do you really think he's the kind of guy any self-respecting girl would want?
Come on, ladies. I'm standing right here, you know?
As I was saying, the only person that could have heard him from behind was you, Miss Kira. The defense wishes to present evidence to prove this claim. Wait, what claim?
To accuse a witness like this young lady here. Why, this is simply unheard of. I must warn you, defender. If you cannot prove your accusation to this court, you will see the underside of my gavel.
Okay.
Show us evidence proving this young lady was the one who called out to this man at the time of the crime.
Evidence that proves that she called out, hey? Now, what exactly are we looking for here? Her location? Well, we can't necessarily trust this because this was all corroborated by the witnesses who are apparently lying. So it couldn't have been that. But I think I see what we're really getting at here.
Take that!
Okay, no, we're not. Not yet. That's in a bit. Oh, that was the wrong one. I guess it is the map. Well, that was embarrassing. Yeah, it's gotta be the map. I don't trust the map, but I guess they trust the map, so therefore this must be the map, hey?
Take that!
It's not the map. Oh, it is. The music didn't pause, so I got confused. Take a look at this and you'll have your answer.
This is the crime scene sketch.
You can see the position of each witness during the crime. The only person that could have possibly heard from behind him was none other than Miss Kira.
Objection!
Listen here, Sir Blue Knight. I will only tell you this one more time. A sham of a witness yields only a sham of a testimony. That's all there is to it. Did you in fact see this flower girl's face? You know, now that you mention it, seeing as I had fallen down and all, well, I don't think I saw her face.
Okay, but you heard her voice, right?
Well, let me think. Well, that voice came out of nowhere. It was kind of high-pitched. Well, I guess it kind of sounded like her. Well, I couldn't say what it was. Not it was this girl's voice.
And there you have it, Sir Blue Knight. Such a pity. Huh?
My lord,
It is clear that the defense's claim is nothing but a pointless waste of the court's time. I recommend that you deliver unto them a penalty befitting such behavior.
Indeed, Inquisitor. Ready yourself, Defender.
Uh-oh. He's gonna give us an actual penalty.
What is that laughter?
Pardon me, my lord. It looks like you've finally arrived at a decision. That means this has nothing to do with me. Isn't that right, Barnum? Isn't that right, Inquisitor Barnum?
What are you saying?
I'm saying that it's time for me to stop peddling testimony and get back to peddling flowers. I mean, look at all of these flowers left over. It's going to take all until sunrise to sell them all if I stay here any longer. Or maybe, my lord, you and the rest of the court would be interested in buying an entire stock of flowers to help a girl out?
No, I don't think, Then
it's settled. Now, if you'll excuse me, my apologies for the interruption.
Understood. The court will dismiss the witness. Well, Miss Kira, it would seem you are beginning to show the court your true colors.
Oh, whatever do you mean? Okay then. Okay then, everyone. Looks like that's that.
Hold it!
Wait, you can't leave yet. This cross-examination isn't over.
Now that's funny. You say it isn't over, and yet the rest of the court seems to think otherwise. Isn't that right, Inquisitor Barnum?
The Inquisition maintains that the real witch is the accused, Espella Cantabella. This girl is nothing more than a witness. As such, the court cannot force her to stay against her will. This is bad. If they let her walk out now...
Nick, do you think she could be...
the real witch?
You really like throwing around accusations, don't you, Sir Defender? Let me spell it out for you, one last time, so even you can understand. I didn't know this man's name at all before today. I still don't remember it. So, how could I have called out to him? Do you get it now? Now then, until we meet again, don't forget to buy some flowers on your way out home, everyone.
Hold it.
One moment, please, Miss Kira.
Is there something else you wanted?
You don't seem to realize what you just let slip.
What are you talking about?
This man testified that you heard his name called at the crime scene. However, you had no knowledge of his name at the time. Is that correct?
That's right. This weirdo's just imagining things. Like I said, I've already forgotten his name, even though he told it to us earlier.
There is just one problem, Mr. Kira. Namely, what the voice he heard tonight was actually saying.
Huh?
What do you mean? It's obvious. It was a name, wasn't it? Now, what was that name again? Lord, I'm still here, you know? You're saying that what this man heard tonight wasn't a name, but rather something else entirely. Indeed I am, Inquisitor Barnum. Something else. Aha! There's only one other thing it could be. It's a stretch, but the possibility is there. That's right, Mr. Wright. That single possibility is the key to solving this mystery. Is the defense ready to present its evidence to the court?
This is ridiculous. I demand you let me go this instant.
Witness, what you are being accused of is not to be taken lightly. You will not leave this courtroom so long as any reasonable doubt remains. Defender, you may present your evidence. Show the court what the voice this man heard tonight was really saying. There it is.
Take that!
Excuse me, mister. I'm sorry, what's your name again? You've, got a name that no one seems to be able to remember for some reason. Wait, what's Amir? My name's Amir, darn it! How many times we're gonna say it? No matter the number of times you say it, you do not look like an Amir.
Again, I only remember my most loyal customers' names, and he doesn't look like he could afford even a single daisy.
How much are these daisies?
Come on, guys. Stop kicking a guy when he's down.
Mr. Amir, what you heard tonight at the crime scene was not your name. Your name just so happens to sound exactly like a certain other name. Another name. The answer is right here in this tome. I'm talking about Amir. Amir? What he actually heard at the time wasn't his own name. It was the name of a magical incantation. What the? Miss Kira, have you forgotten what you said just a few minutes ago? You quite clearly stated that you didn't know this man's name.
Objection!
Sir Blue Knight, let me get this straight. You're saying that the Amir heard by the witness was actually said by this flower girl, and that it was not his name at all, but rather the incantation of a magic spell. The defense proposes the following. The true criminal, this supposed witch, is not the defendant Mrs. Bella Cantabella, but instead the witness who heard uttering the magic incantation. Miss Kira, she's our witch. You used magic to vanish from the scene and tried to frame Miss Cantabella instead. So she went to the crime scene, casted the fire, and then came back, went behind the drunkard, and then reappeared. And because she was reappearing, that's when he heard his name getting called. Is Spelly really not a witch? Unbelievable. I've never heard anything like this. Inquisitor Barnum. Those two really defeated Inquisitor Barnum?
Objection!
An impressive display, Sir Blue Knight. It would seem you have finally managed to hone your blade. However, I believe that blade's edge is already beginning to dull.
What do you mean?
I'm referring to a contradiction, naturally.
Hey, that's my line.
My lord, the Inquisition would like to set the record straight regarding what transpired this evening. Very well, Inquisitor Barnum. Sir Blue Knight, you claim the following. At the time of the crime, the accused, Espella Cantabella, was surrounded by the two rogues. Then, in order to frame the accused as a witch, Miss Kira cast the spell Demir and made herself vanish. She then moved in closer to the victims. At which point she cast Ignace, thus causing the incident seen by our witnesses tonight. Indeed, that does seem to be the claim. The problem is what happened next. There is a contradiction in the defense's account of Miss Kira's movements.
Contradiction? In her movements?
Allow me to continue. The witnesses have stated that they each ventured out towards the crime scene. Which is when Miss Kira, the witch, made her way to this point while still invisible. When she arrived at the said spot, she then cast a mirror and reappeared to join the other witnesses. And there you have it. That is accurate, isn't it, Sir Blue Knight?
That's correct. Then Mr. Amir heard her call his name.
Well then, I have but one question that I would like you to answer. Why would a witch need to do such a thing?
What do you mean?
Supposing Miss Kira was a witch, surely she would not have made the conscious decision to reappear when she did. One would imagine she would remain hidden and flee the crime scene.
Quite right. That's what I would do if I was a witch.
Given that point, there would be no valuable reason for her to recite the incantation. In other words, it is inconceivable that this flower seller, Miss Kira, could be a witch.
What? What just happened? Is Kira really not a witch? Inquisitor Barnum just turned this entire trial right around. Just what I expect from Labyrinthia's Sword of Justice. You could have waited like another 5 minutes to be all excited about how you got away with a murder, Kira. Like, that's all you needed.
That's right. You all heard it. It's just as Inquisitor Barnum said.
Now you look really suspicious. All you had to do was keep quiet. I thought you said that no one can hear you when you're selling flowers. What happened to that? All you had to do was shut up. Now you're gonna get caught.
Me? A witch? The idea is laughable.
Not good. She's completely bounced back on her feet. Oh, we were so close too. I can't believe Inquisitor Barnum. Can't he see it? Just have to take one good look at her. It's obvious she's the real witch here. Remember, Mr. Wright, at times like this, a cool head will prevail. Mr. Layton. I'm sure you've had to fight your way out of circumstances such as these many times before. This situation is no different. As a defense attorney, what would you usually do at such a time? What would I usually do? Of course. There's only one thing that can get me out of a situation like this. Summon Mia, right? That's what gets him out of the situation. Maya's here. Get her to do it. That's how he always gets out of these predicaments. I've got to flip this case on its head and think outside the box. Also, don't you need a crystal thingy to cast a spell? Yeah, well, that's, the whole idea, our whole argument here is that the flower girl was carrying an invisible staff, which had both the invisibility spell and the fire spell in it, because it had 2 spells in it. There's 2 crystals. So she had the crystal for fire and a crystal for invisibility, which also means that she could reappear herself, because it's all the same crystal. It seems the defense has nothing further to add. Of course. That's because everyone knows the truth. They know the girl right there is the real witch. That settles it then. Go ahead and deliver your verdict, my lord.
Objection!
The situation is exactly as you described, Inquisitor Barnum. It really doesn't make much sense for the witch to have used a mirror. Regardless, the defense still maintains that Miss Kira did utter that incantation and make herself reappear. Now, the question is, for what reason? She really didn't have to use that spell, then why did she use it in the first place? If I can find the answer to that question, then this entire case will start to unravel. Eliminate all incorrect possibilities, and all that remains is the truth. Most fascinating. Very well. Allow us to hear this theory of yours. Tell the court why it was necessary for the witch to appear at the crime scene. Well, we're still in the game. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. I'm gonna save here. I don't really remember how this game handles game overs. The reason Miss Kira reappeared at the scene of the crime was... All of these sound so similar. To give herself an alibi. To become a witness. I think she wanted to become a witness. It seemed like she wanted to specifically frame Cantabella, right? Because, like, why else would, like, a witch just suddenly appear and kill these 2 random people? There wasn't any reason for that. I'm gonna say it's become a witness. I thought a mirror would need a separate crystal besides the mirror. Oh yeah, no. Because like it says in the Grimoire here, like you have the crystal and you have the name of the spell. So the crystal and the two incantations are tied to the same crystal, because they're both two parts of the same spell. I'm gonna say become a witness. To cover up her crime. Well, I mean, yeah, she's covering up her crime. That was like the whole point. But why would she do it? To give herself an alibi. Well, did she necessarily need an alibi? Like, what was she doing there exactly, right? No, she wanted to become a witness. The answer is obvious. She must have wanted to become a witness herself.
Objection.
Oh, guess it wasn't as obvious.
Sir Blue Knight, do not slam your hands down at the desk unless you have a strong point to make. The same goes for your mouth. Don't waste your breath on such nonsense. Huh? Have a look at the number of witnesses. We already have 4 other willing witnesses. Becoming a witness on purpose would accomplish nothing. She may as well have been sat in the stands and watched the trial.
Oh, you mean like the actual 4th witness that came down from the stands but started out watching the trial instead of being a witness? Well, you don't know that for sure. Nope, he's absolutely right. Okay, that has to be an alibi.
Defender, something tells me you must be thinking something along the lines of, he is absolutely right.
Please quit reading my mind, Your Honor.
I suggest you think before opening your mouth, Sir Doughy Defender.
Okay. Please tell the court why it was necessary for her to wish to appear at the crime scene. Okay, give herself an alibi to cover up her crime. Well, how would that cover up her crime? Like, she didn't do anything to cover up the crime. She went in there, cast fires, turned everyone to ash. That crime scene was a mess. All the evidence there was nothing to cover up. It was probably to give herself an alibi then. Her being a witness was probably just a coincidence then. I mean, to me, these two kind of sound similar, the top two. I'm gonna say it's an alibi. The answer's obvious. She was trying to give herself an alibi.
Oh? Is that right? Tell me, what would that alibi have been?
Well, just give me a minute. I'm getting to that part. I guess it's not that, is it?
That will not be necessary, Sir Blue Knight.
Huh?
Think about it. Why would she have needed an alibi, if no one could have seen her to begin with?
Well, you don't know that for sure. God damn it. What if it's none of these three and I just put myself in a corner? Hopefully reloading puts us back right where we left off. Load save data. God, imagine if we clicked restart trial. Oh, I would hope that wouldn't put us like way back at the actual start, like 3 hours back. This put us right back here? Okay, good. It puts us right back where we... Yeah, I don't understand how it's covering up her crime, though. I mean, I can't think of any other possibility. This has to be the answer. Isn't it obvious she was trying to cover up her own crime? Yeah, but, like, aren't those all kind of the same three? Am I missing something here? Don't those kind of sound like the same thing? Like, you give yourself an alibi by becoming a witness to cover up a crime. Because if everyone sees you back, you know, way far away from the crime scene, and then you also witness the crime the moment it happens, like, no one's gonna question you. All three of those are the same thing. And really, if anything, if we're gonna argue anything, I don't think she covered up any crime. Because, like, she didn't do anything to make the crime seem like it didn't happen. Or that she didn't do it. All we knew was a witch did it. So, like, really, it could have been anyone from the get-go. Not even just her. Oh, is that right? Tell me, why would she need to do that? This is also wrong. What would she have to hide? If no one could have seen her to begin with. You heard the good Inquisitor. No matter how you look at it, there'd be no reason for me to reappear. Assuming I was the criminal, that is.
Objection.
I can't argue with her. I feel like all three of these should have led to this moment because they all seem so similar. If anything, this is like the least descriptive of the three. Oh, to cover up her crime. Well, why was she covering up her crime? How was she covering up her crime? Right? Yeah, I feel like all three of those should have been the right answer. Like, it should have been a scripted question that you couldn't get wrong. It should have all just led to this. Because if the correct answer is just Layton interrupting and explaining things properly anyways, really, you could have done that with any of those three because of how similar they sound. Pardon the interruption, but that's not necessarily the case. Mr. Layton. Explain yourself, Sir Top Hat. You have stated that Miss Kira had no reason to reappear. However, the situation changed, and it became necessary for her to show herself. Isn't that right, Miss Kira? Huh? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. It would seem the defense must clarify the argument with evidence. Mr. Wright, I believe that Miss Kira did not intend to reveal herself at the crime scene. Rather, that something occurred which forced this young lady to make herself reappear. It's so important that she had to reappear and risk being spotted. Defender, tell the court why it would have been necessary for the witch to reappear at the crime scene. Why would it have been necessary for the witch to appear at the crime scene? Is it because she didn't have her glasses? We haven't presented that as evidence yet, to be fair, so I mean it could very well be the glasses. Yeah, the missing glasses? Maybe she said that she dropped them days before the incident, but like what if that was a lie? What if she dropped them during the incident because of her being the witch and committing the crime? What if her glasses are still invisible? And she got to where she was like, wait, shit, my glasses, I can't find them. It's gotta be the glasses.
Take that!
Miss Kira, you usually wear glasses, is that correct? Huh? It's like I already told you. I lost my glasses a few days ago. Are you absolutely sure about that? Or did you not, in fact, lose them tonight? During the crime? Of course not. Perhaps you accidentally dropped them while you were committing the crime. Then, as you were attempting to make your escape, you noticed they were gone. Therefore, you made yourself reappear in order to search for your missing glasses.
Objection.
Because, like, I don't know how the magic works, but I'm imagining, like, if she touches herself to make herself invisible, let's assume that it also makes anything she's wearing invisible. Let's not question the fact that she's holding the staff and had to, like, also be touching it, too, and that's not part of her, you know, the fact that she had to touch her body and the staff at the same time. Let's ignore that part. But I'm imagining, like, if she didn't make herself reappear, but she dropped her glasses, the glasses would also be invisible. Therefore, she would have to reappear so that she could look for the glasses. Because it would make the glasses reappear. Otherwise, they would stay invisible. Now, by that logic, I guess she could have probably made herself invisible again, because her glasses are no longer on her, Therefore, they would be visible if she disappeared again.
How absurd. Such baseless conjecture. What you propose is fundamentally flawed.
What do you mean?
Let us assume, hypothetically, that the witch did in fact drop this evidence. That does not explain what purpose it would serve for her to make herself reappear. It would still make more sense for her to escape under the cover of darkness.
Objection.
Unfortunately, Inquisitor Barnum, such a plan was simply not possible. What? Mr. Wright, do you understand what I'm suggesting?
Yes. He means the reason Miss Kira made herself reappear at the crime scene. Okay, this is it.
Defender, enlighten us. Why did the witness feel the need to make herself reappear?
I'm saving. After that last question, how bullshit it sounded, the answer was, yeah, we're saving for sure. She broke her glasses? She couldn't. Someone found her glasses. Oh, wait. I'm gonna go with this one. I don't know if it's correct, but I have an idea. The answer is simple, Your Honor. Someone must have found her glasses.
Objection!
That's not possible.
There are no reports of glasses having been found anywhere near the crime scene.
Objection.
Well, what if some heartless witness found them and decided to take them home? That's not what I was getting at, Phoenix. It's not at all what I was getting at. I say, I'm not some heartless cretin.
Sorry, now we're only interested in the milk, not some useless pair of glasses.
Look here, Bluey. Do I look like the kind of guy who would take someone else's stuff like that? Absurd.
That was quite the all-out attack. I guess that means I was wrong, huh?
We can end this in one fell swoop. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's give them a bit more thought, shall we?
Got it. Oh, okay, this one's free. She broke her glasses. Well, okay, she did say her... Did she say her glasses were broken? No, she said she lost them. It's gotta be that she just couldn't find her glasses, right? Like, we don't know if they were broken or not. If they broke, then why would she need to find them? The answer is simple, Your Honor. She couldn't find her glasses.
She could not find them.
If you've noticed, she's still not wearing her glasses right now.
Objection!
Hold a moment, Sir Blue Knight. What does that have to do with anything?
God damn it, this happens so much where Nick just says shit that doesn't help at all with the case. I wonder whose fault that is.
That's right, it doesn't change a single thing.
Objection.
That's where you're wrong. In fact, it changes things quite a bit. Tonight, the two victims were engulfed by flames, courtesy of a magic spell. That very instant, 4 witnesses saw the flames erupt at the scene. It was at that point that something you didn't expect occurred. You suddenly lost your glasses. That's right. You were scared that if your glasses were discovered at the scene of the crime, you would be suspected of being a witch.
Objection!
What foolishness! Even if her glasses were found,
She could simply have explained that she dropped them their days before the crime happened.
Objection.
I'm afraid that's not a possibility, Inquisitor Barnum.
What did you say?
If you recall, it had been raining quite heavily at that crime scene beforehand. Had she stated that she dropped her glasses before the crime, then naturally, one would expect the glasses to be soaked in water and covered in mud. However, the rain had already stopped at the time the crime itself was committed. In other words, one look at the pair of clean, dry glasses would reveal she had dropped them later, thus implicating her as a witch.
Wait, did we ever get the glasses? hang on. I thought the court record just held the idea of glasses. I didn't think we actually found the glasses. I thought that the glasses were still lost, hence why she doesn't have them. Did someone find them and I forgot? How do we know that the glasses were clean and dry? We've never seen them. And if any, and we just finished like going through several testimonies where we were like, oh, well, you know, it's muddy because it just stopped raining. Therefore, anything dropped on the ground would be covered in mud. We presented the lantern for that very reason. We presented the milk bucket because it was missing mud. That would have been there if it was put on the ground. So when did we find the glasses? How do we know they're dry and clean?
I should have known. I was perfecting my rainfall rending technique in the forest. Not once during the rainfall did I see that flower maiden traveling along the nearby path.
That's not all. Oops. In order to frame Miss Cantabella as a witch, you need to leave this witch's scepter behind at the scene of the crime.
I see. That would be the most definitive evidence that she is the witch.
The objective here was to have somebody else discover the staff at the scene.
Alas, that person was I.
However,
no doubt you came to realize that one can deduce which spells were used simply by examining the magic gems on the scepter. In this case, one can see that the witch must have used a mirror to vanish from sight and make her escape.
That's why, Miss Kira, you were left with no option but to reappear at the crime scene. That was the only way for you to avoid suspicion, if someone were to discover your glasses at this crime scene. By reappearing, you'd be able to explain that you simply dropped your glasses when you rushed to see what had happened. So in the end, she reappeared because she wanted to be a witness, she wanted an alibi, and she was trying to cover up her crime. Now, where have we heard those three statements before? Perhaps a few minutes ago? During another question? No? Just me?
You know, I've let you both ramble on and on, but playtime is over.
I recognize that voice. Is this person... Okay, I gotta look this up. Is this person possibly done voice work for FF14?
So that's it, then? I'm a witch because I dropped my glasses? I must have said it how many times now? I lost my glasses days ago. Were you even listening? I'll say it again. Over 1,000,000 times! I lost my glasses! I lost my glasses! Do you like evidence, Sir Defender? Do you love proof, Sir Top Hat? Then prove I dropped my glasses at the crime scene. You can't prove it! In other words, you lose.
That is correct. Proving such a thing would indeed be impossible. To prove that the witness dropped her glasses at the crime scene, what would you say, Inquisitor Barnum? It is indeed a question of proof, my lord. These glasses have been missing from the very beginning. The Knights of the Inquisition found no trace of these glasses anywhere near the crime scene. Therefore, this witness cannot in any way be accused of being a witch. Okay, here's the name. I need to see. It is. This person was in FF14. Yeah, they played Tataru in FF14. That's why the voice sounded familiar. Oh, and apparently they were also Fiora in Xenoblade 2. That's kind of cool. And Xenoblade 1, of course. That's why the voice sounded familiar.
You heard the man. We're so close. That girl is a witch. Can't anyone else see that? What should we do, Professor?
Well, it would seem the young lady has finished what she had to say. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Wright? Yes, it certainly does look that way, Mr. Layton.
What the... What's with that face? Do you find something funny here?
It is as you say, Inquisitor Barnum. Explain. The defense raises just one further question. Why were you unable to find those glasses?
What do you mean?
You must have searched the area quite thoroughly looking for them. And yet, even now the Knights have been unable to locate these glasses. Did you ever wonder why? Yes, it has become quite the mystery. Certainly, they must be around here somewhere. Glasses were lost to the wolves. That's the only explanation. Wolves stealing glasses, alright. There's still one remaining place that you have not searched tonight.
Huh? What did you say?
The glasses were supposedly not found at the crime scene, leaving only one other possible place. What is this? You two! Have at you, Sir Blue Knight. Draw your blade and reveal to the court where the glasses are supposedly hiding. Looks like I've somehow managed to make it through my first witch trial. It all comes down to this. The final piece of evidence. Time to clear up this case once and for all. On Kira's person? I have another idea of where they could be, actually. A reason why they were never found at the crime scene itself. If they were on Kira, then she would have found them, right? Leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. The piece of evidence pointing to the one place not searched tonight is...
Take that!
Tonight. There was one thing that was carried away from the crime scene right under everyone's noses.
Carried away?
I am speaking, of course, about this. That's the milk bucket that disappeared from the crime scene. Thus far, the defense's claim that the glasses were dropped at the crime scene has been regarded as mere speculation. However, if, Miss Kira, we find your glasses within the contents of this milk bucket, then our mere speculation will suddenly become fact. Now, the only reason I thought of this, though, to be fair, I mean, I don't think it's that far-fetched. I think it's actually that it works because they did this in a different Phoenix Wright game. But that's the only reason it came to mind for me. Was because we had this exact same quandary in one of the previous cases, where something was carried away from the scene of the crime. And in fact, in this case, you're actually right, Jack. It would have been on someone's person. Because they were carrying it. They were concealing the evidence the entire time during the trial. It was right under everyone's noses. Here it was an accident. There it was on purpose. What manner of witchery?
What are you talking about? You're just crazy. Just crazy. No way could my glasses be inside that stupid bucket. That's just impossible.
How about we quit with the speculation and actually find out? What do you say, Inquisitor Barnum?
They'll just waste the court's time. Don't listen to them. Don't...
It is mandated that the Knights of the Inquisition investigate any and all possibilities during the course of a trial. My lord, the Inquisition requests that this milk bucket be searched immediately. Very well. The judge is gonna do it himself? Judge is just gonna stick his hand in the milk and fish around for some glasses. Oh. What? What? Miss Kira, as you can see, your glasses have been found inside the milk bucket. The truth is out. Nothing you can say can change that now. Which leads us to the next question. Specifically, a question of when. When did you drop your glasses into the milk bucket? What? Why is this happening? This whole thing is ridiculous. The answer's obvious, isn't it? I dropped them afterwards, after I ran over to see the fire. I took a tiny peek inside that milk bucket. That's when they fell in.
Objection!
Don't be stupid, child. Snowy and I were at the scene first. We made sure to take that milk bucket before anyone else could get their grubby little hands on it. We weren't going to let a single soul get anywhere near that sweet, creamy bucket of deliciousness. You can bet my farm on that.
Each of these 4 witnesses has stated they heard the spell Ignace being cast at the time of the incident. According to the Grand Grimoire, Ignace summons a circle of flame within a 1 meter radius of the caster. In other words, the real witch must have been at Miss Cantabella's side at the time of the incident. Indeed. That is when the glasses fell into the milk bucket. Therefore, there's only one logical conclusion. Only one person who could be the true witch.
Miss Kira, you are the real witch.
Oh my god. Well, that didn't take long.
What a very strange trial this has been. From the very beginning, we have all paid witness to a most unusual set of circumstances. A baker turned defender, surprise extra witness, and now a not guilty verdict for the accused.
I honestly thought the Labyrinthia was a place in 14. So I actually was I thought about doing a pun on like something from Labyrinthia and Labyrinthios from 14 as the title of this stream, since I was playing both games. But nothing good came to mind, so I didn't really go with it. I couldn't think of anything in particular. I was trying to think of something though, because yeah, the names are like pretty similar.
Baker turned defender, a surprise extra witness, and now a not guilty verdict for the accused. Never have I seen such a spectacle.
Is this really happening? The girl inside the cage. You mean she's the real witch? But what about that Isabella Cantabella girl?
Miss Kira. Tell us why. Why were you trying to frame Miss Cantabella?
You could easily have escaped the crime scene without a trace. There was no reason to frame anyone. This crime was a result of nothing but your overwhelming ill intent.
To frame a person as a witch is to condemn that person to death by fire. Surely you must know this. So why Isabella Cantabella?
Do you have any idea what it feels like to be a witch?
What it feels like?
See, now that I looked up who this is, all I can hear is Tataru. Not even Fiona, just specifically Tataru.
I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for these powers, but I have them. And now here I am, begging for my life. I was living such a peaceful life until now. Selling flowers, getting scolded by my boss for not selling enough of them. That's why I was trying to put an end to these trials once and for all.
Put an end to the trials?
By murdering people with your witch powers that you don't like?
You all know what I mean! The one condition written in the story that will end these witch trials!
When the great witch Bezella has been put to the flames and vanquished from this world, these trials will come to an end.
This was my chance to finally end all this. At least that's what I thought. The sun had begun to set on that lonely forest path, and there wasn't a soul in sight. I always carried my hidden Talea Magica with me in case of a moment like this. I used my magic to expose that girl for what she really is. If I had been successful, then all these trials would finally end and I could go on living my peaceful life.
What are you saying? Am I hearing this correctly? Are you actually accusing Espella Cantabella?
Why do you think no one has ever seen the legendary Great Witch? It's because she's been hidden in our midst the entire time. She's protected. She's hidden from us. It's all part of the story.
Part of the story?
Objection! That's enough!
Are you saying Espella is a witch? Oh, she's doing Espella Cantation Cantabella. Oh my god, what if she is though? I actually don't remember who Bezella is, but I can assure you that her identity does get revealed in the story eventually.
Speak no more. A witch's existence cannot be justified.
I mean, you'd think that would be obvious, of course, because, you know, it's kind of the whole crux of the story. Who is Bezella?
No, please! I know you've all noticed it too! You could end this! All of this! That girl! It's all because of that girl! I beg you! Please! Please release me! Knights of the Court! Isn't it your duty to protect the people of this town? Give me another chance!
That is where you're wrong.
Huh?
'Tis indeed a knight's duty to protect. We are impelled to protect the citizens of Labyrinthia against you and your ilk. The reason you were offered my protection until now was because your guilt was uncertain. There was the possibility that you were not a witch. The circumstances were such that it seemed another was guilty. That possibility has since disappeared, and your innocence along with it. You now find yourself at the other end of my sword.
No!
It's too late. Roaster.
Vile witch, enemy of Labyrinthia.
I'm kind of in the mood for some
from this land.
some roasted popatos, perhaps.
Please wait! Stop! Please just stop this!
Espella!
If it means putting an end to these horrible trials, let me take her place. Let me be Bezella. Send me to the flames.
Yeah, well, we can't prove you're Bezella. Well, you can't. No one could just be Bezella and be like, oh yeah, I'll just sacrifice myself. I don't think that's how it works.
If it would save her life.
This trial has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that this flower seller, Kira, is a witch. And according to the law, all those found to be witches will be executed.
Did he say executed?
Yeah, what did you think? What happened? You walked in here, you saw someone go down into that pit. What'd you think that pit was filled with? Bubblegum and roses?
Unsettling. Bailiff, ready the fire.
What did you think was happening?
No!
No! Don't do this!
Listen to me! Don't let her fool you! Espella is the Great Witch! Hear me! There's no time to waste! She's Bezella! Take her! And then these witch trials will be no more! The witch trials will end!
I can't tell if they were booing or not. So far, we've always managed to pull off a win and get a not guilty verdict, but winning has never felt this depressing. Wait, but you did get a... That's not true. We deliberately got a guilty verdict. One time. One time! Oh, Espella, are you alright?
Yes, I just want to thank you all. You all came to my rescue yet again.
Well, yeah, of course we did.
Hold on a sec, Espella. What did you just say now? You all came to my rescue yet again. You don't mean... Yes, I remember everything. I remember the last trial. I suppose it makes this the second time we've met, and the second time all of you have helped me.
Mr. Wright, am I to infer that you and Espella have met before? Yeah, it seems that way. You too, Mr. Layton? Perhaps it would be best if we briefed each other on what has transpired. I'm trying to think how brutal the other Layton games, because, like, yeah, for Phoenix Wright, they imply penalties and all that stuff, because it's just, that's court. But I think, like, I'm trying to think for the Professor Layton games how dark some of them have gotten. I don't think even most Professor Layton games have done anything quite like this. Okay, what should we discuss?
Espella paid us a visit in London. She had in her possession a letter from an old acquaintance of mine.
Is that right?
Mr. Accidente helped drive Espella straight out of Labyrinthia. You both kept me safe from the witches that were chasing me. Wait, did you say witches? So they appeared in London too?
Regrettably, I'm unable to say that our protection was absolute. When we saw you last, it seemed you managed to escape courtesy of that passing freighter.
Oh yeah, that's right. What happened to you after that, Espella? I rode the ship along the river for a while, before arriving at a nearby port. And then... that's when I met Mr. Wright and Maya. I didn't know where the ship would end up. I felt very lonely out there.
Please accept my sincerest apologies. I'm afraid there was nothing else I could do to prevent it.
No. Please don't blame yourself, Mr. Layton. I just didn't know what to do, so I tried to look for something. Anything on the ship that might help me. Well, you sure found something all right, or rather someone. You ran into a master thief working as part of the ship's crew. Yes, that's right. Did you say master thief? Crikey, that's amazing!
I wouldn't exactly say it was amazing.
After that, I was taken to court, and that's when Mr. Wright helped me.
I see. Then perhaps, somewhere deep within your mind must have existed a memory of that previous trial, and of Mr. Wright. Hence why you thought to seek out his help when you found yourself in such an unfortunate situation this evening.
That makes sense. After all, Nick did make legal history that day in jolly old England. Did you say he made history? Wow, that's incredible, right, Professor?
I wouldn't exactly say I made history.
But then, after that, I was never able to find my way back to the Professor. Even after I went through the pains of finding that clue, it ended up being taken away from me.
A clue, you say?
Yes, the tag that was hanging around the neck of that sweet little stuffed toy.
That tag was a clue? A clue for what?
I had a lot of time to think while I was on that ship. I thought about a lot of things, like how to try and find a way back once the ship arrived at its destination. Things like that.
Find a way back?
A way back to Mr. Layton and Luke. They were the only ones I knew I could depend on to help me.
The pleasure was ours, Espella.
But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't remember the name of the town where they lived. Huh? You mean London, Isabella? Oh, that's it, London. That's what was written in Carmene's letter to Mr. Layton. The blue teddy bear I found in that room was wearing a tag around its neck.
Sorry, Isabella, but PC Badger looks nothing like a teddy bear.
On the tag in very small letters was written London. I recognized the name of the town. I thought it might be an address.
That's because that stuffed toy was used in a special promotion run by the London Metropolitan Police.
Oh, that's right. Isabella, you must have known that address was super important, so that's why you kept the tag, right? That way you could meet up with Mr. Layton and Luke again. I felt so lonely and helpless. I wonder though, who do you think really did it? Hit Olivia over the head with a pipe, I mean.
What's this? Oh yeah, I guess we never did find out who the real culprit was.
I do believe that may have some connection to the group of witches. What? You mean the witches that were chasing us to London?
Indeed. It could be that they noticed your escape onto that ship and managed to infiltrate their way on board.
Could it be? So, you're saying there was some big scary witch lurking around the inside of that cargo hold?
I'm afraid there is a rather high possibility that was the case. Those witches were intent on seeing you brought back to Labyrinthia no matter what. However, in order to do so, they had to make certain you do not become entangled in any situation that may stall your capture. Ah, in other words, the situation with Miss Al Dente, you mean? Precisely. They must have knocked that crew member unconscious and attempted to recapture Isabella before the police could arrive. However, their plan was clearly foiled, given that you ended up in court regardless. And that's when she became my client.
I just can't clearly remember anything that happened back then.
Do you think there's a possibility that someone was pulling Isabella's strings through the entire trial?
Hey, maybe you're right. Maybe there was something a little strange about Isabella at the time.
Mr. Wright, Isabella was introduced to you at the time as a schoolgirl, is that correct? Yes. She would have no knowledge of the world outside of Labyrinthia. That being the case, having her stand in an English courtroom as she was would pose a serious problem. Meaning that someone must have been attempting to cover up Isabella's identity.
What? But, Professor, could someone really do that?
That they could indeed, Luke. And if it is as I suspect, I believe our adversaries may be far more powerful than we originally thought. Just exactly who or what are we dealing with here?
Hey guys, let's head back to the bakery for now. I bet the boss was waiting for us with one heck of a pastry feast.
Or worried sick, wondering what happened to us.
Oh, actually, I can't go home just yet. Huh? You can't? Aw. Well, there are still a couple of legal procedures to be taken care of before I can go home. Please, you all go ahead without me.
Is that so? Very well.
I really must thank you all. Thank you so much for everything. Alrighty then, Isabella. We'll catch you later. Yes. Farewell for now.
Mr. Wright, please allow me the pleasure of a proper introduction. My name is Herschel Layton. I'm a professor of archaeology in London. A professor? Huh. Well, my name is Phoenix Wright. I'm an attorney. As I suspected, you were no ordinary baker after all, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I thought it was pretty weird myself, to be honest. I mean, I really did believe I'd been a baker all my life. But the more everyone kept saying it, the less certain I was that it was actually true. Just where did that memory come from, anyway? Hey, Professor! If Mr. Wright's an attorney, that must mean he's as smart as you, right? I'm afraid I can't really say, Luke. But... behind every ace attorney, there's an even smarter, not to mention beautiful, witty, and utterly amazing, ace assistant. I think you also forgot humble. My name's Luke Triton. I'm the professor's apprentice. I'm Maya Fey, and Nick here's my apprentice. Isn't that right, Nicky boy? Nicky boy? Hey, wait, why am I your apprentice? Anyway, we should all head back to the bakery. Let's get a move on. I'm sure Espella will be back before we know it. Inquisitor Barnum!
Most impressive work tonight. 'Tis a shame you have kept such ability hidden till now.
Trust me, Nick's lawyer abilities beat the pants off his baking abilities any day of the week. Okay, moving on. What do you mean by that, Inquisitor? Why can't Espella go home?
New charges have been brought against Mrs. Spella Cantabella.
What? No way. That can't be right.
You have realized it, haven't you? She's being charged under suspicion of being the Great Witch, Bizella.
She what?
How can that be? Am I to assume that charge is based purely on Miss Kira's accusation? It was not I who made the decision. Huh? I'm gonna guess that Spella's Bizella's daughter. Could be something like that, yeah? But let's think about it for a second. If she's being accused, she's gonna get us to defend her. It'll be our job to prove that she's not Bizella. Therefore, the twist will be a lot more complicated than her simply being Bizella. Regardless, the girl will return to court at the appointed time for further trial. Until then, I'm to seek out any and all evidence pertaining to the Great Witch. Pardon me, Inquisitor. When exactly is this appointed time? The investigation into this allegation will conclude on the day of the storyteller's next parade. That would be 2 weeks from today. Following our investigations into the matter, the trial of the Great Witch shall proceed.
What the...
It would appear that the girl has been withholding a dark secret from you all.
Spella.
Spella Cantabella's questioning is set to begin shortly. That means visiting hours are over. I recommend that you leave immediately.
Spella? The legendary Great Witch Bizella?
Story dictates that the fate of an entire town, and now a so-called Great Witch named Bizella. Most intriguing. It would seem to be up to us to uncover the answers to these mysteries.
But how are we supposed to manage it all in 2 weeks? Where are we going to find any evidence? You know, I was thinking. How do you address a Great Witch? Hail to thee, all magnificent great magical one. Or maybe just, what's up, witchy baby? What difference would it make? She's called a Great Witch. That's not someone I'd ever want to meet.
I believe I've thought of a solution to our problem. It's actually rather simple.
Professor Layton?
Allow me to explain, Mr. Wright. The only way we may be able to solve the mysteries of this town and its residents is if we join forces.
He's right.
We've come this far. There's no way we're just going to give up on Espella.
Okay, I'm on board.
I look forward to teaming up with you, Professor.
Me too, Luke. Me too, Maya.
Now then, shall we press on? This marks the beginning of our own story. One dictated by ourselves and written by our own hands.
What's up, witchy baby? You come to cast a spell on me? Maybe some fire? Welcome to, like, medieval court, where the moment someone is accused of something, they're immediately guilty. Alright, well, I think that's the perfect point to save and stop. I'm guessing this is even, like, the start of Chapter 3, I would imagine. It is indeed. So we will definitely stop it here. The Great Witch. And I guess next time we'll start our investigation into the, how we can possibly defend someone being accused of being the Great Witch. But yeah, that'll definitely be it. It's 11:15. I'm glad we were able to get through that whole chapter. The extra 2 hours definitely helped with that. That was like the perfect amount of time. So we'll continue this next Tuesday. Start investigation. I don't remember when the next trial takes place. There are several trials, actually. There's like, I want to say 4 at least, maybe 5. I think that's correct. But most of the game is going to be more investigating and exploration, so expect more puzzles next week. In the meantime, I will be back Wednesday, tomorrow, for some demo. We will continue that, and then Friday for some more Minecraft. As for Final Fantasy XIV, there probably won't be any more of that for a couple of months, whenever patch 7.1 comes out. But otherwise, streams will continue accordingly. So, thank you all for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.